Chapter 422. Everyone was experienced, so how could they not understand what inconvenient meant? Noble consort Zhuang whispered, "You fell like that, and still." Empress Dowager Zhuang glared daggers at her, and noble consort Zhuang shut up. It was improper to act like this during the day, but the crown prince and the crown princess had been in love for a long time. Everyone in the 6 palaces knew that the crown prince only favored the crown princess, and even dealt with his concubines for her. Empress Xiao forced the crown prince to marry her and almost broke the relationship between mother and son. The crown prince had tied his heart to Wen Linlang and could not bear to leave her even a step. But then again, with Wen Linlang's talent and appearance, she was indeed worthy of the crown prince's favor. There was no woman more beautiful and attractive than her in the whole of Zhaogua, nor was there a more talented counselor than her. The crown prince had waited for her for so many years, but their wedding was less than 2 years old. It was common for them to be inseparable. But so what if he only favored her? She wasn't pregnant. Her son was still capable. Thinking of this, noble consort Zhuang smiled and patted the back of Princess Ning's hand. "Take good care of your body and give birth to a son for Prince Ning next year." Princess Ning's face turned pale almost instantly. "You have nothing to say, right?" Empress Dowager Zhuang glared at noble consort Zhuang coldly and said to Prince Ning and his wife, "Okay, you two can go back. Don't come to the palace if you have nothing to do." Noble consort Zhuang curled her lips and was about to say something, but Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't give her a chance to speak. "You two, just take care of yourself." Noble consort Zhuang shut her mouth resentfully. After Prince Ning and his wife and noble consort Zhuang left, Empress Dowager Zhuang's ears finally quieted down. In fact, little Jing Kong was noisier than all of them combined, but that child was only noisy in her ears and not in her heart. "Great aunt, great aunt, great aunt. Look at the frogs I caught." What she wanted really came. Empress Dowager Zhuang just finished talking about little Jing Kong. The next second, this naughty child grabbed 2 toads and threw himself into Empress Dowager Zhuang's arms. The corners of Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. What happened to not annoy her? "Can you not slap my face so quickly?" Gu Jiao accompanied Empress Dowager Zhuang back to Rinshou Palace. After enjoying the rare leisure, Empress Dowager Zhuang began to review the memorials. Gu Jiao also planned to leave. Before she left, Empress Dowager Zhuang suddenly stopped her. "Lulang has no one in his heart. Some things are in the past. You don't have to take it to heart." Gu Jiao was confused by this sentence. Why did he suddenly mention Xiao Lulang? What did she take to heart about his past? After Gu Jiao left, Eunuch Qin brought hot water to Empress Dowager Zhuang to wipe her face. Seeing that Empress Dowager Zhuang had something on her mind, he couldn't help but ask, "Empress Dowager, what's wrong with you today?" Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Didn't you see what happened just now?" Eunuch Qin asked, "What are you talking about?" Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at him. The crown princess was injured. Jiao Jiao actually took the initiative to go to the East Palace to treat her. Does she have such a good temperament? Eunuch Qin thought. How can you talk about your own child like that? How is Miss Gu not good temperament? Well, speaking of which, Miss Gu is indeed a little black-hearted. It doesn't seem like she would take the initiative to treat people in the Imperial Palace. Eunuch Qin still didn't understand. What are you worried about? Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. I'm worried that she already knows Liulang's identity. She cares that Lulang used to have a fiancé.
Ah.
Eunuch Qin's face was full of realization. That's impossible, right? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Otherwise, why would she follow them to watch the fun? Eunuch Qin thought it was reasonable. That's true. Gu Jiao didn't know that her actions had aroused her great-aunt's suspicion. She was misunderstood by her great-aunt as jealousy. Well, she probably wouldn't have jealousy for the rest of her life. After leaving Rinshou Palace, Gu Jiao didn't go to Little Jing Kong and Su Tangdang to take them home. Instead, she went to another place. Prince Ning and Princess Ning took the 2 young commandery princesses out of the imperial palace. The young commandery princesses had a special carriage. The 2 young commandery princesses were carried to the carriage by their nannies. Prince Ning also sent Princess Ning to the carriage, but he didn't get in himself. He stood by the window. Through the open window, he gently looked at Princess Ning, who looked a little tired. He said slowly, "You must be tired. You are not feeling well. You should take care of yourself in the mansion." "I didn't think about it." "It's not that." Princess Ning saw that he didn't get in and guessed that he wouldn't go back. But she still asked, "Won't you go back?"
"Ah."
Prince Ning smiled. Little Chi made a big trouble. He may be punished in the imperial study now. I have to go and see. I can't let father punish him badly. He had always been an elder brother who loved his younger brother. Besides, Little Chi was still young. There was no conflict of interest with him. It was reasonable that he loved Little Chi. Princess Ning looked at him, without blinking. There was a trace of complexity in her eyes. "Do you really want to go?" Prince Ning was stunned. Then he showed a helpless smile under her heavy gaze. "You know the crown prince's temper. Although he and Little Chi have the same mother, Little Chi hurt you this time. I'm afraid he is also angry. He won't speak for Little Chi." Princess Ning squeezed the window tightly. "What if I don't let you go?" Prince Ning looked at her dotingly and helplessly. He said with a smile, "Sushin, don't make trouble." Princess Ning lowered her eyes. It seemed that she had given up her nonsense. She let go of the window tightly and said, "Okay." Prince Ning reached out and stroked her cold cheek. "Good girl. I'll go back soon. I'll watch the opera with you in the evening." Princess Ning loved the opera. In order to win his wife's favor, Prince Ning, who had never indulged in sensual pleasures, raised an opera troupe in the mansion. It could be seen that he loved her deeply. Princess Ning didn't ask him to stay. She gently removed the fork and put down the window of the carriage. In the East Palace, the crown princess leaned against the head of the bed, her sleeves and dress lifted up high. The crown prince focused on applying the last wound medicine on her and said as if relieved of a burden, "Okay, it's all done. Wait, don't move. Let me see if there are any other wounds."
"No."
Princess Ning said, "It doesn't hurt anywhere." Prince Ning said, "You may get bruised and swollen later if you don't feel pain at the time." The crown princess couldn't say anything and allowed him to examine her carefully. When he finished, her face was completely red. He had originally lifted her clothes to help her apply medicine, but seeing her pitiful, flushed, and embarrassed appearance, the crown prince felt his throat go hoarse. However, he wasn't a beast to want her when Lin Lang was injured. So, Gu Jiao's inconvenience was just a literal inconvenience. Prince Ning was helping Princess Ning apply medicine and couldn't see guests. He didn't mean anything else.
Gu Jiao didn't lie.
But she couldn't be blamed if other people imagined it. Princess Ning said to Prince Ning, "Your Highness, go take a look at Little Chi." "I'm fine. Your Highness, don't be too angry at Little Chi. Remember to put in a good word for Little Chi in front of Imperial Father. His Majesty likes your brotherly love. Don't hurt your brotherly love for a woman." Prince Ning gritted his teeth and said, "I want to beat him up." Princess Ning smiled. "Listen to me, Your Highness." Prince Ning sighed. Okay. I understand. I'll listen to you." When Gu Jiao snuck into the Eastern Palace, Prince Ning had just left. It was still early, so it wasn't appropriate to hide on the roof. She would be easily discovered. Gu Jiao simply climbed over the back door and entered Princess Ning's small storeroom. This was Princess Ning's private storeroom. It was only a wall away from her bedroom. Because her window was wide open, she could see what was going on her side through the crack in the door. But Gu Jiao didn't expect that there would be another person in the storeroom. That person clearly didn't expect someone to come to the storeroom at this time. He had clearly calculated the timing. "Forget it, I'll knock him out first." What a coincidence. Gu Jiao also thought the same. So the two of them attacked at the same time. They saw each other clearly and stopped at the same time. "It's you. It's you?" He even spoke at the same time. "Gu Jiao, am I not qualified to act alone? Why is there someone who does bad things with me every time? What are you doing here?" Yuan Tang put down his knife and asked. Gu Jiao glanced at him. "In what position are you asking this question?" Yuan Tang was choked to death. Yes, if she shouldn't have come here, then as a hostage of Qin Nation, wouldn't he have even less reason to appear? Yuan Tang waved the folding fan in his hand and snorted. That's because you didn't tell me anything. I could only investigate on my own. I'm not stupid. You suspected that I had some shady dealings with Zhao Nation's Princess Ning, so I was attacked. As long as I keep an eye on her, I'll definitely find some clues. Gu Jiao grunted. You didn't forget to bring your brain when you went out today. Yuan Tang. Was it really good to choke him like this? Gu Jiao noticed that his fan had returned to normal. She didn't know if the punctured fan had been repaired or if he had gotten a new one. There was a mechanism in this fan that could be used as a weapon when necessary. Someone's coming, Gu Jiao suddenly said warily. Yuan Tang carefully sensed his surroundings. Sure enough, he heard a very slight movement above his head. Previously, he had thought that this girl's martial arts were inferior to his. However, after seeing this girl lose control and kill so many assassins, he didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. However, he was still very surprised. This girl's senses were too sharp. The two of them did their best to hold their breaths and minimize their presence. The two of them wanted to see what was going on in the Princess Ning's room, but there was only a crack in the door. Yuan Tang winked and squatted down. Gu Jiao pressed down on his neck and forced him to squat down. Yuan Tang was dumbfounded. I told you to squat down. Gu Jiao mouthed. No need to thank me. Yuan Tang. Forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Yuan Tang squatted down and gave Gu Jiao a high vantage point. The two of them stared intently at the movement on the other side. Since that person had used Qinggong to sneak in, it was probably inconvenient for him to reveal his whereabouts. The two of them looked at that window, a bit worried that the other person would close the window. Fortunately, the other person didn't seem to care about this. After all, this small window didn't face the courtyard, but only a cold storeroom. It was a tall and muscular man. His entire body exuded a noble aura. The moment they saw him, this man's body instantly gave off a suffocating and terrifying aura. It was different from Gu Jiao's terrifying aura when she lost control. Yuan Tang thought that this man seemed to carry an evil, domineering, and possessive aura. Yuan Tang only saw the back of this person. For a moment, he couldn't guess who the other person was, much less his intentions. He tried to see something from Gu Jiao's expression. In the end, when he looked up, he only saw a small chin that seemed to be mocking him. The man came to the bedside. The Crown Prince consort had already rested and was lying on her side on the soft bed. Her hair was black and shiny like satin. She didn't wear any makeup, and her eyes were lightly closed. However, it still couldn't hide her beautiful face. Suddenly, the man sat down on the bedside. Yuan Tang was shocked. The Crown Prince consort had fallen asleep and didn't notice that someone had come into the room. But very quickly, she felt a cool hand moving up and down her face and hair. She thought that the Crown Prince had returned and muttered in a daze, "Your Highness, don't make a fuss. This concubine wants to rest." She thought that she had said the last sentence, but unexpectedly, she had only said it in her dream. The man's hand that had been gently caressing her hair and face suddenly grabbed her neck. Yuan Tang was a hostage of the state of Chun and could be considered to have weathered many storms. However, he almost couldn't help but cry out in shock. What exactly was going on? He thought that this was the Crown Prince consort's trusted expert, but he offended his superior and touched the Crown Prince consort. He thought that this was the Crown Prince consort's lover, but he seemed to want to kill the Crown Prince consort. How great was the enmity and resentment! Gu Jiao's expression was very calm, and her breathing was very relaxed. Yuan Tang's mouth twitched. His temperament couldn't compare to a teenage girl's. Inside the room, the Crown Prince consort was finally woken up. When she saw a familiar face when she woke up, she almost trembled for no reason.
What?
Scared? The man's half-smiling voice sounded in the empty bedchamber, carrying a hint of ruthlessness and mockery. Yuan Tang felt his heart turn cold. This voice was both familiar and unfamiliar. It seemed like he had heard this voice before, but that person's voice shouldn't be so ruthless. Yuan Tang suddenly felt like he was splitting up. Gu Jiao didn't mind the commotion, and her eyes were actually shining. Yuan Tang, are you serious? The man increased the force of his hand, and the crown prince consort's face turned red. She used a lot of strength to squeeze out the words from her throat. This is the Eastern Palace.
Do you want to die?
The man's tone was playful and ruthless. It's you who wants to die, Wen Linling, it's you who wants to die. I don't understand what you are saying. The crown prince consort was almost unable to breathe. The man didn't have the slightest intention of being soft-hearted. I warned you not to get too close to other men. The crown prince consort looked at him coldly. He is the crown prince, and I am the crown prince consort. Isn't your words laughable? The man said coldly, at least don't do it in front of me. After saying that, he promptly pulled back his hand before the crown prince consort fainted, harshly pulling her back onto the cold bed. The crown prince consort suddenly couldn't breathe, and she lay on the edge of the bed, panting heavily. The man's icy fingertips tapped her chest. Wen Linling, remember this. You provoked me first, so this place can only belong to me. If you dare to have feelings for another man, I will kill him. The crown prince consort sneered. He is the crown prince. Kill him if you have the ability. The man sneered. You think I don't dare? As if thinking of something, the crown prince consort's expression froze, and she turned her face away. Chapter 423. The man looked at her hand that was grabbing the corner of her clothes and sneered. What? You want to slap me again? Then you'd better use more force this time. Don't leave a palm print like last time. The crown prince came out of the imperial study with a pale face. He didn't look where he was going and almost bumped into someone. He was about to lose his temper when he found that it was King Ning. He couldn't tell what he was feeling and greeted him sullenly. Brother. King Ning smiled and said, What's wrong? You don't look happy. Did Imperial Father reprimand you, or Little Seven? The Crown Prince said bitterly, Father said that I didn't teach Little Chi well. What does that have to do with me? Who knows where that little fatty got the courage to run around the palace? King Ning laughed and patted him on the shoulder, saying, You are the Crown Prince and the elder brother. You are the role model for all the princes. It's inevitable that Father has high expectations for you. Don't worry.
Father is just saying.
He won't really blame you. As for Little Chi, he is at a naughty age. It's normal for him to get into trouble. Father loves him very much. He won't really blame him. These words were quite pleasing to hear. The Crown Prince wouldn't be jealous of Qin Shiyu for taking away his father's favor. After all, Qin Shiyu was his younger brother, and there was a big age gap. Besides, King Ning was right. Father scolded him because he had higher expectations for him than the other princes. He sighed, but Father still wants to punish Little Chi. It's useless for me to plead. King Ning smiled and patted the Crown Prince on the shoulder, saying, Go back to the Eastern Palace first. I'll talk to Father. The Crown Prince opened his mouth. To be honest, he and King Ning weren't on the same side. King Ning was the biggest threat on his path to becoming the emperor. Not only was King Ning smarter and more capable than him, but also because his father loved King Ning very much. But King Ning's elder brother was hard to hate. His eyes were warm, bright, and honest. He worked hard to be a good son to his father and a good brother to the princes. He was ambitious, but he didn't seem too ambitious. Especially when he had no unspeakable feelings for Linling. Don't think that I don't know. Old Third, Old Fourth, and even Imperial Concubine Shu's Old Fifth secretly admired Linling. Only Big Brother was open and above board a gentleman. Thinking of this, the Crown Prince found Prince Ning much more pleasing to the eye. All right then, I'll leave Little Chi's matter to you, eldest brother. Linling is injured, so I have to go back and take care of her as soon as possible. He had just taken a few steps when Prince Ning suddenly called him, Second brother. The Crown Prince turned around. Is there anything else, Big Brother? Prince Ning said, Father has been very worried about the assessment of the 6 departments recently, and the cabinet is also arguing about it. I'm planning to go to the cabinet. Do you want to come with me? This. The crown prince hesitated. As the crown prince of a country, he naturally knew that it was a good thing to participate in government affairs and share his father's burdens, but he was really worried about Linlong's injuries. Prince Ning smiled. Then why don't I tell father that I'll go alone? Would father be happy if he knew about this? The crown prince muttered. Father didn't mention this matter just now. Prince Ning smiled. That's because I haven't reported it yet. Fine, he couldn't escape. The crown prince sighed. Then I'll wait for Big Brother to go to the cabinet together. Prince Ning smiled. All right. Seeing the two brothers get into the carriage intimately, Gu Jiao and Yuan Tang, who were behind the tree, stared blankly. Yuan Tang said, "No way? They didn't even fight? Does the crown prince think that he's not completely cuckolded enough?" Yuan Tang had already found out who the man who secretly met with the crown princess was. Not only because he recognized the other party's voice, but also because when the other party turned around to leave, he accidentally saw the other party's face clearly. His feelings at that time could only be described as extremely surprised. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. She was indeed very surprised. Yuan Tang said coldly, "I want to clear my name." Gu Jiao flatly refused.
No.
Why? Yuan Tang asked. Consort Rue Wang will die. Gu Jiao said, "She's the only person who can see you secretly meet with the crown princess. She's an important witness. Once you're cleared of the crime, Prince Ning won't keep her alive." You can't talk about morality with people like Prince Ning. Don't expect him to care about brotherhood. Yuan Tang snorted. Do I have to be a scapegoat for the rest of my life? Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. How about you go and kill him? Yuan Tang's mouth twitched fiercely. Was he a watermelon? If I say I'll kill him, then I'll kill him. Also, this is your Zhao country's territory. If I assassinate your Zhao country's eldest son, how many heads do I have to chop off? As if seeing his complaint, Gu Jiao spread her hands. Didn't you even assassinate the emperor? Yuan Tang clenched his fists. That was just for show. How would I dare to kill your emperor? Do I want to die? Gu Jiao squinted at him. Is there any difference between colluding with the enemy's old concubine and seeking death? Yuan Tang choked. Thinking of something, Yuan Tang smiled. How about you tell your Empress Dowager? Doesn't Empress Dowager Zhuang trust you very much? She won't not believe what you say, right? Gu Jiao was silent. After a while, she said faintly, Is her trust in me a reason for me to stab her in the heart with a knife? Yuan Tang choked again. He forgot that Prince Ning's blood was the same as Empress Dowager Zhuang's. Prince Ning could betray many people, but he never betrayed Empress Dowager Zhuang. His filial piety to Empress Dowager Zhuang came from the bottom of his heart. Yuan Tang looked at Gu Jiao deeply. So, what are your plans? I need to know whether we will be enemies or friends in the future. No wonder Yuan Tang asked this. Even Yuan Tang could see that Prince Ning would not hurt Gu Jiao. It was impossible for Prince Ning not to know that Gu Jiao had guessed the truth. He never wanted to kill Gu Jiao from the beginning. Yuan Tang thought of several reasons. First, Gu Jiao was Empress Dowager Zhuang's sweetheart. If he hurt Gu Jiao, Empress Dowager Zhuang would not let it go. Second, Prince Ning also needed Gu Jiao to treat Princess Ning's illness. Of course, this was based on the premise that Prince Ning had feelings for Princess Ning. Third, and the most important, Gu Jiao was an outsider. She didn't care about the War of the Princes at all. Even if Prince Ning made the crown prince a cuckold, what did it have to do with Gu Jiao? Since Prince Ning would not kill her, there was no need for her to be his enemy, right? Gu Jiao said lightly, I only do what I think is necessary. Yuan Tang was confused. What do you mean? Are you going to be Prince Ning's enemy, or not? Gu Jiao looked at him. In fact, I should ask you this. Yuan Tang was stunned. What? Gu Jiao said calmly, if Prince Ning finds that it is not easy to assassinate you, he simply gives you up and turns to think of other ways. Then, do you still want to be his enemy? Yuan Tang opened his mouth. Gu Jiao said, it has nothing to do with me whether I am his enemy or not. I never need any friends, and I am not afraid of having more opponents. This girl's words were heart-wrenching. So, he still didn't understand what this girl meant. Gu Jiao was right. After Prince Ning found that Yuan Tang was a tough nut to crack, he did not make any further moves on Yuan Tang for the time being. Although this matter was not made public, it was not easy to shut Rui Wang and his wife's mouths. Prince Ning had two better choices. One was to put on another show and let consort Rui Wang discover the real man in the rockery. This man would be at Prince Ning's disposal, and he could just find a scapegoat to take the blame. However, this required the cooperation of the Crown Princess. From what Gu Jiao observed today, the relationship between the Crown Princess and Prince Ning, the Crown Princess would probably not be willing. Moreover, even if there was a new scapegoat, what would happen next? Would he really push the Crown Princess and the scapegoat out? Would Prince Ning bear to let the Crown Princess lose her reputation? The second choice was to kill Consort Rui Wang. Consort Rui Wang was an eyewitness, and so was Gu Jiao. However, Gu Jiao did not care about this matter. Unlike Consort Rui Wang, who had a grudge against the Crown Princess, she would not easily let go of this opportunity to see the Crown Princess lose her reputation. Miss Gu, are we going back to the medical centers? Xiao Sanzi asked in the carriage. Let's go to Prince Ning's mansion,
Gu Jiao said.
Okay. Xiao Sanzi drove the carriage to Prince Ning's mansion. Princess Ning met Gu Jiao in her courtyard. She had someone serve her tea. Dr. Gu, are you here for a follow-up visit today? I remember that the follow-up visit is in 3 days. In other words, she could tell that Gu Jiao did not visit her for no reason. Gu Jiao did not mince her words and said directly, Princess, can I trust you? Princess Ning's hand that was holding the teacup paused. Prince Ning and the Crown Prince were busy in the cabinet until late at night. When they returned to the mansion, it was already late at night. Princess Ning sat in the pavilion drinking tea. Prince Ning pressed between his eyebrows and walked over. A servant opened the curtain for him, and he found that Consort Rui Wang was also there. He was slightly stunned, but soon his expression returned to normal. He smiled gently and said, Suxin, I'm back. Third sister-in-law is also here. Eldest brother. Hearing his voice, Consort Rui Wang turned to look. She stood up and bowed with a smile. Sister-in-law said that she was very bored, so I moved here for a few days to accompany her. Eldest brother, you don't mind, right? Of course not. I'm very happy to have you with Suxin. Prince Ning said with a smile. He came to the other side of Princess Ning and sat down next to her. He said, Sorry, there were too many things to do in the cabinet today. I didn't come back to watch the show with you. Princess Ning poured him a cup of flower tea. It's okay. Third sister-in-law watched it with me. Prince Ning smiled and glanced at the two of them. Which match did you watch? Was it good? Rui Wang Fei nodded like she was pounding garlic. It's Worshipping Moon Pavilion. It's so wonderful. I cried from watching it. Prince Ning smiled and looked at Consort Ning lovingly. Then, did Suxin cry? Consort Ning asked back, Your Highness, do you want me to cry? Prince Ning was stunned again. Then he held one of her hands and asked, Of course not. I promised Suxin that I wouldn't let you cry in my life. Consort Ning took her hand out of his palm and pushed the flower tea to him. Your Highness, have some tea. Okay. They sat in the pavilion for a while. Then Prince Ning said, It's late. I'll take you back to rest. They got up and walked out of the pavilion. But the moment they walked down the steps, Consort Rui Wang suddenly screamed and leaned forward. Ning Wang was separated from her by Ning Wang Fei. Even if he wanted to act, he couldn't. Ning Wang Fei grabbed Rui Wang Fei and pulled her back, stabilizing her body. Consort Ning lost her balance and rolled down the steps. Suxin, sister-in-law. Consort Ning had a terrible fall. Her left arm was dislocated. After the doctor fixed her arm, he wrapped a cloth around her and asked her to rest in bed. Consort Rui Wang was so sad that she cried. I don't know what happened. I suddenly slipped. Consort Ning asked Consort Rui Wang not to think too much and to go back to her room to rest. Prince Ning stayed to feed Consort Ning medicine. Consort Ning didn't drink the medicine. Instead, she stared at him. Your Highness, Why do you think third sister-in-law slipped? Did she step on something? Prince Ning paused. Consort Ning continued, I asked people to clean up the pavilion. Who put something that shouldn't be there? Her eyes made Prince Ning frown. How do I know? After saying that, Prince Ning realized that his tone was not good enough. He took a deep breath and said, if Sushin wants to know, I'll ask people to find out. Consort Ning twitched her lips. Your Highness, you'd better find out. Of course, Prince Ning found out. This kind of thing was not difficult for him. But the result of his investigation almost made his expression crack on the spot. It was Consort Ning who asked us to smear some lard on the steps. The servant was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. God knew why Consort Ning, who had always been gentle and virtuous, suddenly wanted to smear lard on Consort Rui Wang. But she had failed to harm Rui Wang Fei and hurt herself. Prince Ning clenched his fists. Get out. Go and get the flogging yourself. Yes. The servant hurried out. He was afraid that Prince Ning would change his mind and ask for his head if he was a little slower. Although Consort Ning was hurt, her sleep was not affected. She slept until dawn. Consort Rui Wang had been up for a while. She went to Consort Ning's room. Prince Ning also came. He had something to say to Consort Ning, but he couldn't say anything since Consort Rui Wang was there. He took a deep look at Consort Ning and went to the cabinet to deal with official business. But he didn't expect that before he could sit in the cabinet, the housekeeper of the mansion came to report that Consort Ning was poisoned. Prince Ning choked on his breath and almost choked to death. Your Highness, in a moment, the Grand Secretary of the Imperial Cabinet walked over and was about to discuss something important with Prince Ning. However, Prince Ning stood up and left in a hurry without even looking at him. The Cabinet Secretary was speechless. When Prince Ning entered the room, Consort Ning was sitting on the bed and drinking medicine. Her face was very pale, but she looked careless. Prince Ning pinched his fingers expressionlessly. All of you leave. Yes, Your Highness. The servants hurried out. Prince Ning closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. He came to the bed and sat down. He looked at her gently. Give it to me. Consort Ning handed him the bowl of medicine. Prince Ning tasted it first. It was not cold or hot. Then he fed her a spoonful. It's aconite. Consort Ning drank the medicine and said. Prince Ning stopped when he was about to take the second spoonful of medicine. Consort Ning smiled and said it was supposed to be a sour apricot for third sister-in-law. I was curious and tasted it first. Unexpectedly, I was poisoned. Your Highness, who poisoned me? Chapter 424. The novel is updated more quickly. Prince Ning threw the spoon back into the bowl and stared at her. His eyes were not as gentle as before. His eyes were heavy and deep. What do you want to do? Princess Ning raised her head and looked at him without blinking her almond eyes. She smiled and sneered. I don't want to do anything. I just want to tell Your Highness that I don't care about those things of Your Highness. But if anyone wants to kill Consort Rui Wang, they have to kill me first. Prince Ning's pupils shrank as if he had experienced a great shock. Even though he had developed the character of being calm, even if Mount Tai collapsed, at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a touch of frost between his eyebrows. He clasped her wrist. Those things of mine? You should tell me clearly what those things of mine are. The medicine is cold. Princess Ning smiled and naturally broke away from Prince Ning's hand. She took the medicine bowl from his hand. She had always been afraid of bitterness, but she drank it all in one breath. Not a drop was left. She handed the empty bowl to Prince Ning. Your Highness, please put it down for me. Prince Ning took a deep look at her. Coldness, complexity, and anger flashed in his eyes. But in the end, he suppressed them all. He took the medicine bowl and put it on the table. He calmed down and said softly, have a good rest. I'll ask someone to send third sister-in-law back. Princess Ning said indifferently, I heard that aconite is not as toxic as arsenic. I don't know. I haven't tried it. Prince Ning had already stood up and walked out. Hearing this, he suddenly turned around and looked at Princess Ning. Enough, Chuyu. I won't hurt her. Chuyu is Princess Ning's name. Sushin was her name. After the wedding, he had never called her name directly. Princess Ning was stunned and smiled. Your Highness, you'd better remember your words. Prince Ning came out of Princess Ning's yard with an extremely cold look. His henchman followed him and said to Prince Ning, Master, are you really going to send Consort Rui Wang back? Do you want? As he spoke, he made a throat-slitting gesture. Ning Wang looked at him coldly. Who gave you the guts to do this? The trusted aide was stunned. Didn't your Highness say that the Chun nation's hostages can't do anything about it? Otherwise, we might as well. King Ning's eyes were cold as he said, What do you mean? Since when are you in charge of this prince's affairs? The trusted aide cupped his hands and bowed. This subordinate dares not. Prince Ning put his hands behind his back and looked at the autumn scenery in the garden. He said lightly, Send Consort Rui Wang back. Don't hurt her. His confidant opened his mouth. But Ning Wang suppressed his anger and said, She already drank poison to force me. What else do you want me to do? The confidant's face changed as he hurriedly replied, Yes.
Wait.
The confidant was about to send Consort Rui Wang back to the Fu when Prince Ning stopped him. Who came to the Fu yesterday? Yesterday? The confidant thought for a moment and replied, Dr. Gu from the Miracle Hands Hall came. It seemed that he came to check on the princess consort. The check was in 3 days. Prince Ning murmured. His eyes were deep as he said, When did Dr. Gu come? Was it before or after the princess consort sent someone to pick up Consort Rui Wang? Before, the confidant said. Prince Ning narrowed his eyes. 3 days later, Prince Ning caught someone and brought him to Rui Wang's Fu. The crown prince also appeared with him. The crown prince was confused. Eldest brother, why did you call me to Rui Wang's Fu? Prince Ning said, There are some things that I need to explain to third brother and third sister-in-law in front of you. The crown prince asked, What is it? Prince Ning said, You'll know in a moment. Rui Wang and his wife were also surprised. Why would the crown prince lower himself to visit Rui Wang's Fu? When Prince Ning ordered his subordinates to bring a man with his hands tied behind his back into Rui Wang's courtyard, they all widened their eyes. When Yang, the crown prince, was the first to recognize him. This young man named Wen Yang was none other than Wen Linlong's older brother. He was 26 years old this year and was an ignorant and incompetent hedonist. When Wen Yang saw the crown prince, he cried out, Crown Prince brother-in-law! Crown Prince brother-in-law! Save me! The crown prince asked in confusion, Eldest brother, why did you catch Wen Yang's? To be honest, Wen Yang's reputation wasn't very good. The crown princess usually didn't allow the crown prince to interact with her family, so the crown prince could only turn a blind eye. Rui Wang and his wife also had a puzzled expression. Prince Ning looked down at Wen Yang condescendingly. There was no longer the usual gentleness between his brows. Instead, it was dyed with a bit of fairness and sternness. 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, did you sneak into the palace? Wen Yang was forced to kneel on the ground by Prince Ning's subordinates. He wanted to stand up but didn't have the strength. I wasn't sneaking. I was going to see my sister. Prince Ning said coldly, Entering the palace without being summoned is considered sneaking in. It's useless even if you have the Eastern Palace's token. Wen Yang's neck shrank. It wasn't the first time that Wen Yang had entered the palace with the Eastern Palace's token. He had been discovered twice, and the token was taken back by the crown princess. However, the crown princess's mother still had an urgent Eastern Palace token. The crown prince thought that it was probably this unfilial son who stole Madame Wen's token. Prince Ning continued to interrogate Wen Yang. Did you enter Chunning that day? Did you threaten the crown princess? The crown prince was slightly stunned. However, consort Rui Wang's expression suddenly changed. What? It's him? The crown prince, what? What? It's him? Prince Ning nodded. That's right. The man behind the rockery that day was him. It was him who was talking to the crown princess. Consort Rui Wang was dumbfounded. Then the Qin state. Prince Ning shook his head. The hostage of the Qin state was just a misunderstanding. I've already investigated. He wasn't in the palace at all on the day of the incident. Someone saw him going to a shop on East Street to buy dried fish. The Crown Prince said suspiciously, "What are you guys talking about?"
I don't understand.
Prince Ning looked at him and said, "It's like this. That day in the palace, third sister-in-law heard that the Crown Princess was being threatened. The Crown Princess slapped that person. Coincidentally, there was a palm print on the Qin state hostage's face." Prince Ning stopped there. The Crown Prince understood. His expression turned cold. "Are you guys misunderstanding Linling?" Consort Rui Wang's eyes flashed. Prince Ning quickly mediated. "How could we misunderstand third sister-in-law? Did second brother forget that the Qin state assassins tried to assassinate imperial father? The Qin state is ambitious. We're just worried that the Qin state hostage will hurt the Crown Princess." Yes, that's right. Rui Wang quickly chimed in. They couldn't really say that they suspected the Crown Princess of having a lover outside. Moreover, from the current evidence, the Crown Princess seemed to be wrongly accused. Only then did the Crown Prince's expression turn better. Prince Ning continued to interrogate Wen Yang. "What did you threaten the Crown Princess that day? You better confess honestly. Otherwise, even if you're the Crown Princess' biological brother, this prince still won't let you off." Although Wen Yang was the Crown Prince's brother-in-law, Wen Linlang was the most important in the Crown Prince's heart. Whoever hurt her would be at odds with him. The Crown Prince looked at Wen Yang coldly. "What did you say to Linlang? How did you threaten her?" Wen Yang lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, I was just a little short on money. I asked her for some money. She refused to give it to me. So I threatened her and said if she didn't give it to me, I would make a fuss in the capital and let the entire capital know that she was mean to her biological brother, disloyal, unfilial, and heartless. Prince Ning frowned and said, "That's it? Then why did she hit you?" Wen Yang muttered, "I only said one sentence to her." The Crown Prince's face turned ashen. "What did you say to Linling?" Wen Yang cleared his throat and braced himself. I said that she's so heartless. Serves her right that she can't give birth to a child." These words were really heartrending. Not to mention that when Linlang would slap him, even the Crown Prince wished that he could slap him a few times. Looking at the Crown Prince's expression that was gradually turning cold and stern, Wen Yang's body trembled. Suddenly, he didn't know where he got the strength from, but he actually broke free from Prince Ning's restraint and pounced over to hug the Crown Prince's leg. I was blinded by lard that day and drank some wine. I spoke without thinking. Brother-in-law Crown Prince, please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. I'm Linlong's biological brother. Please forgive me. Please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf." Consort Rui Wang suddenly spoke. "Then why did you knock Chunying unconscious?" A woman's intuition was always more accurate. The only flaw in the entire matter was that he had knocked Chunying unconscious. Chunying was a servant brought over by the Wen family, and she wouldn't do anything to Wen Yang. Was there a need for Wen Yang to knock her unconscious before speaking to the Crown Princess? Wen Yang's expression froze. Prince Ning rubbed the jade ring on his thumb. Wen Yang let go of the Crown Prince's leg and said shamefully, I drank a little too much and was a little unruly to Chunying. That girl didn't listen to me, so I hit her. I didn't expect her to faint." The Crown Prince was unable to restrain his anger. "You even dared to touch a female official of the Eastern Palace. I think you don't want to live anymore." Wen Yang knelt on the ground and fiercely slapped himself. "I'm foolish. I deserve to die. Brother-in-law Crown Prince, scold me. Why don't you give me a good beating? I won't dare to do it again in the future." Everyone was familiar with Wen Yang's conduct. They originally thought that the Wen family would restrain themselves after the collapse of the cable bridge. It seemed that they had thought too much. Boring. Consort Rui Wang pursed her lips. She thought that she had caught evidence of Wen Linlong's adultery. Who would have thought that it was just a dispute between siblings? It did affect Wen Linlang, but it was pitifully small. After all, the entire capital knew that her family was unreliable. Prince Ning took in Consort Rui Wang's expression. He picked up the teacup on the table and lightly took a sip. After all, it was a big matter that alarmed Prince Ning and Rui Wang. In order to ensure that Wen Yang's words were not one-sided, the crown prince sent someone to the Eastern Palace to call Chunying over. Chunying's testimony was consistent with Wen Yang's. In fact, Wen Yang's testimony was enough to win the trust of others. After all, Prince Ning and the Eastern Palace were on opposing sides. It was impossible for Prince Ning to bribe Wen Yang. Chunying's testimony completely confirmed Wen Yang's crime. Prince Ning could not bribe Wen Yang, let alone Chunying. At least, the Crown Prince and Rui Wang both thought so. However, after the Crown Prince returned to the Eastern Palace, he still told the Crown Princess about Wen Yang. "He came to find you. Why didn't you tell me?" The Crown Princess was still recuperating on the bed. She lowered her eyes when she heard this. Her jet-black hair slid down her shoulders, making her face look even more pale and weak. "Your Highness," the Crown Princess said in a low voice, "how do you want me to speak about this? It's already embarrassing for me to have such an elder brother. If I were to speak about this, would I embarrass your Highness?" The Crown Prince was embarrassed. I didn't mean it that way." In a restaurant in the capital, Wen Yang poured a cup of wine for Prince Ning and said with a smile, "Your eldest Highness, my acting today was not bad, right?" Two of Prince Ning's trusted Imperial Guards stood behind him. Beside the Imperial Guards was Chunying, who had a tense expression. Prince Ning glanced at Wen Yang with a smile and hooked his finger at the two Imperial Guards. The two of them carried a small chest from another room and placed it on the table. When they opened it, it was filled with gold. Wen Yang's eyes widened. This is really for me?" Prince Ning smiled. "Isn't young master when a little tight on money? Consider this as my thanks to you." No need to be so polite." Wen Yang smiled as he took the chest into his arms. He picked up a gold bar and bit it. "Really? Real gold?" Wen Yang smiled even more brilliantly. "Your eldest Highness, you're such a good person. You're much better than my stingy brother-in-law. If my sister had married you back then..." Halfway through his words, he remembered that when Linling could not marry back then, his sister had been engaged to the young duke since she was young. Before the young duke passed away, Prince Ning had already married the Chu family's daughter. With his sister's looks, it was impossible for her to be a concubine. Moreover, the crown princess was not bad. Wen Yang said, "When my sister becomes the empress in the future, I will be the imperial uncle. I will definitely repay your eldest Highness well." Prince Ning looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. "Aren't you going to ask why I asked you to act in this scene?" Wen Yang said indifferently, "Didn't you say you were helping my sister out?" Prince Ning smiled and nodded. "Yes, I was helping Linling out." Wen Yang did not ask about helping her out. He did not care, and did not care. Wen Yang waved his hand. In the next second, he sat up straight and looked at Prince Ning. He stuttered, Linling?" Prince Ning smiled. "Yes, Linling." Wen Yang's smile gradually froze. "Your eldest Highness, to my sister." Prince Ning looked at the chest in his arms and smiled warmly. "Is there enough gold? If not, I still have more." Wen Yang shut his mouth. Coming out of the restaurant, Wen Yang drunkenly patted Ning Wang's shoulder. Your Highness, don't worry. I will definitely not tell anyone. I am a person who values loyalty the most. From today onwards, you are my friend." Prince Ning smiled warmly and said, "Okay." Wen Yang stumbled into the alley where his carriage was parked. Chunying looked at her young master's drunken appearance and felt worried. Prince Ning took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands. His smile disappeared. "Do it cleanly." His confidant replied, "Yes." Chunying's face turned pale. The next day, a major event happened in the capital. Wen Yang died. On the way home, the carriage broke down and fell into a small pond. By the time they pulled Wen Yang out, he had already drowned. The capital government launched an investigation into this matter. The result of the investigation was an accident. Wen Yang's coachman did not see the stones on the road clearly and broke the wheels of the carriage. He and Wen Yang both fell into the water. The coachman swam up with all his might. However, Wen Yang was drunk and was not so lucky. However, some people suspected that it was not an accident. In the tea house, many people were discussing this matter. It is said that the crown prince killed him. A young man said. Chapter 4:25. The middle-aged man at the side said, "What? The crown prince?
Wen Yang is his brother-in-law.
Why would he kill him?" The young man chuckled and said, "You don't know. The crown prince consort has always disliked the actions of her maternal family and almost cut off all contact with them. Do you still remember the broken cable bridge on the first day of the new year? It was the Wen family who used the crown prince consort as an excuse to seal the bridge and road. This caused the people offering incense to have nowhere to go and could only squeeze onto the cable bridge. In the end, the bridge broke." Another scholar said, "I remember this matter. His Majesty also punished the crown prince consort." The young man said, "That's right. After that, the crown prince consort cut off all contact with her maternal family. But who told this Wen Yang to be so stubborn? He actually went to the imperial palace to ask the crown prince consort for money. When he failed, he even scolded the crown prince consort as a hen that can't lay eggs." The original words were not like this, but it became very harsh as it spread among the people. In a fit of anger, the crown prince killed Wen Yang. The young man made a throat-slitting gesture. Gu Jiao heard this news at the medical center. The second boss was gossiping with her. "Everyone says it's the crown prince," the second boss said. He had won a place in the Chamber of Commerce to cooperate with the major shops and firmly stepped on Rejuvenation Hall. While he was elated, he walked with wind, let alone speak. Gu Jiao made an "oh" sound and did not speak. "Do you think so?" The second boss continued to gossip. "Of course not. Based on her understanding of the crown prince, he would not do something like killing his brother-in-law. Who the murderer was obvious. It was really an eye-opener for Ningguang to think of such a roundabout way to save the country." That's right. It was not easy to find a lover with status, but wasn't there a readily available older brother with blood relations? Similarly, a shameful and good-for-nothing brother could be used as a scapegoat. However, Gu Jiao did not expect Ningguang to be so ruthless. In any case, he was Wen Linlong's older brother. He actually killed him just like that. This ruthlessness and decisiveness was somewhat similar to the rumored former emperor. Even if the crown prince cultivated for another 8 to 10 years, he still wouldn't be as decisive as Prince Ning. If such a person was born in a chaotic world, he would definitely be an overlord. "Aya," the second boss. "Miss Gu." "Oh no, oh no." As the two of them were talking, shopkeeper Wang rushed in, sweating profusely. Something happened in the workshop. The workshop that shopkeeper Wang spoke of was the pharmaceutical factory of the Miracle Hand Hall. It was located in a spacious area in the western suburbs of the capital. It was originally a small winery, but after it closed down, it was bought by the second boss. The largest production line was the Golden Sore Medicine, which took up 2 courtyards. The second largest production line was the Vanishing Cream and some tonics, which each took up 1 courtyard. By the time Gu Jiao and the second boss arrived at the scene, the fire had already been brought under control, but the stock of Golden Sore Medicine had also been burned out. "Aya, that's over 1,000 bottles of Jinchuang ointment. We have to deliver the goods at the end of the month." Shopkeeper Wang said bitterly. "Are there any casualties?" This was Gu Jiao's first question. Shopkeeper Wang called the supervisor of the workshop over. The supervisor said, "At that time, everyone was working, so no one went to the storeroom. No one was injured." "Okay." Gu Jiao looked at the burnt ruins of the storeroom and nodded. "I'll go talk to the army camp. The goods will be delivered in a few days. Second boss, you go and contact them to see if you can buy a new batch of herbs as soon as possible." "Oh, okay." The second boss agreed. He then asked about the cause of the fire. "How did it catch fire? Didn't I tell you to be careful and not to bring the fire near the storeroom?" The supervisor said sadly and apprehensively, "This one also doesn't know what happened. This one inspects every day. During the day, it's once every 2 hours and twice at night. I didn't find anything wrong. This fire seemed to have suddenly started." Gu Jiao went to the ruins to take a look. The The fire had been put out, but there was still a little black smoke coming out of the ruins. Gu Jiao dipped her fingertips on the ground and sniffed. She said lightly, "Someone set the fire. Someone poured palm oil on the back wall."
What?
Arson?
Who did it?
Is it a mole or? The second boss's face darkened. "Call everyone here. I want to ask them carefully." Gu Jiao stood up lightly and patted the dust on her hands.
No need to ask.
They didn't set the fire. It was Prince Ning. It seemed that she had angered Prince Ning by going to find Princess Ning. In fact, she didn't reveal too much to Princess Ning. She only said that Princess Rui Wang had offended someone she shouldn't have. Maybe the other party wanted to harm Princess Rui Wang. As for who that person was and what they did, Gu Jiao didn't mention a word. Gu Jiao didn't know whether Princess Ning had guessed it was Prince Ning, or how Princess Ning had saved Princess Rui Wang from Prince Ning. Prince Ning was giving her a warning. Gu Jiao's lips twitched. She wanted to keep this pot of leeks and slowly harvest it, but who told you to owe her? The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Gu Qingfeng's debts were finally paid off. He had a good night's sleep, but what he didn't expect was that in the middle of the night, he felt something scratching his face. He thought it was Gu Qinglin, so he turned over and continued to sleep. Who knew that the thing directly went into his quilt? Gu Qingfeng suddenly woke up and jumped out of bed. "Who are you?" Little Nine held the quilt on its head and flapped its wings with a confused expression.
Gee.
After seeing the gerfalcon in front of him, Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. After going to Jade Water Alley so many times, it was impossible not to recognize this eagle. Little Nine jumped in front of Gu Qingfeng and arrogantly stretched out its bird claws. Gu Qingfeng took a closer look. Good heavens, there was even a note tied to it. Gu Qingfeng tore down the note and unfolded it. There were only 3 words written on it: Prince Ning's mansion. There was even a bloody knife drawn at the back. Gu Qingfeng, these days, people don't even come personally when they call for help. Instead, it's a little bird running errands? Because he was dissatisfied with Gu Jiao's perfunctory attitude, Gu Qingfeng neglected the meaning of the 3 words Prince Ning's mansion. It wasn't until he followed Little Nine to the courtyard walls of Prince Ning's mansion that he finally woke up from his dream and widened his eyes. Where did this girl call him? Prince Ning's mansion? Gu Qingfeng turned to leave. He would be crazy to break into Prince Ning's mansion with her. Unfortunately, Gu Qingfeng left too late. A small hand reached over and grabbed him into Prince Ning's mansion. Gu Qingfeng. As soon as the two landed, a group of patrolling guards passed by. Gu Qingfeng hurriedly used Qinggong to hide behind a large tree with her. When the guards were far away, Gu Qingfeng angrily looked at Gu Jiao. "What's going on this time? Why did you come to Prince Ning's mansion?" Prince Ning's mansion was the largest prince's mansion in the capital. Although there were no dragon shadow guards, it was heavily guarded and not easy to break in. "There are mechanisms, do you understand?" He gritted his teeth. Gu Jiao. Oh. Gu Qingfeng closed his eyes. He really wanted to die. After a while, he finally calmed down. "You still haven't answered my question. Why did you come to Prince Ning's mansion?" Gu Jiao said righteously. "To rob." Gu Qingfeng coldly looked at her dark clothes. "Are you sure it's not a robbery?" Gu Jiao said. "More or less." "How did Prince Ning offend you?" Gu Qingfeng knew this girl too well. She usually didn't steal for money. Gu Jiao. Quickly find out where the gold is hidden in Prince Ning's mansion. Gu Qingfeng, is it really good to slap his face so quickly? Prince Ning was a very rich prince. Gu Qingfeng used his excellent skills to find Prince Ning's little treasury without any effort. "How much do you want?" Gu Qingfeng asked.
"How much can the 2 of us take?"
Gu Jiao took out 2 big sacks from the small basket. "Empty it." Gu Qingfeng. In the end, the 2 carried 2 sacks full of gold bars out of Prince Ning's mansion. There was still a piece of gold bar that couldn't fit, so Little Nine carried it back. The 2 people and 1 bird successfully emptied Prince Ning's little treasury. Prince Ning found out about this in the afternoon of the second day. He had just come out of the palace when he saw his trusted guard rushing over. "Master, the treasury was stolen." "Which treasury?" Prince Ning's mansion had several treasuries, including his and Princess Consort Ning's. The trusted guard braced himself and said, "Your little treasury." Prince Ning frowned. He clenched his fists and asked, "How much was stolen?" The trusted guard said guiltily, "All. All of it." Prince Ning's eyes darkened. The prince's mansion is heavily guarded. How could so much gold be moved out? Not to mention there are traps. Is it because the person is dead, or the traps can't be moved? The trusted guard lowered his voice and said, "Neither." The trusted guard was also wronged. The mansion's guards had been patrolling, as usual. There were no accidents, and the traps were operating normally. Who knew how Prince Ning's little treasury was stolen? Prince Ning felt that this matter was not simple. Compared to who had the ability to empty his treasury, he should be more concerned about who had the guts to touch his treasury. He was the eldest son of the emperor. Not only did he have the emperor's favor, but he also had the Empress Dowager's favor and the support of the Zhuang family. Even Empress Xiao and the crown prince did not dare to touch him easily.
Somehow,
A slender figure suddenly flashed in Prince Ning's mind. Could it be her? His reason told him that it was not possible. After all, even if she had the favor of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, she was an outsider and a woman. The trusted guard asked, "Master, should we report it to the government?" Prince Ning's eyes were cold. "Do you want to kill me?" The trusted guard lowered his head. "I don't dare. There was so much gold. If he really reported it to the government, he would be the one who would be investigated." Prince Ning narrowed his eyes. "Very good. This silent loss is really too good to swallow." Prince Ning went to the medical center after all. Today, a worker at the medicine table asked for leave. Little Jiang Li and another worker were too busy. Gu Jiao also came to help. She had just finished fetching medicine for a patient when she saw Prince Ning appear in the hall with a noble aura. Prince Ning's appearance and temperament were the most outstanding among the princes. He had the temperament of an emperor and also the appearance of a city. His every movement was noble and unparalleled. The hall was silent for a moment. Because of his appearance. Except for Gu Jiao, no one knew his identity. But the noble aura that came from his bones still made everyone hold their breath. "This is for San Qian," Gu Jiao told little Jiang Li and slowly walked over. Prince Ning was standing in front of the counter. Behind the counter was shopkeeper Wang. Shopkeeper Wang was already stunned by Prince Ning's appearance and temperament. He did not say anything for a long time. Prince Ning spoke first. Of course, he was not talking to shopkeeper Wang but to Gu Jiao. "Dr. Gu, what's the matter?" Gu Jiao asked. Prince Ning smiled and said, "It's nothing important. I just happened to pass by and wanted to ask about Suxin's condition. I heard that Dr. Gu has already gone to check on Suxin." Gu Jiao said frankly, Yes. It's not a big problem for the time being. She just needs to continue taking her medicine." Although Gu Jiao's acting skills were unsightly, there was one thing that she never felt guilty about. Prince Ning looked at her deeply. "I wonder where Dr. Gu was last night?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Renshou Palace. I wonder why your highness is asking about this?"
thump.
Shopkeeper Wang behind the counter knelt down. Prince Ning's expression did not change at all. He still had a warm smile, but his eyes were sharp. He leaned closer to Gu Jiao and slightly lowered his noble head. This posture was a bit intimate in the eyes of others. Gu Jiao looked at him, without avoiding his gaze. Prince Ning smiled faintly. "Dr. Gu, there was no need for us to fight like this. The Empress Dowager loves you very much. We're on the same boat." Gu Jiao. "Oh, so people on the same boat can kill each other and set things on fire." Prince Ning leaned forward and whispered in her ear, "You're still young and don't know the dangers of the Jianghu. For the sake of the Empress Dowager, I'll give you a few words of advice. As a person, you should know your limits. Don't overestimate yourself and don't be too greedy. The water in the capital is deep. Just swim casually. Don't get addicted to swimming. I'm afraid you won't be able to swim." Gu Jiao also whispered, "Don't worry, Prince Ning. I'm very good at swimming." Prince Ning narrowed his eyes at her arrogant words. He straightened up and said meaningfully, "Dr. Gu, take care." Gu Jiao crossed her arms.
Take care.
I won't see you out. After Prince Ning left, shopkeeper Wang wiped his cold sweat and stood up with the help of the counter. Fong Fong Fong. That person just now was His Highness Prince Ning?
N.
Gu Jiao nodded and took out 2 gold bars from her purse and put them on the table. Shopkeeper Wang was stunned. What's this? Gu Jiao looked at Prince Ning's angry back and said faintly, compensation. It's from the arsonist. Shopkeeper Wang. After Prince Ning left the medical center, he immediately went to the Imperial Palace. He naturally had to investigate whether Gu Jiao slept in Rinshou Palace last night. However, not long after he entered the palace, he saw the dazed crown princess near the throne room. There was only Chunying by the crown princess side. Chunying saw Prince Ning come over and tactfully retreated to the side. The crown princess was still immersed in great shock and didn't realize that there was someone else by her side. How could it be? Really? Why? She looked in the direction of the throne room and grabbed Chunying's hand while speaking incoherently. When she felt the man's touch through her fingertips and palm, she turned her head with a start and quickly pulled her hand back. At this time, there was no one nearby. Moreover, she was standing behind a large tree. Her field of vision was very well hidden. Prince Ning approached her without any misgivings. His broad chest was practically pressed against her slightly trembling back. What did you see that caused you to lose your composure? The crown princess turned her face away and avoided his presence. She seemed to have a bit of vengeance and anger. Aheng has returned. Prince Ning frowned. What did you say? The crown princess faintly turned around and looked at him with a mocking expression. Aheng has returned. The Xiaoheng that you killed has returned. Chapter 426. King Ning suddenly reached out and grabbed the crown prince consort's neck, pressing her against a tree. Speak clearly. The crown princess seemed to know that he wouldn't really strangle her near the throne room, so she wasn't afraid. She sneered. Say what? Say that you didn't kill Xiaoheng, or that Xiaoheng didn't return to the capital alive. Saying this, she removed his hand from her neck. Chunying, let's go. Chunying guiltily glanced at the two of them before leaving with the crown prince consort in small steps. Ning Wang supported himself with one hand on the tree, his eyes cold. Qi Fei,
he called.
The trusted aide called Qi Fei flashed over and cupped his hands. Master. Ning Wang put down the hand on the tree and looked coldly in the direction of the throne room. His thin lips opened slightly. Go investigate who entered and left the throne room in the past hour. Yes. Qi Fei moved quickly. He contacted their spies in the court and found the list of names that Ning Wang needed almost effortlessly. On the carriage, Qi Fei reported the names to Ning Wang. Grand Secretary Kong of the Cabinet, Minister Su of the Ministry of War, Minister Zhao of the Ministry of Works, Grand Secretary Yuan, Chancellor Hua, Xiao Xiuzhua. Ning Wang's hand that was stroking the jade ring on his thumb paused. Chancellor Hua, and who? Qi Fei said, Xiao Xiuzhua of the Hanlin Academy, this year's top scholar. I think he's called Xiao Lulang. Ning Wang was pensive. That person who looks like the young Marquis? Qi Fei nodded. Yes, it's him. Xiao Yulan's appearance was no secret in the court. The common people might not have heard of it, but people like Ning Wang's crown prince had heard of it. He was born in the countryside, but he passed all the trials and entered the Imperial College with excellent results. In the first spring examination, he became the top scholar. Some people said that his results were obtained by relying on his relationship with Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping had lost his beloved son and coincidentally met someone who looked so similar to his son, so it was inevitable that he would place his love on him. No one suspected that he was Xiaoheng because Xiaoheng was already dead. This was what everyone believed without a doubt. As for Xiao Lulang, Prince Ning actually knew more than ordinary people. For example, the Empress Dowager was not recuperating in the temporary imperial residence. She was wandering among the commoners. During that period of time, she was rescued by Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao. It was not important whether Xiao Luling relied on his own power or the emperor or the empress dowager's favor. If he wasn't the real Xiao Heng, Prince Ning wouldn't care about him. Xiao Heng was dead, so no matter how much Xiao Luling resembled Xiao Heng, he would not be Xiao Heng. However, if Xiao Heng didn't die, then only Xiao Luling would be Xiao Heng. Master, there are a few more. Do you want to hear them? Qi Fei asked. No need. Prince Ning rubbed the jade ring on his thumb. Investigate the relationship between Chancellor Hua and Xiao Luling. He couldn't determine whether Wen Linlong's words were true or not, so he couldn't just listen to her side of the story. It wasn't hard to investigate this. Before returning to the Imperial College, it was still relatively easy for the old Chancellor to hide his whereabouts. However, now that he was an official in the Imperial Court, he stepped into the eyes of the common people and left more clues. In addition, the people in the Imperial College all thought that the old Chancellor was in contact with Xiao Luling because he felt that he looked like his beloved disciple who had already passed away. No one doubted him, so he naturally didn't have to spend too much effort to hide it. In just 2 days, Qi Fei had found out about the fact that the old Chancellor lived next door to Xiao Luling. He calls the old Chancellor Grandpa Gu, Qi Fei said. Prince Ning frowned. If he didn't remember wrongly, Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao called the Empress Dowager Grandpa. The Empress Dowager and Chancellor Huip. Prince Ning furrowed his brows in annoyance. Continue. Yes. Qi Fei said. It was Xiao Yulong's family who moved to Jade Water Alley first, and then Chancellor Hu moved there. Prince Ning said. Was it before or after Chancellor Hu returned to the Imperial College? Qi Fei said. Before. A bold guess suddenly rose in Prince Ning's heart. After Xiao Heng died in the fire, Hu Xian's heart was like dead ashes, and he resigned and left the capital. Prince Ning originally thought that Hu Xian returned to the capital because His Majesty invited him to come out of retirement again, but now it seemed that this might not be the case. He returned to that sad place of the Imperial College because of Xiao Luling, that place that burned his beloved disciple to death. How did he have the mood to go on duty every day? It was obvious just by looking at Princess Xinyang. She still didn't dare to return to the princess estate because she was afraid of being hurt by the scene. In the past, Prince Ning had overlooked this detail because he firmly believed that Xiao Heng was dead and he would no longer suspect anything related to Xiao Heng. Now that he thought about it, it really was full of flaws. If Xiao Heng was still alive, then Chancellor Hu's actions and reactions would all make sense. Prince Ning rubbed his jade thumb ring, his gaze deep. Xiao Heng, young Chancellor, young Marquis. Hamlin Academy. Lulang, Lulang, Lulang. Xiao Lulang abruptly woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and looked up, only to see Ning Ziyuan standing in front of his table with a stunned expression. He didn't have time to withdraw the hand that was poking his shoulder. Are you okay? Ning Ziyuan looked at him strangely. You're sweating all over. Are you not feeling well? Did you not rest well last night? Xiao Lulang answered vaguely. I slept late. Ning Ziyuan suddenly understood. No wonder. I was wondering why you didn't come out after so long. Don't do this next time. If Scholar Han catches you, you'll be in trouble. Xiao Lulang didn't doze off when he was on duty, but when it was time to leave, he lay on the table for a while. He didn't expect that he would dream of the fire on New Year's Eve. He hadn't dreamed of that fire for a long time and thought he had almost forgotten. However, the fire and despair in the dream were so clear that it was suffocating. Did you come to see me for something? Xiao Luling asked. Can I come to see you for nothing? Ning Ziyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. I really have something to tell you. There's a drinking party tonight. Do you want to go? I'm not going. Xiao Luling refused without thinking. Ning Ziyuan clicked his tongue and said, Hey, you brat. I'm doing this for your own good. Scholar Han is going too. It's a proper place. Don't you want to fight for the position of attendant? You have to build a good relationship with Dr. Han.
No.
Xiao Luling still refused. Fine, fine, fine. You're so young, but you're more afraid of your wife than I am, Ning Ziyuan muttered, and went to the party alone. On the other side of the clinic, Gu Jiao also had a dream. She hadn't had a dream in a long time. This time, as expected, She dreamed of Xiao Luling again. Xiao Luling left the Hanlin Academy after his shift ended. It was snowing heavily. Xiao Luling went to the biscuit shop that sold preserved vegetables and bought a few raw preserved vegetable biscuits. He packed them in a food box and brought them home. On his way home, he was chased by a group of assassins. Xiao Luling wasn't a martial artist, so he couldn't beat them. However, he relied on his wisdom to get rid of the assassins. Unfortunately, he fell and fainted on his way out. He also injured his hand. Because he missed the best opportunity for treatment, his right hand was crippled by the time he was sent to the clinic. After waking up, Gu Jiao was very calm. As expected of my husband. Enemies can't hurt you, but you're so rebellious. It was snowing. It was still early. It was only August. However, she remembered the faces of the assassins. Each of them had an emblem on their swords. They seemed to be from some underworld organization. Gu Jiao knew that Xiao Luling hadn't offended anyone from the underworld. So, there was only one possibility. He had hired someone to kill him. Gu Jiao decided to find Gu Qingfeng and ask him which underworld organization the emblem belonged to. She wanted to know who would want to kill Xiao Luling in a few months. Xiao Luling left the Hanlin Academy and went to a nearby biscuit shop. I want a few preserved vegetable biscuits. Can you make them raw? They were so hot that they were soft and didn't have the same crispy texture. Okay.
There are only 6 left.
How many do you want? Give them all to me. The owner wrapped the biscuit dough in bamboo leaves and put it in Xiao Yulong's food box. Xiao Luling paid and took the food box home. When he was halfway home, Xiao Luling faintly felt that someone was following him. He paused and looked back at the street behind him. The endless flow of people didn't seem to be strange, but the feeling of being watched became more obvious. Xiao Luling entered the ready-made clothing store from last time. After about the time it took to burn a stick of incense, he came out. A few sneaky figures followed him silently. When he passed through a secluded area, they suddenly rushed forward and pulled him to the ground. "What are you doing?" he shouted. The few of them took a closer look and frowned. This man with a cane and wearing the uniform of the Hanlin Academy wasn't the one they were watching. That guy had slipped out of his shell. "You," an assassin drew his sword in anger. Another person stopped him. "Don't complicate matters. If someone suddenly died here, the officials would be alerted, and it would be even more inconvenient for them to move." Xiao Luling gave the waiter some silver and asked him to pretend to be him. He changed into a set of clothes from the shop and walked out through the back door. He could still walk without a cane, but limping was not as convenient as when he had a cane. When he passed by a rouge shop, he accidentally fell down. His right hand knocked against the lame opening of the shop steps, making a long gash. Blood flowed all over the floor. He didn't care about his injury and pain. He quickly got up and continued to walk forward. Brother-in-law. A 15-year-old girl in pink ran out of the rouge shop. Her clothes weren't gorgeous, but they were very delicate and pretty. Xiao Luling didn't seem to hear her call him brother-in-law and continued to walk forward. Yao Xian lifted her skirt and chased after him with small steps. When she was about to leave the alley, she stopped in front of him. "Brother-in-law, it's really you. Do you still remember me? I've been to Bai Shui Alley. I'm Xian." Yao Xian was Yao Shirgija's daughter. Strictly speaking, she should call Xiao Luling cousin-in-law. She didn't need to use the word cousin-in-law. Xiao Luling frowned. It didn't matter if he remembered her or not. He didn't plan on paying attention to her. Yao Xian didn't seem to notice Xiao Liulong's alienation. Her eyes swept over and found his hand dripping with blood. Her beautiful face turned pale as she said, "Brother-in-law, what happened to your hand? Are you injured? Where did you get injured?" Xiao Luling didn't even look at her as he continued to walk forward. Yao Xian became anxious and reached out to grab him. Xiao Luling dodged and fell again. Yao Xian squatted down in guilt. I'm sorry. Brother-in-law, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't want to push you. Were you scared by me? Your hand?" With Xiao Liulong's fall, His hand extended to the ground and bled even more. Yao Xian quickly reached out to help him up. I'll send you to the clinic. No need. Xiao Luling said indifferently. Don't touch me. Yao Xian's hand froze in midair. Being rejected was always awkward. Most people would have already left in embarrassment, but Yao Xian didn't. She held back all the awkwardness and embarrassment. Pinching the handkerchief in her hand, she lowered her head and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. She softly said, You're injured so badly. At least let me bandage it for you. This was the shy and timid appearance of a young girl. When a woman tried to seduce or get close to a man could only pretend not to understand. Xiao Luling originally only felt unfamiliar and alienated with Yao Xian. But now his eyes were a bit colder. He looked at her coldly. You want to be my concubine? Yao Xian had never expected that this man would suddenly say such a thing. She was completely stunned. Xiao Luling sat on the cold ground and looked at her with a cold smile. What? Did I say something wrong? You don't like me? You don't want to climb into my bed? Yao Xian's entire face turned red. She couldn't tell if it was because she was embarrassed or not. From the first time she saw him, her heart had been captivated. She thought that she would forget about him when she went back, but all she thought about was that incomparably handsome face. He was also the new top scholar and was the emperor's most important official. Even if she had to be his concubine, she would be willing. It was just that his words were too embarrassing and a little disrespectful. This was the real Xiao Luling. He wasn't a modest gentleman, nor was he a kind classmate. He wasn't even a good person. He was just an evil person with a dark heart. He didn't have any sympathy for the fairer sex, nor did he have any gentlemanly demeanor. He only suppressed his evil and gave Gu Jiao the Xiao Luling she wanted to see. She wanted him to study, so he went to study. She wanted him to have friends, so he went to make some friends. She wanted him to be a good official, so on the surface, he was a fair and honest official. What was respect?
He didn't understand.
Yao Xian wasn't worthy. The words of climbing into his bed made Yao Xian feel a sense of humiliation that she had never felt before. Her eyes turned red as she said, I sincerely admire brother-in-law. Even if brother-in-law doesn't have any feelings for me, you don't have to humiliate me like this. Sincerely? Xiao Luling gave a cold smile and pointed to the other side of the alley. Over there are people chasing after me. If you go and lure them away, they may or may not kill you. It all depends on your luck. Do you dare to go? Yao Xian's face turned white. Xiao Luling sneered and used the hand that wasn't stained with blood to stand up. Yao Xian quickly said, It's not that I don't dare. It's just that it's useless even if I go. I won't be able to hold them back and will only expose brother-in-law. Xiao Luling threw a nail at her. Pick it up. Yao Xian didn't understand and picked it up. Xiao Luling said coldly, Swallow it.
Ah.
Yao Xian was so frightened that she threw the nail in her hand and it smashed into the blood on the ground. Xiao Luling snorted. Sincerely? Yao Xian said unwillingly, Has my cousin swallowed a nail for you before? She hasn't. Xiao Luling looked at the noisy street. I can't bear to do it. If she had to swallow it, it would be me swallowing it for her. Lunatic. This man is a lunatic. Chapter 427. Gu Jiao went to Qinghe Academy and fished Gu Qingfeng out of the men's restroom. Gu Qingfeng was about to explode with anger. Can you not always come to this kind of place to fish me out? If this happened a few more times, he would have erectile dysfunction. Gu Jiao brought him to a woodshed in the academy and pressed him to wash his hands. Gu Qingfeng.
You still care about this?
Gu Qingfeng slowly washed his hands. Gu Jiao thought he was too slow and grabbed him into the small woodshed. What are you doing this time? Gu Qingfeng asked in a bad mood. Last time, he risked his life to help this girl empty Ning Wang's little treasury, but in the end, not even a single gold bar was given to him. He worked as a porter for her for free. He finally managed to hide one, but in the end, It was taken out by little Jiao's eagle. Even the eagle was the same as her. Are you angry? Just say, if you're angry. I have something to ask you. Gu Jiao casually broke off a branch and squatted on the ground to draw the emblem of 2 blades. Do you recognize this? Gu Qingfeng was still complaining about the gold bar. He snorted and said, Dual Blade Sect. What's wrong? Don't you want to rob them? I say, have you been thinking about money lately? Robbing everywhere. You're not afraid of being exposed.
I'm not robbing them this time.
Gu Jiao said, Are they very powerful? Gu Qingfeng squatted down beside her and said in a neutral tone, That depends on who it is compared to. Compared to the Thousand Secrets Pavilion, this kind of old Jianghu organization, there is no way to compare it. However, among the new sects that have risen in recent years, it can be considered relatively outstanding.
Why are you asking about this?
Gu Jiao said, It's nothing. This sect may offend me in the future. What do you mean by may offend you in the future? Do you know them? Do you know divination, or do you know how to dream? Gu Jiao also asked for the Twin Blades sect's address and roughly understood their general situation. Since there was still some time before the incident, Gu Jiao decided to keep an eye on them for a period of time. After leaving the Qinghe Academy, Gu Jiao went to the Hanlin Academy. The road was a little congested. By the time they arrived at the Hanlin Academy, it was already past the end of the shift. Gu Jiao saw that the biscuit shop was still open. She thought for a moment and walked over to ask, Boss, do you still have preserved vegetable biscuits? The boss smiled and said, Your husband bought the last few dried vegetables. Because they always patronized his business, the people in the bakery already knew that Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang were a couple. Did my husband buy it raw? Gu Jiao asked subconsciously. Most people would not buy raw meat. Her question was very strange. In fact, even she felt it was strange. The shopkeeper thought that she had instructed her husband to buy raw meat and was worried that her husband would buy the wrong one, so she asked. The shopkeeper smiled and said, It's raw. Gu Jiao thought, Is it a coincidence? In her dream, something happened on the day he bought the dried vegetable biscuits, but that happened 2 or 3 months later. Not every day he bought the dried vegetable biscuits would have an accident. Even though she thought this, Gu Jiao still went to the place where he had an accident. It was an old rouge shop. Its business had been snatched up by the surrounding shops, so there were very few customers coming in and out. Perhaps it was because of this that the scene was well preserved. No one had discovered or destroyed it. Gu Jiao saw the dried bloodstains on the ground. Gu Jiao crouched down and carefully looked at the traces of the bloodstains. In her mind, she couldn't help but imagine the scene of him falling down again and again. Yes, he fell down twice. The first time was when he knocked on the door of the shop, cutting the web between his thumb and forefinger and his arm. The second time was when he fell on the ground a few steps forward. There was a bloody handprint where he supported himself. In her dream, he only fell once. It was a world of ice and snow. He fell quite miserably and fainted on the spot. What's going on? Did the things in the dream happen in advance? This was the first time Gu Jiao encountered this kind of situation. She didn't have any experience and didn't know if her guess was right. This bloodstain could be someone else's. If it's a mistake, then it's a mistake. She definitely couldn't gamble with Xiao Liulang's life. It would be best if it wasn't Xiao Lulang. If it was, then it wouldn't delay the time to save him. His hand couldn't be crippled, and his life couldn't be lost. Gu Jiao followed the trail of blood all the way. When she found a sparsely populated old street, the blood trail suddenly disappeared. There were 2 possibilities. 1, the bleeding stopped. 2, he was kidnapped here. Moreover, it wasn't by Qinggong, but by a carriage. Using Qinggong in broad daylight would be easy to be discovered, and there would still be some bloodstains left behind. But Gu Jiao didn't find anything even after searching the outer walls. With her husband's unlucky body, it was unlikely that the bleeding stopped. It was more likely that he was accidentally kidnapped.
Gu Jiao's guess was right.
Xiao Lulang was indeed unlucky to be kidnapped. He had clearly shaken off those assassins and went to hire a carriage. Xiao Lulang hadn't been to that old street for a long time, so he didn't have a deep impression of it. Thus, He found a carriage and asked for directions. The carriage he asked for just happened to be the assassin's carriage. This was what it meant to wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching for something, only to find it without any effort. The assassin opened the window with a dumbfounded expression. What the hell is this? Xiao Lulang was so unlucky as he was kidnapped by the assassin into the carriage. There were a total of 4 assassins. 2 were driving the carriage outside, while the other 2 were keeping an eye on Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was tied up and blindfolded. They didn't plug the cloth. If it was too thin, he would be able to spit it out. If it was too thick, he would suffocate. Isn't there still air through his nose? Assassin B asked. Assassin A glared at him and said, What if his nose is blocked? Did you forget how that person died last time? Assassin B recalled a hostage they had captured. They had stuffed his mouth, but his nose was blocked. In the end, he died halfway through. Assassin B didn't say anything. Assassin A's knife pointed at Xiao Lulang's handsome face and threatened, Don't make a sound. Do you hear me? If you dare to make a sound, I'll cut off your tongue. Xiao Lulang leaned against the wall of the carriage and ignored him. He couldn't see and couldn't walk, but by listening to the sounds on both sides of the street and smelling the fragrance coming from the shops, he could roughly guess that the carriage was going through Luoyang Street and was approaching the East City Gate. Could it be that they wanted to take him out of the city? Xiao Lulang's guess was quickly confirmed. He heard the unusual sound of horse hooves. This was the sound of horse hooves stepping on the official road near the city gate. When it was almost their turn, a group of armored horses suddenly rushed over. Judging from the sound of horse hooves and armor, it seemed to be the Imperial Guards of the palace. The leader of the Imperial Guard said, Anyone who leaves the city will be strictly checked. Brother, why is there suddenly a strict check? Assassin B asked in a panic. Could it be that we've been exposed? It can't be that fast. Xiao Lulang also felt that it was strange. Only the Emperor and the Empress Dowager could mobilize the Imperial Guards. He had just been captured, but the Emperor and the Empress Dowager already found out? It was not too late. Even if he didn't go home, he wouldn't be thought to have been captured by the assassins. Xiao Lulang couldn't figure out the problem, so it was even more impossible for the assassins to figure it out. But it was one thing to not figure it out, and another to have a way to deal with it. Hit his acupoints. Assassin A said. Assassin B hit Xiao Lulang's acupoints. Assassin B seemed to have realized something. He scratched his head and said, Brother? If you can hit his acupoints, why did we waste time to kidnap him? Assassin A said, No one will think you're mute if you don't talk. Xiao Lulang, who had been hit on his acupoints, could not move or make a sound. The cloth covering his eyes was pulled off, and in the next moment, something cold was stuck to his face. It was the rumored human skin mask. Of course, it was not made of human skin. The original material was fish skin. It was just that it had been processed to look like human skin. This kind of mask had some flaws up close, but from a distance, it could almost be mistaken for the real thing. Perhaps the Imperial Guards did not expect the people of Jianghu to use such an evil method. They successfully left the city. Brother, it's not good. The soldiers have also left the city. They're coming. Assassin B looked at the Imperial Guards who had also left the city and said. Assassin A frowned and looked at Xiao Lulang. He said, We can't be discovered so quickly. Forget it. They might not be looking for him. Just be careful. Assassin B asked, Then, are we still going with the original plan? Assassin A thought for a moment. He was still a bit worried about the Imperial Guards. He said, Take the small path. The group gave up on the main road and changed to a small country road. They passed through a small village and waited for the Imperial Guards to leave before returning to the main road. Assassin B said in a small voice, Let's go slower. If we go faster, we'll run into the Imperial Guards in front. He had a feeling that the Imperial Guards were here to capture them. Assassin A was also troubled. Wasn't he just a poor government official from the countryside? It would be fine if he was captured. Why would the Imperial Guards be here? Brother, they're from the government. Assassin B looked at the group of people coming from behind. There were 4 bailiffs. The four of them rode on horses and escorted a prisoner carriage. Inside the prisoner carriage sat a prisoner, wearing a prisoner's uniform with his hands and feet shackled. Assassin suddenly had an idea. Kidnap the prisoner carriage. The four of them could easily kidnap a few bailiffs from the government. The four of them knocked the bailiffs unconscious and threw them into the nearby bushes. Go, open the prisoner carriage. Assassin A took the key from the bailiffs and threw it to Assassin B. Assassin B went to open the prisoner carriage and said to the prisoner inside, "Okay, you can go now." Prisoner, "I don't want to go, thank you." Assassin B slapped him hard on the face and called him out. He took off his prisoner clothes and shackles and put them on Xiao Luling. His actions were naturally not gentle. Xiao Lulong's hand was already injured. After being treated so rudely, the wound that had just scabbed over was torn open again. Blood flowed all over the ground. Assassin A complained, "Be careful. Don't kill him before you get the money. Find something to bandage him." Where would there be anything to bandage him? Assassin B tore off a piece of Xiao Yulong's uniform and wrapped it around him. The assassins changed into bailiffs' uniforms and rode on the bailiffs' horses. They brazenly went to their destination. The assassin's bandage was not very good. Xiao Yulong's wound was still bleeding. His pressure points had been sealed, so he could not wrap the cloth tighter around him. The carriage traveled a bit on the official road. They ran into Minister Zhao of the Ministry of Works, who had just returned from outside. Minister Zhao was also participating in the examination of the 6 ministries. Xiao Luling was the invigilator, so the two had met before. Xiao Luling tried to ask Minister Zhao for help. Perhaps Assassin B's pressure point sealing was not good enough. Xiao Luling was already able to move slightly. However, he was not sure if this move would be enough to attract Minister Zhao's attention. He was very careful. The prisoner carriage jolted, and he fell forward. It looked like he did not sit properly and fell down. His shoulder and head heavily hit the prisoner carriage. The loud noise startled Minister Zhao, who lifted the curtain. However, he only glanced at the prisoner carriage before putting the curtain back down. It was clear that he did not plan on interfering with the work of the other government offices, so he did not suspect anything. The two sides quickly passed each other. Minister Zhao's carriage was far away. Xiao Luling knew that his hope had been extinguished. This might be his last hope, because they were almost at their destination. "Big brother, look. We're almost there. It's right in front." Assassin B was so excited that he almost rushed out on his horse. Assassin A stared at him. "Don't mess around. Be careful of attracting the Imperial Guards." Right. We can't attract the Imperial Guards." Assassin B giggled as he agreed. The group of people followed the official road to a T-junction. They did not continue on the official road, but turned into a small road. Right at this time, another carriage came from the other side of the official road. Xiao Luling only lightly swept his eyes over it, and his body froze. He suddenly did not care about hiding the fact that he could move slightly. He turned his face and lowered his head, trying to not let the other party see him. He had forgotten that he was wearing a human skin mask. So what if they saw him? They wouldn't recognize him. "Princess, there's a prisoner's carriage in front." In the carriage, Yujin whispered to Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang said, "Then go slower. Let the prisoner's carriage pass first."
"Yes,"
Yujin answered. She lifted the curtain and said to the coachman, "Go slower." The coachman slightly tightened the reins and slowed down. After the prisoner's carriage passed, they continued to speed up. Long Yi spurred his horse and also followed them. Suddenly, Long Yi stopped. Princess Xinyang did not hear the sound of Long Yi's horse. She frowned and lifted the curtain to take a look. Sure enough, Long Yi's figure was nowhere to be seen.
"Stop,"
Princess Xinyang said. "Yes." The coachman stopped the carriage. Princess Xinyang signaled Yujin to open the rear window. Yujin opened the curtain and opened the rear window. Princess Xinyang saw Long Yi riding the carriage and stopping at the intersection. He stared at the prisoner's carriage without blinking. Princess Xinyang looked at the prisoner's carriage. Her expression did not change at all. She said, Long E, let's go. Long E did not leave. In the prisoner's carriage, Xiao Luling dripped blood. Drop by drop, it all spilled on the road. Long E got off the horse. Princess Xinyang coldly said, "Don't touch the prisoner's carriage." Shadow Dragon Guard would not disobey his master's orders. Princess Xinyang did not allow him to touch the prisoner's carriage, so he really did not touch it. The next second, he slashed with his sword. The 4 assassins were chopped to death on the spot. Long E calmly put away his sword. He walked over and directly grabbed Xiao Liulong's cage. Princess Xinyang angrily looked at him. He rolled his eyes. Because his hands were busy, he could only use the tip of his foot to kick the carriage. It was as if he was saying, "Here, the prisoner's carriage is here. I did not touch it. What I touched was the cage." Chapter 428. Fortunately, Princess Xinyang didn't suffer from depression. Otherwise, sooner or later, she would be angered by Long E. Of course, Princess Xinyang could order Long E to put down the cage, throw it away, or abandon it. However, Long E didn't know if he had guessed her master's temperament of ordering people around, so he directly ran away with a cage in his arms. He left Princess Xinyang with only the back of his head, which seemed to say, run away, I can't hear you." Yujin's expression was indescribable. She turned to look at Princess Xinyang, opened her mouth, and said, "Princess." Princess Xinyang's face was cold, and she didn't say anything. She casually put down the curtain. The imperial city was under martial law. Not only were there strict checks outside the city, but also inside the city. The guards guarding the city were on high alert. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and it was as if an afterimage flashed in front of their eyes. The guards looked at each other in dismay. "What happened just now?" I don't know."
Did you see it?
It seemed like something passed by, but it also seemed like it didn't. They looked inside the city. Where was the shadow of a person on the empty streets? So, were their eyes playing tricks on them? Collectively playing tricks on them soon. Princess Xinyang's carriage arrived at the city gate. After checking the token, the guards respectfully saluted and let Princess Xinyang's carriage pass. At the same time, the imperial guards who went to chase after the assassins gradually realized that the assassins might not have gotten to the front. A group of people returned along the way. On the way back, they found the prisoner carriage that had been stolen and the 4 bailiffs who were already cold. Another group of imperial guards found the real bailiffs who had been knocked unconscious in a bush 3 miles away. After the bailiffs woke up, they told them about how they had been robbed. The prisoner ran away. Could it be that his friends stole the prisoner carriage? An imperial guard asked. A bailiff said, "Impossible. That prisoner is a wily old fox. He doesn't have any powerful friends." As they were speaking, the prisoner released by the assassins obediently returned. From his mouth, the imperial guards found out that there were 4 assassins. They seemed to have captured another person. Their purpose of disguising themselves as bailiffs was to quietly transfer the hostage under the noses of the imperial guards. The prisoner did not see what the hostage looked like, but the guards boldly guessed that the hostage was Xiao Luling. The assassin had been killed, and Xiao Luling had disappeared. Who had taken him away? And where was it taken? "We've been guarding the main road, but we didn't see anyone pass by. Could it be they've returned to the capital?" One of the imperial guards guessed. The leader of the imperial guard said, "Have you carefully checked all the carriages entering the capitals?" The subordinate said, "There are 2 people whose carriages were not checked." The leader of the imperial guards frowned. "Who is it?" The subordinate said, "Minister Zhao and Princess Xinyang's carriage." On Vermilion Bird Avenue, the carriage stopped outside the residence. Princess Xinyang and Yujin got off the carriage. As expected, Long E had already brought back the cage. To be exact, he had brought back the person in the cage. He took off the inferior human skin mask on his face, took off his blood-stained prison clothes, and changed into a set of dry clothes. The clothes were somewhat small. Not to mention that the lapel could not be tied, the sleeves and trousers were also much shorter. As before, Long Yi placed the prisoner on Princess Xinyang's bed. Xiao Yulong's breath was somewhat weak. It was unknown whether he was tired or had lost too much blood, but he had fainted. Princess Xinyang walked over with an indifferent expression, but stopped when she was about to cross the threshold. However, Yujin quickly walked into the room and looked at the man in front of the bed. She did not know who the prisoner Long Yi had brought back was, nor did she know why Long Yi had done so. One should know that this was the princess' bedroom. It would be terrible if a shady person was allowed to lie here. However, when she arrived in front of the bed and saw the pale, handsome face, she was stunned. Princess. Yujin walked out with a shocked expression. She didn't know when, but Princess Xinyang had turned around and was looking at the boundless night sky. Inside, the person inside, he looks like Yujin simply did not know what to say. She spoke incoherently for a long time. Then, she hardened her heart and said, "He is the Hanlin official that I told you about last time. He looks like the young Marquis. No wonder Long Yi brought him back. Long Yi must have mistaken him for the young Marquis. Princess, quickly come in and take a look. Don't blame Long Yi for recognizing the wrong person. They really look too similar. I almost suspected that the young Marquis had come back to life. Moreover, their ages are similar. If the young Marquis was still alive, he should be around this age." Princess Xinyang did not speak. "Princess, I didn't like you. He really—" Yujin's words came to an abrupt end when she saw Princess Xinyang's expression. Princess Xinyang's face was as cold and lonely as before. Her eyes were complicated and seemed to be mixed with many emotions, but there was no surprise. All of Yujin's voice disappeared. However, it only took a moment for Eugene to find it again. "Princess, you know." Yujin wanted to ask when she knew. Was it when Long Yi had rescued the prisoner carriage or earlier? Princess Xinyang turned around and went to the study next door. Yujin came to the door and intended to enter the room, but she felt the great alienation and loneliness of Princess Xinyang. She did not want anyone to enter the room. Yujin stopped outside the doorway and stared blankly at Princess Xinyang, who was shrouded in darkness. Her eyes moved and she asked, "Princess, is he the young Marquis?" Xiao Yulong's injury was very serious. Yujin went to the nearby medical hall to invite a doctor. The doctor looked at the injury and said that he was unable to save the injured hand with his medical skills. This hand was injured once, fell once, and was tossed around by the assassin many times. It was not better than being frozen in the snow for several hours. The doctor still had a conscience and said with a sigh, "I heard that the doctor of Miracle Hand Hall has outstanding medical skills. He can even reconnect a broken hand. Madam, it would be better to go to Miracle Hand Hall and find a doctor to take a look." Just when Yujin intended to go to Miracle Hand Hall to invite a doctor, Gu Jiao came. Gu Jiao had received the news from the Imperial Guards. Her intuition told her that Xiao Lulang was saved by Princess Xinyang. As for whether it was Princess Xinyang or Long Yi who saved him, she did not know. Yujin was slightly surprised. "Miss Gu?" Gu Jiao said, "Is my husband here?" Yujin confusedly looked at her. "Your husband?" Gu Jiao said with a serious face, "Hanlin official, Xiao Lulang." Eugene was speechless, once again. She feared that all the surprises in her life were used tonight. Gu Jiao went to Princess Xinyang's room. At this moment, she did not have time to ponder about Yujin or Princess Xinyang's psychological activities. She immediately checked Xiao Yulong's injuries. Just like in the dream, his right hand was injured. Even the location of the wound was exactly the same. However, he had encountered other things on the way, so his injuries were more serious than in the dream. At this point, she was finally able to conclude that the matter in the dream had been brought forward. She just couldn't figure out why it was brought forward. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and took out disinfectant to clean Xiao Liulong's wound. The place that had scabbed over with great difficulty once again oozed blood. Gu Jiao smelled the scent of fresh blood. She closed her eyes and began an arduous cultivation. Gu Jiao came out of the room less than half an hour later. The operation on Xiao Lulang was far more difficult than the operation on other patients. This man's temptation to her was too big. Even his blood made her more excited than other people's blood. She had no choice but to spend more effort to suppress it. It was over half an hour later. Xiao Lulang lay quietly on the bed within 4 drip. Yujin brought in a basin of hot water. It was the first time she had seen such a strange thing. She couldn't help but take a second look. Thank you. Gu Jiao accepted the hot water and wiped Xiao Lulang's face and hands. Dr. Gu? Yujin hesitated. What's the matter? Gu Jiao asked. Can you go see the princess? Tell the princess. Yujin glanced at the unconscious Xiao Lulang and swallowed the words, young duke. The patient's condition. Okay. Gu Jiao put down the handkerchief and went to the study next door. There were no lamps in the study. Only the cold moonlight and the scattered candles in the corridor shone in. Princess Xinyang sat by the windowsill with her back to the door. Gu Jiao gently knocked on the already open door, then walked over. She sat down in front of Princess Xinyang. What are you doing here? Princess Xinyang indifferently asked. She didn't raise her head to look at Gu Jiao and continued to look at the night outside the window. Gu Jiao said, his injury is not serious. I came to inform the princess. Princess Xinyang indifferently said, what does it have to do with me whether he is okay or not? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. If it has nothing to do with you, then why did you take him in? Princess Xinyang indifferently said, it was Long Yi who picked him up. Gu Jiao, oh. Princess Xinyang expressionlessly looked at Gu Jiao. You don't believe me? Long Yi picked you up. Gu Jiao strangely asked, does Long Yi often pick people up like this? He picks one up and throws one on your bed? Princess Xinyang coldly looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao rested her elbows on the table and rested her chin on her hands as she looked at Princess Xinyang. Princess, you recognized him long ago, didn't you? You also inquired about him and knew about my relationship with him, so that night you didn't throw me out? She was wondering why Princess Xinyang would be so merciful and let her, a doctor from the medical hall who she had only met once or twice, occupy her princess bed. Are the mooncakes delicious? He personally went to buy the red dates. Gu Jiao asked. At this moment, if she couldn't guess who the mooncakes were made for, then it would be unreasonable. No wonder. He took the initiative to go to the palace to deliver mooncakes, and even brought the date paste filling that her great-aunt didn't like. Princess Xinyang turned her face unpalatable. Gu Jiao said, so you ate it? Princess Xinyang choked. I didn't eat it, Yujin ate it. Gu Jiao, so you accepted it? Princess Xinyang. Where did this girl learn the skill of digging holes for others? Gu Jiao actually didn't understand. Originally, she thought that Xiao Lulang hated Princess Xinyang, so he didn't want to recognize her. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. As for Princess Xinyang's attitude towards Xiao Lulang, Gu Jiao was even more puzzled. She thought that Princess Xinyang didn't know that her son had returned to the capital alive, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. This mother and son pair was really strange. Xiao Yulong's main injury was on his right hand, and the rest of his body only had some light abrasions. The reason why he was unconscious was because he had lost too much blood and was too tired. But Long Yi seemed to think that he had suffered a very serious injury, and even his mood was depressed, so he didn't bother Gu Jiao anymore. Gu Jiao felt that this was very good. At least her little hand had escaped a disaster. But seeing Long Yi so unhappy, Gu Jiao decided to compensate him in other ways. Eugene made snacks for Gu Jiao, and Gu Jiao left half for Long Yi. Seeing that she only ate half, Eugene asked, is it not tasty? Gu Jiao said, no, I left it for Long Yi. Long Yi is unhappy? Eugene looked at Long Yi inside the room. Long Yi was Shadow Dragon Guard, so how could he be unhappy? Eugene asked, how did you know? Gu Jiao said, I felt it. Eugene was puzzled. Why didn't I feel it? In fact, no one felt it. Long Yi was occasionally disobedient, but he didn't have any emotion, so they couldn't feel it. Gu Jiao touched the bridge of her nose. She thought that everyone could feel Long Yi's emotion. Could it be that only she could? The news of Xiao Yulong's injury finally reached the palace. At that time, The crown princess was reporting the recent situation of the female school to the emperor in the imperial study. She happened to hear the report of the imperial guards, saying that Xiao Luling was kidnapped by assassins and was injured. Now, her whereabouts were unknown. Gu Jiao had a guess in her heart, but she didn't tell the imperial guards. Therefore, the imperial guards didn't know that Xiao Luling was already saved. The emperor was furious, still not sending people to look for her.
Wait.
The emperor stopped the imperial guard leader, who was about to retreat. The imperial guard leader saluted, "Your Majesty." The emperor pondered. "Call Ning Wang." After such a big thing happened, the first person that the emperor thought of was not the crown prince, but his eldest son. Yes. After coming out of the imperial study, the crown princess's face was pale. "Crown princess." Chunning followed behind her and looked worriedly at her, who looked like she would collapse in the next second. She said in a small voice, "You are injured, and the crown prince said to let you stay in the Eastern Palace to recuperate. Why are you in such a hurry to come here?" The crown princess didn't answer her and asked in a daze, "Chunning, did you hear what I said just now?" Chunning didn't answer. The crown princess indeed felt that her body couldn't take it anymore. She reached her hand to the side, to Chunning. A large and powerful hand supported her arm. When that scorching body temperature burned her skin through her thin clothing, her body stiffened, and she suddenly turned to look at the other person. When she saw who it was, she suddenly broke free from the other person's hand and retreated a few steps. "Chunning," she called. However, Chunning had already retreated somewhere. Ning Wang walked forward unhurriedly and looked behind her. He said playfully, "There is a pool behind you. Be careful." The crown princess turned her head to look, and her throat moved. She composed herself and turned her head to look at him coldly. "Did you do it?" Ning Wang smiled. "What do you mean by didn't do it?" The crown princess said angrily. "Stop pretending." Ning Wang crossed his arms and said helplessly, "Yes, it was this prince who did it. Nothing happened to this prince, but something happened to Xiao Luling. Are you very disappointed?" The crown princess's eyes flashed and she looked away. "I don't understand what you are saying." Ning Wang smiled softly and raised his hand to caress her temples. He said gently, "Lin Lang, this prince isn't so easy to deal with. If you think you can use Xiao Heng and Princess Xinyang to get rid of this prince, then you are too naive. This prince won't bicker with you this time, but there won't be a next time, understand?" Chapter 429. His tone was the most gentle whisper in the world, and his gaze was filled with deep emotion. However, the crown princess still felt a chill run down her spine. Her entire body was frozen in place, and it seemed as though she could not say a single word. Prince Ning gently caressed her face and quietly said, "Lin Lang, ever since the day you and this prince caused Xiao Heng's death, you've already been unable to clear your name. Could it be that you still don't understand this logic?" The crown princess' gaze became fierce. "I did not harm him. It was you. From beginning to end, it was you. It was you who followed me to the directorate. It was you who killed him." Prince Ning raised his hand and patted the back of her head. "If it was not for you calling him out alone, how could this prince have had the chance? Admit it, Lin Lang. You are also an accomplice in causing his death." "I am not. I have never harmed A Heng." The crown princess reached out to push him away. "I don't want to see you. Leave." Prince Ning's hand that was patting the back of her head suddenly tightened. "Lin Lang. Lin Lang. Chunning, why are you here? Where is the crown princess? Didn't you go with the crown princess to the imperial study?" Not far away, the crown prince's puzzled voice could be heard. Immediately following this, Chunning replied with a guilty conscience. The crown princess, the crown princess coldly looked at Prince Ning. Prince Ning fiercely and silently said, "You know what you should do.
Don't anger me."
You cannot bear the consequences when Lin Lang." He let go. The crown princess staggered and nearly fell to the ground. What was that sound? Because they were too close, In the instant that Prince Ning let go of the crown princess, the crown prince had already walked over. He saw the pale-faced crown princess and the gentle and calm Prince Ning. He furrowed his brow, as he instinctively did not like his own woman standing with another man, even if that man was his own older brother. Eldest brother? He strangely walked over. Prince Ning smiled and said, "Father ordered me to go to the imperial study to meet him." Coincidentally, second sister-in-law was coming out of the imperial study, and we ran into each other. So that was the case. The crown prince secretly thought that he was overthinking things. Ning Wang was his elder brother. Even if they were not from the same mother's womb, they still had the same father. Lin Lang was his younger sister-in-law. How could there be anything between them? The crown prince came to the crown princess' side and held the crown princess' hand. Feeling the coldness of her fingertips, his brows furrowed even more. "Why is your hand so cold? I've already said that you're injured. If there's anything, you can report it to Imperial Father in a few days." Imperial Father gave me the girl's school, so I should take care of it carefully. As the crown princess spoke, she felt King Ning's death stare. She imperceptibly withdrew her hand from the crown prince's grasp. "I'm fine, just a bit tired. Your Highness, let's go back." After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the weather seemed to have suddenly turned cold. The wind in the morning and evening carried a hint of the chill of autumn. The crown prince took off his cloak and draped it over the crown princess, carefully tying the ribbon for her. Ning Wang stared at the two with a burning gaze. The crown princess grabbed the crown prince's hand and gently moved it away. She took the ribbon herself. "I'll do it myself."
Oh.
The crown prince was a bit disappointed. He wanted to do these small things for Lin Lang. However, with his elder brother here, it did not seem good for them to be too intimate. He turned to look at Ning Wang. Ning Wang's eyes had already regained their gentleness. He said, "Elder brother, we'll go back first. Since you've been summoned, then go quickly." Ning Wang paused and turned to look at the crown prince who was leaving with the crown princess in his arms. He said, "Why don't second brother come with me to see Imperial Father? It seems that something has happened. Even the Imperial Guards have been mobilized." "Is that so?" The crown prince was a bit hesitant. Ning Wang smiled. "Forget it. If you want to accompany second sister-in-law, I'll go see Imperial Father myself." When he said this, his gaze unintentionally swept across the crown princess' face. The crown princess felt an endless threat. She clenched her hand and said to the crown prince, "Your Highness, you should go take a look." The crown prince said, "I'm worried about you." The crown princess lowered her eyes and said, "With Chunying accompanying me, what is there for your Highness to be worried about?" In the end, under the crown princess's persuasion, the crown prince reluctantly went. After he went, he found out that Xiao Luling had been captured by assassins and his whereabouts were unknown. Imperial Father wanted Ning Wang to lead troops to look for him. Since he also went, Imperial Father also gave him a group of troops. In the middle of the night, he could not return to the Eastern Palace to accompany Lin Lang. He had to search for Xiao Luling aimlessly on the streets. The crown prince was extremely sullen. Really, isn't he just like Xiaoheng? He's not the real Xiaoheng. Why does Imperial Father think so highly of him? He even made me, the crown prince, lower my status to look for him. At this moment, Xiao Luling, who the crown prince was painstakingly searching for, was quietly lying on the bed of Princess Xinyang. Gu Jiao helped him change the last infusion bottle. It was already late at night. Gu Jiao and Long Yi were quietly guarding him in the room. Gu Jiao was sitting on the edge of the bed, and Long Yi was sitting on the beam of the room. After finishing the infusion bottle for Xiao Luling, Gu Jiao was lying on the edge of the bed, unable to resist her sleepiness, and fell asleep. Long Yi's eyes were wide open from beginning to end, like an owl that did not sleep. After an unknown amount of time, the entire Vermilion Bird Avenue quieted down. Only the steady breathing of a few people remained in the room. Suddenly, the door of the room was gently pushed open from the outside. A spotlessly white embroidered shoe stepped over the threshold and silently landed on the floor, which was as bright and clean as new. The elegant golden skirt was like floating gold leaf on the surface of a lake, slowly meandering across the room. Xiao Lulang was in a daze from sleep. He wanted to open his eyes, but he didn't have the strength. While half asleep, he felt a gentle and white hand press against his forehead. He didn't know whose hand it was, nor did he know whether he was dreaming or not. That hand pressed against his forehead for a while, then left. When Xiao Lulang completely opened his eyes, he only saw Gu Jiao lying on his side, sleeping. His hand was held in Gu Jiao's hand, and Gu Jiao's other hand was pressed under her body. In this position, no matter what, she couldn't free her hand to touch his forehead. So, was it just a dream? It was pitch black, and he was only half awake. For a moment, he didn't realize where he was. This environment, this atmosphere didn't make him feel disgusted, but it also didn't make him feel unfamiliar. He pulled the blanket over Gu Jiao's shoulder, then took out the hand that Gu Jiao had pressed under her body. He closed his eyes and fell asleep again. For the time being, Gu Jiao didn't announce that Xiao Lulang had escaped danger. In her dream, she only knew that someone had hired someone to plot against Xiao Lulang, but she didn't know who that person was. The other party didn't know that Xiao Lulang was safe, so they might be frantically searching for Xiao Yulong's whereabouts. As for Princess Xinyang, she didn't seem to have leaked any information about Xiao Lulang. At the first glimmer of dawn, Gu Jiao returned to Jade Water Alley. She had to let her family know that she was safe. While she was at it, she packed a few sets of Xiao Yulong's clothes for him to change into. Actually, she wouldn't be afraid if the mastermind had been caught, but now that they were in the open and the enemy was in the dark, it was hard to guard against them. Gu Jiao thought it over. It was safer here with Princess Xinyang. As long as Princess Xinyang didn't chase them away, she would pretend not to see the slight disdain on her face. What Gu Jiao didn't know was that right after she left, the Crown Prince consort arrived. She came to visit Princess Xinyang. At the same time, she also wanted to confirm something with Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang slept late last night and didn't close her eyes until dawn. However, the servant girls in the courtyard recognized the Crown Prince consort and understood that she was someone Princess Xinyang cared about, so they still invited her into the courtyard. This servant we'll call Lord Yujin. The servant girl was furious. The Crown Prince consort said, "No need. You can go do what you need to do. This consort will go find Yujin." Yujin was currently drying clothes in the inner courtyard. She held the position of 6th-rank official in the Household Orders Department of Princess Xinyang's estate. 6th rank wasn't considered too high a rank in the capital, but it was a different story if she was Princess Xinyang's trusted official. For as long as the Crown Prince consort could remember, Yujin had been by Princess Xinyang's side and was one of Princess Xinyang's closest people. "Lord Yujin." The Crown Prince consort walked over and greeted her politely. With Yujin's status, there was no need for her to personally do this kind of drying work. The Crown Prince consort couldn't help but take a second look. Then she froze. It was a man's clothing. Princess Xinyang had hidden guards, but the Crown Prince consort didn't believe that Yujin would wash the clothes of a hidden guard. Has the Marquis returned? The Crown Prince consort's first reaction was that Marquis Xianping had returned to the capital to reunite with Princess Xinyang. Even though they didn't get along, they were still husband and wife. It wouldn't be strange for Marquis Xianping to come here.
No.
Yujin shook her head. She didn't know how to explain. This was Xiao Yulong's clothing. After a night of thinking and observation, Yujin could more or less confirm Xiao Yulong's identity. But the princess hadn't said anything yet, so she couldn't say it now. When the Crown Prince consort saw that Yujin couldn't answer, some rumors she had heard flashed through her mind. Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping didn't get along. Marquis Xianping was promiscuous outside, and Princess Xinyang also had her own gigolo. Of course, this was just a rumor. The Crown Prince consort never believed it. But this man's clothing, don't misunderstand. It's not the princess. It's me. Yujin decided to take the blame herself. A strong hint of astonishment flashed through the Crown Prince consort's eyes. Yujin cleared her throat and said, "Please keep this a secret for me, Crown Prince Consort." The Crown Prince Consort came back to her senses. Speaking of which, this Lord Yujin was an extraordinary woman. She had never married. If she was outside, she might be criticized behind her back. But because she was in the Princess Fu and had Princess Xinyang's protection, no one dared to embarrass her. This could be regarded as a good opportunity to win over Yujin. The Crown Prince Consort smiled and said, "Lord Yujin, rest assured. I didn't see anything today." With Crown Prince Consort's words, "I'm relieved." Yujin simply smiled more unsightly than crying. Princess Xinyang was still sleeping, so she couldn't wake her up. The Crown Prince Consort asked herself whether she had such big face, so she decided to come again another day. She bid farewell to Yujin, and when she passed by the room of Princess Xinyang, she heard movement inside the room. She thought that Princess Xinyang had woken up, so she intended to enter the room to pay respects to Princess Xinyang. But Long Yi, who had jumped down from the beam of the room, firmly blocked the door. Chapter 430. Crown Princess recognized him. That was the Shadow Guard who would rather give the 1,000-year-old ginseng to Gu Jiao than to her. Crown Princess still remembered that kind of embarrassment. If this kind of disobedient guard was in the East Palace, he would have already been driven out by the Crown Prince. Crown Princess maintained basic courtesy on the surface. "I'll have to trouble you to pass on the message. I want to see the princess." Long Yi didn't move. Crown Princess choked. "I haven't seen you, and I shouldn't have done anything to make you unhappy. Is there any misunderstanding between us?" Long Yi continued to stand still. Crown Princess had never seen Shadow Guard Long Yi, so she didn't know that Long Yi was also one. She only thought that this person was deliberately opposing her. She thought that if Princess Xinyang really woke up, then she should have heard the movement at the door. Since she didn't come out, then she shouldn't have woken up. Forget it. Why would she bother with a Shadow Guard? She didn't lose her status. Crown Princess turned around and left. Just when she walked out of the courtyard, she unexpectedly encountered Gu Jiao, who had rushed over from Jadewater Alley. Crown Princess was startled. "It's you? Why are you here?" "You are." She looked at Gu Jiao, and again looked back at the house behind her, then asked with uncertainty, "Here?" Gu Jiao sized her up, clearly also wanted to ask why Crown Princess had come here. Crown Princess indifferently said, "This Empress is asking you a question." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "Do I have to answer if you ask?" Crown Princess had hit a wall with Long Yi, so she had a belly full of anger. And now, being ridiculed by Gu Jiao, she couldn't help but become somewhat angry. "Miss Gu, you have the love of Empress Dowager and His Majesty, but how long will this love last? In the future, after Crown Prince ascends the throne, I will be the Empress. I have no intention to make things difficult for you, but you also shouldn't leave yourself with no way out." This familiar tone, this exact same choice of words and sentences. Where did she hear it?
Ah.
Ning Prince. So to say, in this world, how could there be a wall? How could there be a fire that could be wrapped in paper? When a person had an inexplicable relationship with another person, their every word and action would unconsciously reflect each other's habits. Yujin's appearance broke the tense stalemate in time. "Dr. Gu is here. Please come in and have a seat." She smiled and said to the Crown Princess, "Dr. Gu is the doctor this servant invited from the medical hall to treat the princess. So that's how it is." The Crown Princess withdrew her gaze from Gu Jiao's face. "Then I will come to see the princess when she wakes up." With that, the Crown Princess stepped over the threshold. The moment he brushed past Gu Jiao subconsciously asked, "Does Xiao Yilong's disappearance have anything to do with you?" Gu Jiao asked casually. Unexpectedly, the Crown Prince Consort's body stiffened due to her guilty conscience. Gu Jiao perceptively caught her abnormality and grabbed her arm to pull her back. "Speak clearly." The Crown Prince Consort's back hurt from slamming into the wall. Even worse, This posture caused her to feel offended. She said coldly, "Impudent." The guilty conscience in her eyes did not escape Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao grabbed her lapel and unceremoniously pushed her against the wall. She looked at her coldly. "I don't care if you are the crown prince consort or the empress. Don't force me to do it." "You dare." Slap. Gu Jiao backhanded her and slapped her to the ground. Eugene sucked in a cold breath. The accompanying Eastern Palace guards charged in, but were kicked out by Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao grabbed the crown prince consort from the ground. "Who did it? Was it you? Or did you have an accomplice?" The crown prince consort gritted her teeth. "I didn't do anything. Let go of me." Princess Xinyang was startled out by the huge commotion. "Stop." Princess Xinyang's long hair was loose. She should have just gotten out of bed and didn't have time to dress up. Gu Jiao would not stop. This time, it wasn't a small matter like using a cat to scare her husband. She really almost took her husband's life. She was very angry. The consequences were very serious. Gu Jiao grabbed the crown prince consort and pounded her to the ground. Princess Xinyang had never expected that Xiaoheng would marry such a rude and unreasonable woman. She sucked in a cold breath. "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? If you continue like this, I won't be polite." Gu Jiao was also angry. "Humph. Do what you want." This girl's ability to anger people to death without paying for it was the same as Long Yi's. Princess Xinyang clenched her fists and shouted, "Long Yi,
Pull them apart."
Since Princess Xinyang gave the order, Long Yi had no choice but to come out. In order to prevent Long Yi from changing the concept again, Princess Xinyang originally intended to say, "Long Yi, make a move," but changed it to separate them. Otherwise, she felt that Long Yi might make a move on the crown prince consort. Long Yi flashed out. The order he received was to separate them, so he had no choice but to step forward and separate them. He first went to Gu Jiao's side. When he grabbed Gu Jiao, he was like this. Carefully clasping Gu Jiao's wrist, he patted the back of Gu Jiao's little hand as if he was coaxing a child. Then, he gently removed Gu Jiao's hand for fear of hurting her. When it was the crown prince consort's turn, his style suddenly changed. His entire mask was itching to say MMP. Soon after, Gu Jiao saw Long Yi directly fling the crown prince consort away as if he was swinging a pheasant. Gu Jiao, Princess Xinyang. Long Yi indeed lived up to his mission and separated them. Princess Xinyang also didn't tell him to separate them gently or roughly. Princess Xinyang was so angry that her liver hurt. Long Yi wasn't like this in the past. When he first came to Princess Xinyang, Shi Yi was a dutiful dragon shadow guard. It was all because he followed little Xiaoheng that he was led astray by the 3-year-old Xiaoheng. Princess Xinyang was on the verge of exploding. Long Yi looked at Princess Xinyang and then looked at Gu Jiao. He paused for a few seconds with a serious expression. Then, he suddenly grabbed Gu Jiao and disappeared in a flash. Every time little Xiaoheng made a mistake, Long Yi would do this. When Princess Xinyang's anger cooled down, he would bring little Xiaoheng back. This gave her experience, so she didn't want to. Princess Xinyang. She felt that she might become the first master in history to be angered to death by a dragon shadow guard. The crown prince consort was slapped in the face by Gu Jiao. Her face was swollen, and she was thrown to the ground. Her arms were full of bruises and abrasions. Princess Xinyang glanced at her and sighed. "Come in. Let Yujin apply some medicine for you." With the support of Yujin, the crown prince consort re-entered the courtyard. The status of the crown prince consort was actually very high. She was second only to the Empress Dowager, the Emperor-Empress, and the crown prince. Even the legitimate princess might not be more honorable than her. However, Princess Xinyang was a princess with real power. Her husband was the famous Marquis Xianping. Who in the world didn't fear her? The crown prince consort followed behind Princess Xinyang. She thought that she would be brought into Princess Xinyang's bedroom. Unexpectedly, Princess Xinyang turned around and entered another side room. The 3 people sat down on chairs. A little maid came over to dress Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang indifferently waved her hand. Go and bring me the golden sore medicine.
Yes.
The little maid went to Princess Xinyang's bedroom and brought over a bottle of top-notch golden sore medicine. Yujin first washed her hands. Then, she took out a clean handkerchief and dipped it in the golden sore medicine. She began to apply it on the crown prince consort's swollen cheek. This kind of golden sore medicine was also bought from the pharmacists of the Yen state. It was extremely effective in relieving pain and reducing swelling. After applying it, it would cool down and immediately stop hurting. The little maid served tea and pastries. There was the crown prince consort's favorite chestnut cake. It was very strange. Xiao Heng did not like to eat this, yet it was the crown prince consort's favorite. The crown prince consort saw that Princess Xinyang had prepared her favorite pastries, and the gloominess in her heart faded a little. Princess Xinyang picked up her teacup and took a sip, asking, "Why did Dr. Gu use force against you? Is there some sort of grudge between the two of you?" Normal people would either not ask, or they would ask, "Is there some sort of misunderstanding between the two of you?" These words were actually quite clever. If they were asked if there was some sort of misunderstanding, the one who used force was Gu Jiao, and it was Gu Jiao who had misunderstood the crown prince consort, then the blame would be placed on Gu Jiao. But if they were asked if there was any sort of grudge between the two, it would not be a question of which side was responsible. The crown prince consort was slightly startled. She lowered her eyes and quietly said, "Her husband went missing, and she misunderstood that this matter was related to me." She paused for a moment, then continued, "Ani probably still does not know, but her husband looks very much like Aheng. He is this year's top scholar and is currently working at Imperial Hanlin Academy. His Majesty has allowed him to give lectures to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has complained to me many times that Lord Xiao is too strict with him. The Crown Prince has even openly contradicted Lord Xiao. I wonder if she heard about this matter and believes that the Crown Prince and I have a grudge against Lord Xiao and deliberately did something to Lord Xiao." These words were reasonable and logical. They provided a sufficient explanation for Gu Jiao's suspicions. The phrase, "her husband looks like Aheng," seemed to have just been casually mentioned and was not the main point of the Crown Prince consort's words. Princess Xinyang stopped drinking her tea. The Crown Prince consort quickly said, "Sorry, I should not have mentioned Aheng." Princess Xinyang's mood seemed to have instantly fallen. It was clear that she was no longer in the mood to discuss this matter with her. "You can go back first. I still have some matters to take care of." The Crown Prince consort quietly said, "Then I will come visit Auntie another day." Leaving the courtyard, the Crown Prince consort let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the princess did not continue to pursue the matter. Otherwise, she did not dare guarantee that she could continue to hide it. Her original intention was not for something to happen to Xiao Luling. She also did not expect that Xiao Luling would fall into Prince Ning's hands. Princess Xinyang had clearly returned. How could someone still hurt Xiao Heng? For years ago, she had been careless once. Princess Xinyang should not be careless a second time. Could it be that she had made a mistake and Xiao Luling was not Xiao Heng? But she clearly heard Xiao Heng call the old chancellor teacher. In this world, there were only two people who could call the old chancellor this way. One was the old chancellor's eldest disciple, Li Su. This person had already resigned and left the capital. The other was Xiao Heng. It couldn't be that the old chancellor had accepted Xiao Luling as his disciple. That year, the old chancellor had clearly said that Xiao Heng was his last disciple. But if Xiao Luling was Xiao Heng, why didn't he receive the protection of Princess Xinyang? Princess Xinyang had returned to the capital for so long. Could it be that he still hadn't acknowledged her? She could understand that he did not acknowledge Marquis Xian. After all, the father and son had a somewhat distant relationship. It was inevitable that he would feel resentful. But Princess Xinyang was very close to him. He had said before that the person he cared about the most in this life was his mother. Moreover, when she mentioned Xiao Heng just now, Princess Xinyang's expression did not look like she had regained her son. Chapter 431. The Crown Prince Consort closed her eyes. Either Xiao Luling really wasn't Xiaoheng, or Xiaoheng hadn't recognized Princess Xingyang yet. The Crown Prince Consort's mood was incomparably complicated. Crown Prince Consort. Yujin's voice interrupted the Crown Prince Consort's thoughts. The Crown Prince Consort came back to her senses and asked politely, "Lord Yujin, what's wrong?" Yujin said earnestly, "Regarding Dr. Gu's matter, I ask the Crown Prince Consort to give face to the princess and forgive him. There is no cure for the princess's heart disease." It was only after meeting Dr. Gu that she was finally relieved. Hearing this, the Crown Prince Consort frowned slightly. Wasn't the 100-flower pill effective last time? Yujin shook her head. To be honest, that wasn't the effect of the 100-flower pill. It was Dr. Gu's medicine. The Crown Prince Consort clenched her white hands. Yujin said again, "Crown Prince Consort doesn't need to take it to heart. In the princess's heart, you are the person closest to her. It's precisely because she views you as family that she doesn't treat you as an outsider." Who wouldn't be happy after hearing these words? The Crown Prince Consort smiled generously and said, "Don't worry, I'm not such a petty person. I won't tell His Highness the Crown Prince and Father Emperor about today's matter. If they ask, I'll say that I was careless and injured myself." Yujin held the Crown Prince Consort's hand. Only the Crown Prince Consort is so considerate of the princess. That's right, only she was sincere to Princess Xingyang. Regardless of whether Xiao Luling was Xiaoheng or not, and regardless of whether Gu Jiao was Princess Xingyang's daughter-in-law or not, she was the person closest to Princess Xingyang. After Long Yi carried Gu Jiao out of the residence on Vermilion Bird Avenue, Gu Jiao thought that he was going to take her out for a stroll. Who would have thought that Long Yi would directly throw her into the princess residence? Gu Jiao had never been to the princess residence, but this didn't prevent her from recognizing the words on the plaque. Gu Jiao expressionlessly looked at Long Yi, who threw her into the princess residence. To worry for your future date. Did he even know how to pick a place? There were servants on duty in Princess Mansion, but the movement of Long Yi was too light, so no one noticed that someone had entered Princess Mansion. Gu Jiao sat on the chair, and looking at Long Yi, who had jumped onto the beam, she asked word by word, "Can we change the place?" Long Yi didn't respond. Gu Jiao, "Hero, are you saying that the destination and the time of the trip are not allowed to be changed? Let's discuss it again?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you come down and we go to the yard to write? Or can you tell me how long we have to stay here? The princess won't be angry for long, right?" From beginning to end, Long Yi ignored Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao tried to open the door, open the window, and slip out, but she was pulled back by Long Yi. In the end, Gu Jiao gave up resisting. She slid down on the chair and sprawled out like a soulless salted fish. However, it was from this angle that she swept her gaze across and saw a pile of scroll paintings. She sat up, walked to the front of the multi-treasure pavilion, and pulled out a scroll painting from a large bottle. She untied the ribbon and opened it to take a look. It was actually a portrait of Xiao Luling or Xiaoheng. It was a 13-year-old Xiaoheng, dressed in white, pure like jade. She opened another portrait. It was also a 13-year-old Xiaoheng, dressed in the clothes of the young chancellor. His style was peerless, and his nobility was unparalleled. Whether it was the young duke or the young chancellor, his eyes were filled with starlight. His smile was clean and warm, like the purest piece of jade in the world. Gu Jiao caressed the smiling youth in the portrait, her fingertips tracing his face. It was hard to believe that such a smile had disappeared from his face forever. The light in his eyes was also gone. Gu Jiao rubbed her chest. There wasn't only one portrait, and there wasn't only Xiaoheng's portrait. Gu Jiao also saw Princess Xingyang. Princess Xingyang was truly beautiful when she was young, and she was also beautiful now. But in the past, she was a delicate flower under the sun, exuding exuberant vitality and vitality. Now, she had become a silk flower. Beautiful was beautiful, but she was no longer lively. Gu Jiao also saw a portrait of mother and son in the same frame. It was Princess Xingyang, who was in her 20s, and Xiaoheng, who who was 5 years old. Princess Xingyang was hugging him, so gentle that time seemed to have calmed down. Princess Xingyang and Xiaoheng didn't have that kind of bad relationship with her parents in her previous life. They used to be the most intimate people in the world, the people who needed and relied on each other the most. Slacking off again, aren't you? This old woman didn't keep an eye on you for a while, and each and every one of you started to slack off. Later on, if the princess finds out, be careful of your skin. Suddenly, the voice of a fierce mama came from outside the room. She walked towards the direction of the sleeping chamber. She came to the door and put her hands on the door. Just when she was about to push open the door, Long Yi suddenly jumped down from the beam, grabbed Gu Jiao, and jumped out of the window with her. Caught by Long Yi, Goob, little chick Jiao's face was ashen. Next time, can you let me know in advance? Because of this mama's interruption, the one-day tour of the princess mansion ended ahead of time. This was also very good. Otherwise, Gu Jiao really didn't know how Long Yi would hold her head and hide her. But just now, everything had happened too fast, so Gu Jiao didn't have time to put back the portrait in her hand. At this moment, she was still holding the portrait of mother and son in her bosom. In the courtyard of Vermilion Bird Street, Xiao Luling slowly woke up. He stared at the somewhat unfamiliar ceiling, and for a moment, he didn't know where he was. He again looked at the furnishings inside the room, and only after a long time did he react to where he was. He blinked his eyes in disbelief. His mind began to recall the matters of yesterday. He seemed to have been taken away by Long Yi, but he didn't know where he was taken to because he had fainted. Although he had woken up in the middle of the night, he wasn't too clear-headed. Seeing Gu Jiao beside him, he again fell asleep. In the middle of the night, that hand on his forehead. "This young master, are you awake?" A little maid pushed open the door and entered. This was a servant brought back by Princess Xingyang from Fengdu Mountain. Xiao Luling had never seen her, and she had also never seen Xiao Luling. She didn't know the identity of Xiao Luling, only knew that he was a person brought back by Long Yi. Why would Princess Xingyang tolerate an outsider sleeping on her bed? She didn't know, and also didn't dare to ask. Seeing the unfamiliar maid, Xiao Lulong's mind suddenly flashed with an absurd guess, and he asked, "Where is this? Where is your master?" The little maid said, "This is Vermilion Bird Street. Is young master asking where the princess went?" Xiao Luling probed, "Princess Xingyang?" The little maid nodded her head, yes. It seems it wasn't like he had guessed, this house didn't have a new master. Xiao Luling asked again, "How long have I slept?" The little maid said, "Half a day and 1 night. You came yesterday evening, and now is the noon of the 2nd day. Young master, are you hungry? The kitchen has stewed porridge." For the time being, Xiao Luling didn't have any appetite, so he paused and asked, "You, where's the princess?" The little maid pointed outside. The princess returned to the princess mansion. Xiao Luling bitterly smiled. As expected, she still didn't want to see him. Chapter 432. The newest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. On the other hand, the Crown Prince consort planned to immediately return to the Eastern Palace after leaving Vermilion Bird Avenue. Halfway there, the carriages got stuck. Although it was autumn, the sun was strong during the day, so the carriage was extremely hot and stuffy. "Crown Prince consort, there's a tea house over there. Let's go sit there," Chunying said. "All right." The Crown Prince consort touched her cheek. Princess Xingyang's wound medicine was indeed miraculous. The swelling on her cheek had actually subsided. Even so, she still wore a veil. Chunying went to the counter to reserve an elegant room on the 2nd floor. When the Crown Prince consort walked down the corridor on the 2nd floor with Chunying, a hand suddenly reached over and pulled the Crown Prince consort into a certain room. The Crown Prince consort paled and gasped, almost crying out in alarm. "It's me." That person hugged her waist and rubbed the veil on her cheek with his fingertips. The Crown Prince consort glanced at him coldly before pushing him away and pulling out of his embrace. Ningguang wasn't angry at being rejected. He smiled and walked to the chair to sit down. He pointed at the chair beside him and said, "Aren't you going to sit?" The Crown Prince consort turned to look at Chunning, but the door was already closed. It went without saying who closed it. The Crown Prince consort looked at him with an icy gaze. "You bribed Chunning?" The first time, he still needed to knock Chunning out behind the fake mountain. After that, he provided false testimony for Wen Yang's incident. She thought he was threatening Chunning. Ning Wang spread his hands. This prince didn't bribe her. She was willing to work for this prince. If you don't believe me, you can call her in and ask her face to face. The Crown Prince consort chuckled. Where would she have the guts to speak the truth? This man was too terrifying. Even she felt fear, let alone Chunning, who was a maidservant. Ningguang looked at her playfully. "You're not coming over. Are you waiting for this prince to carry you over?" A faint trace of mockery flashed through the Crown Prince consort's eyes.
What?
Princess consort Ning can't satisfy you? Ningguang's expression changed instantly. Endless coldness flashed across his face. "Don't drag her into this between us." The Crown Prince consort's scalp went numb. She glared at him coldly and stubbornly before turning her face away. Prince Ning loosened his grip and returned to his chair. He glanced at his side and said, "Come and sit." The Crown Princess walked over expressionlessly and sat down. Prince Ning glanced at her wrist under her wide sleeve and asked, "Are you injured?" The Crown Princess didn't say anything. Ningguang took her wrist and carefully and lovingly held it in his palm. Seeing that she had applied medicine, he asked, "How did you get it?" The Crown Prince consort's anger was ignited and exploded in an instant. She turned her body and looked at him with torch-like eyes. "How did this happen? Do you really want to know how? Fine, I will tell you. It was done by the daughter of Marquis Dingen Manor. That's right, it was the doctor who grew up in the countryside, who embarrassed me time and time again, and was doted on by the Empress Dowager. She suspected that I had something to do with Xiao Heng's disappearance. So, he injured me. Not only was my wrist injured, my whole body was injured. If you have the ability to ask, do you have the ability to take revenge for me?" Prince Ning was silent for a while, and then suddenly smiled. "What are you arguing with a child for?" The Crown Prince consort frowned. "Child." Prince Ning smiled. "She is still young. It's inevitable that she doesn't understand things. I will help you clear your name and let her no longer suspect you." The Crown Prince consort flew into a rage out of humiliation. "It wasn't me to begin with. It was you." Prince Ning laughed and gently kneaded her wrist. Good. It was me. I implicated you." The Crown Prince consort angrily pulled her hand back. "If you want to make me happy, then go kill her." Prince Ning pulled her hand again. "Are you speaking out of anger again? Princess Ning's illness needs her. The Empress Dowager also needs her." The Crown Prince consort bit her lip. "That's right. You all need her. You all don't need me. Then, why did you come looking for me? You go back and be your Prince Ning. I will be my Crown Prince consort. From now on, the well water will not interfere with the river water. We will not interact with each other." "Are you really that angry?" Prince Ning held her wrist with one hand and gently stroked her neck with the other. "Other than not touching her, Ben Wang will do anything you want." The Crown Prince consort frowned. It was unknown whether she was disgusted by his touch or his words. "Wasn't your storehouse emptied? Have you never considered that she did it?" The fact that the storehouse of Prince Ning's mansion had been emptied was not publicized, but there were still a few people who knew. Prince Ning said, "It was her. I was the one who offended her first and burned down her workshop. We're even now." The Crown Prince consort chuckled. "A mere workshop actually needs to be compensated with the entire treasury of Prince Ning's mansion. Prince Ning is really generous." Prince Ning looked at her in amusement. "So jealous. It's just a small treasury. It's nothing." "That's right. It was just a small marquis's mansion's daughter. It was nothing. Why did she care so much about it?" She was not someone who had not seen the wind and waves. She understood better than anyone that it was easy for a person to be in the limelight for a while. She was the crown prince consort and the future empress of Zhao country. She was the mother of the country and had a noble status. There was no need for her to care about a little girl. But why was it that she, who had always been rational, could no longer maintain her calm? The crown prince consort took a deep breath and said, "Now that you touched her husband, she will come to find you if you are even." Prince Ning said without worry, "She can't touch me." The crown prince consort looked at Prince Ning in confusion. "So you've been tolerating her all this time?" Prince Ning took off her veil and gently stroked her cheek with his fingertips. "Linling, don't be unreasonable." The crown prince consort tilted her head and avoided his hand. She said angrily, "I'm not being unreasonable." Prince Ning's smile faded. He grabbed her chin and forced her to turn her head. The gentleness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by coldness and viciousness.
Fine.
"You want to kill her? Is it because she offended you, or because she married Xiaoheng?" The crown prince consort's body froze. When the crown prince consort returned to the Eastern Palace, the crown prince anxiously greeted her. "Linling, where did you go? What happened to your face?" The crown prince consort's face had recovered long ago, but the crown prince still saw something strange. This man was probably the only one in the world who cared about her so much. Without waiting for the crown prince consort to reply, the crown prince rolled up her sleeve again and exclaimed, "Your hand." The crown prince consort said without a change in expression, "I accidentally fell." "Where did you fall?" the crown prince asked with heartache and worry. The crown prince consort smiled. "In Princess Xinyang's courtyard." "You went to visit Aunt," the crown prince muttered. "Why did you go to Aunt's place? Didn't I tell you to recuperate in the Eastern Palace? Does it hurt?" Princess Xinyang was the emperor's younger sister. Before she married, the crown prince called her aunt. Later, she married Marquis Xianting, who was also the crown prince's uncle. Thus, the crown prince changed to calling her aunt. The crown prince consort said gently, "Uncle didn't return to the capital, and Aunt is alone. I'm worried about her. I've already applied medicine. It doesn't hurt." The crown prince cupped her hand and blew on it with heartache. He said, "You are too considerate of others. Why are you considerate of me like Shi? I went out to search for Xiao Luling for an entire night. I'm dead tired, and I don't feel good when I come back and don't see you." The crown prince consort had an ashamed expression. "It's my fault. I'll be more careful next time." In reality, the crown prince consort of the Eastern Palace was not as free as the Wang Fei outside the palace. It was because the crown prince and his majesty trusted her and gave her the right to leave the palace freely. "Is there still no news of Xiao Luling?" she pretended to ask carelessly. The crown prince was worried about her injury and did not detect the strangeness on her face.
He answered, "No."
The imperial guards speculate that Xiao Luling was brought back to the capital. That day, only the Minister of Works, Sir Zhao, and Aunt entered the city without inspection. But they both said they didn't see Xiao Luling. "Aunt?" The crown prince consort suddenly thought of the man's clothes that Yujin had hung out to dry and the tightly shut door of Princess Xinyang's bedroom. Could it be that Xiao Luling had been saved by Princess Xinyang? If that was the case, then it was not hard to explain why the king of Ning and the crown prince could not find any trace of Xiao Luling even after turning the capital upside down. But why did Princess Xinyang hide it? Was she worried that the other party would come up with another plan after the first one failed? Gu Jiao must know. She had not come to treat Princess Xinyang's illness, but because Xiao Luling was there. Thinking about it now, Yujin's words were truly laughable. One moment she said Dr. Gu, another she said she was closer to the princess, but in the end, she even hid Xiao Yulong's whereabouts from her. The crown prince consort gripped the handkerchief in her hand. The crown prince clearly felt the change in the crown prince consort's aura. He looked at her worriedly. "Linling, what's wrong?" His face suddenly became very ugly. The crown prince consort closed her eyes. "Nothing, I'm tired." The crown prince hastily said, "Then I'll help you back to your room to rest." On the other side, Gu Jiao, who had been sitting on the wall for no less than 2 hours and had almost been roasted into a salted fish, was finally picked up by Long Yi. Gu Jiao opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of black smoke. She expressionlessly said, "Later, if the princess gets angry again, please let me face her anger directly." Gu Jiao seriously suspected that Long Yi was so skilled because he had taken Xiaoheng to do this when they were little. But she was even more suspicious that Xiaoheng needed to stay outside for so long, not because Princess Xinyang would be angry for so long, but purely because little Xiaoheng was mischievous and wanted to behave atrociously outside. "You were deceived, do you know?" Gu Jiao looked at him with hidden bitterness. "Your little master is a little rascal." Long Yi didn't respond. "I'm so hungry." Being roasted by the sun for so long, she was also hungry. Nearby, there happened to be a small stall selling scallion pancakes. Gu Jiao bought 2 scallion pancakes. This kind of pancake had to be eaten while it was hot, so she didn't give any to Xiao Luling and Princess Xinyang. Altogether, 10 copper coins.
The vendor said.
Gu Jiao took out a copper coin from her purse and handed it to him. Then she took the scallion pancake and gave one to Long Yi. Long Yi took it, but didn't eat it. Gu Jiao took a bite of the crispy scallion pancake and strangely looked at him. "Why aren't you eating?" That's right, she had never seen Long Yi eat anything. This big guy always wore a mask, seemingly never taking it off. Gu Jiao thought for a bit and said to Long Yi, "Let's go to the roof to eat, no one will see." Long Yi took Gu Jiao to the roof. This angle was extremely good, they could see the people on the street, but the people on the street couldn't see them. "Mask," Gu Jiao said to him. Long Yi didn't respond. Gu Jiao paused, then raised her hand to take off his mask. The moment she was about to touch it, she could feel that Long Yi's body slightly leaned back. This was a subconscious action to avoid. But he didn't lean back too much. Gu Jiao hesitated and asked, "I'll take it off." This time, when she touched Long Yi's mask again, Long Yi didn't dodge. Gu Jiao took off Long Yi's mask. Gu Jiao had seen the Emperor's shadow dragon guards, so she thought that Long Yi was like them, belonging to the category of scary people. But when she saw Long Yi's appearance, her eyes were wide open. What happened to the unremarkable appearance? Wasn't this a bit too handsome? He had a pair of long and narrow phoenix eyes, thick eyebrows, and resolute facial features. His whole face was extremely grave and stern. But there was no tattoo on his face. Gu Jiao hummed and said, "Long Yi, where's your tattoo? Don't you shadow dragon guards all have tattoos?" Of course, Long Yi didn't respond. "Then eat the pancake." Gu Jiao handed over the scallion pancake to him. Long Yi paused for 3 seconds, then took the scallion pancake and ate it expressionlessly. After a quarter of an hour, "Gu, little chick Jiao, don't pinch me. Don't pinch me. I'll throw up." The two returned to Vermilion Bird Avenue and found out that Princess Xinyang had returned to the princess mansion. No wonder that Mama was in a hurry to clean up the house. Princess Xinyang had returned, and they just happened to miss her. Gu Jiao went to Xiao Lulang's bedroom. Xiao Lulang had already gotten out of bed. He was wearing the clothes that Long Yi had given him from the princess mansion. The clothes of a 14-year-old clearly didn't fit him. It looked somewhat comical. "Are the clothes dry? If they're dry, help me put them in." After he finished speaking to the maid, he turned around and saw Gu Jiao and Long Yi at the door. "No need to tidy them up, I brought clothes." Gu Jiao took out a bundle from her small basket, took out a set of clothes, and handed it to him. "Is it convenient for your hand? Do you want me to help you?" Xiao Luling said, "No need, I can change it myself."
Gu Jiao, "Oh,
"I really want to change it for you." Gu Jiao went to the courtyard to wait for him. Long Yi didn't go out. He looked straight at Xiao Lulang's right leg. The first time he saw Xiao Luling in the forest, Xiao Luling suddenly rushed over. Long Yi didn't pay attention to his movements. At this moment, Long Yi seemed to have finally discovered that his leg was lame. Long Yi knelt on one knee and went to check his leg.
Long Yi."
Xiao Luling dodged backwards. Long Yi raised his head and looked at him. His eyes seemed to be somewhat confused, and also somewhat confused. Suddenly, Long Yi stood up and rushed out. Not long after, he rushed in again. Gu Jiao was at the door. Because of the 2 gusts of wind blowing by Long Yi, she couldn't open her eyes. Long Yi held a lot of medicine for wounds. He pressed Xiao Luling to sit on a chair, bent his strong and tall body, and knelt on one knee again, opened those bottles and jars, and applied medicine for Xiao Luling. After applying some medicine, he made Xiao Luling move. When he was young, Xiao Luling was a big liar. After falling down, he would pretend that he was seriously injured, deceiving Long Yi to apply medicine for him and take him out to play. He also didn't expect that one day he wouldn't need to deceive Long Yi. He really couldn't get better. Chapter 433. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all here. Long Yi tested the medicine for Xiao Luling like before. If one medicine didn't work, he would change to another one. In the end, Long Yi's movements became anxious and disorderly. He seemed to feel that Xiao Yulong's legs wouldn't get better. Dragon Shadow Guard won't cry. Also won't feel uncomfortable. In that instant, Gu Jiao, who was standing outside the door, felt a huge grief coming from Long Yi. Xiao Luling finished changing his clothes and came out. Then, he said to Gu Jiao, who was quietly waiting in the corridor, "I'm fine, let's go." "Go?" Gu Jiao looked at Xiao Luling in astonishment. Only after a moment did she realize that he meant to leave here. Gu Jiao didn't say that it was best to stay here. She put down the branch in her hand, stood up and looked at him. "Okay?" On the way back in the carriage, Xiao Luling didn't say a word. Long Yi didn't show up, but Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao both knew that he was following far behind the carriage. Is it because of the princess? Gu Jiao finally opened her mouth. Xiao Luling tried to speak as normally as possible. "She doesn't want to see me." Also, if she wanted to see her, she wouldn't have returned to the princess mansion. Gu Jiao was unable to refute. The carriage continued to wobble along for a while. Xiao Yulong's complexion was very pale. Gu Jiao couldn't tell for a moment whether it was because of the injury on his hand or because of the injury in his heart. Gu Jiao recalled those portraits she saw in the princess mansion. After hesitating for a moment, she asked why. Gu Jiao wanted to ask, "Why did you become like this?" Xiao Luling thought that Gu Jiao was asking why she didn't want to see him. This was a scar in his heart that repeatedly tore, a memory he didn't want to touch the most. But since she asked, he would tell her. "Because I'm not her biological child. Her own son is dead. Because of me." When they returned to Jadewater Alley, the two of them had already sorted out their emotions, and there was no longer any abnormality on their faces. After they arrived safely, Long Yi used his qinggong to quietly leave. After all, he was the secret guard of Princess Xinyang, and his duty was to protect her. There were only 2 classes in the Imperial College in the afternoon. Little Jing Kong had finished school early and was peeking his head out of the door. Although his small feet were obediently staying within the threshold, his small body was itching to leap out. His small arms were flying behind his back, like an anxious emperor penguin. Gu Jiao was amused by him. "Jiao Jiao?" Little Jing Kong noticed Gu Jiao. He tilted his head to look at her to make sure that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Then, he turned around and called out to Madame Yao and senior servant Feng, who were in the rear courtyard. "Jiao Jiao is back. I can go out now." After he said that, he stepped over the threshold with his short legs and ran towards Gu Jiao. As expected, he slipped and fell again. He hadn't fallen for a long time, but he was still very skilled at holding his head. He held his little head and rolled all the way to Gu Jiao's feet. After he finished rolling, he probably felt that his tough little image had been ruined again. He rolled his eyes, spread his arms, and called out in an especially domineering manner, "Jiao Jiao." He wasn't embarrassed, but the other person was. The other person was a bad brother-in-law. There was no one else who could be as shameless as him. Unfortunately, they were all Xiao Liulong's leftovers. Without waiting for Gu Jiao to bend down to pick him up, Xiao Luling directly grabbed the little fellow's small lapel and lifted him up. "Ayaya, I want to carry you, Jiao Jiao." "Not you." Xiao Luling carried the little fellow into the courtyard. He had lost his cane, but he was stronger than before, so the little fellow didn't fall down. However, the moment he entered the central room, his right leg couldn't support him anymore. Gu Jiao carried little Jing Kong over in time and supported him with her other hand to prevent him from falling and embarrassing. Xiao Luling sensed the weakness in his right leg and clenched his fist without a trace. Gu Jiao didn't tell her family that Xiao Luling was kidnapped by an assassin. She only said that he was on a business trip. The original plan was for him to recuperate at Princess Xinyang's place until he recovered, so there was no need to tell the family. However, since he came back early, the matter of his injury naturally couldn't be hidden. Luling is back. This time on a business trip. Sure enough, Madame Yao was only halfway through her sentence when she noticed a stiff right hand. Luling, your hand, Xiao Luling said as if nothing had happened. When I was on a business trip, I accidentally fell and hit the gap in the stairs. I bled a little, but it's fine now. He even had more than 10 stitches. Gu Jiao added in her heart. It was a pity that her husband's hand was so beautiful. If it left a scar, she would chop off the murderer's hand. Xiao Yilong's wrist was wrapped in gauze. Madame Yao couldn't really remove the gauze to check his injury, so she believed that it was just a normal scratch. However, she still felt sorry for him, so she asked senior servant Fong to stew a pot of pig's hand soup to help him heal his hand. Xiao Luling still needed an infusion today, so Gu Jiao hung the infusion bottle on the bookshelf behind the desk in the west room. Xiao Luling read while he was receiving the infusion. Not long after, little Jing Kong came over with a portrait in his hands. He was still very short, so he had to stand on his tiptoes to poke half of his head out from behind the desk. He walked around the desk and came to Xiao Yilong's side. He tilted his head and asked Xiao Luling, "Do you have a younger brother?" Xiao Luling didn't raise his head and continued to flip through the Yen Kingdom's arithmetic book. "Why do you ask?" Little Jing Kong looked at Xiao Heng in the portrait. "This person looks like you." Xiao Yilong's expression froze. He turned his head and saw that little Jing Kong was holding a portrait in his hand. He immediately recognized the person in the portrait. It was a 5-year-old him and a young Princess Xinyang. He slightly clenched his fingers. Where did this portrait come from? From Jiao Jiao's basket. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said, "Your younger brother is more handsome than you. Your younger brother can smile, but you can't." Xiao Heng in the portrait smiled innocently, as if he had all the happiness in the world. The joy in his eyes almost overflowed. This was the Xiao Heng of the past. Xiao Luling looked at himself and Princess Xinyang in the portrait, and his heart was in a trance. The motherly love and filial piety seemed to have been a long time ago. When he suddenly looked back, it felt as if a lifetime had passed. In the afternoon, Princess Xinyang's heart disease flared up and she fainted in the princess's mansion. Yujin was worried that it would delay the treatment, so she simply sent Princess Xinyang to the medical center. Gu Jiao was carried away by Long Yi again. That feeling was too satisfying. Princess Xinyang took the anti-heart failure medicine from the research institute, and her condition was well under control. The reason why she fainted was not because of her heart disease, but because she had not slept all night. She was overworked and her blood sugar was low. Gu Jiao gave Princess Xinyang some glucose. When Princess Xinyang woke up, it was already evening. She opened her eyes and found herself lying in an unfamiliar room. There was a round little head beside the bed. She opened her mouth and asked in a hoarse voice, "Where is this?" Little Jing Kong, who was squatting on the ground playing with marbles, looked up and blinked his big eyes at her. "Benefactress, you woke up? You are in the medical center. This is Jiao Jiao's room. You are sleeping on Jiao Jiao's bed. How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Jiao Jiao said that if you don't feel well, I will go and tell her. She is in the front. Chapter 434. Novels with inner content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Benefactress? Are you a monk? Princess Xinyang looked at him strangely. Little Jing Kong shook his little head. I used to be, but I've left the mountain now. I'm not a little monk anymore. Princess Xingyang said, Then you can't call me benefactress. The little monk said, Oh. Seeing this familiar expression, Princess Xingyang pondered for a while and looked at the little guy. You're Gu Jiao's younger brother? After investigating her, he naturally knew who her family members were.
Yes.
My name is Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong nodded. You're the bad brother-in-law's mother, right? I've seen your portrait before. He had asked Jiao Jiao who the fairy in the portrait was. Jiao Jiao said that she was the little brother's mother in the portrait. The little brother looked so much like the bad brother-in-law, they were obviously biological brothers. Since she was the little brother's mother, she was naturally the bad brother-in-law's mother.
He was that smart.
Princess Xingyang's attention was attracted by the words, bad brother-in-law, so she neglected to ask him where he saw the portrait. Bad brother-in-law? She asked. Yes. Little Jingkong put away the marbles and sat on the small stool in front of the bed. He then said earnestly, It's really hard on you. Raising such a troublesome son must be very tiring, right? Worrisome? Princess Xingyang was confused. After a while, she realized that the bad brother-in-law he was talking about was probably Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng was naughty when he was a child, but he was very worrisome when he grew up. There was no child more obedient than him in the world. Little Jing Kong nodded. Yes, the bad brother-in-law is too worrisome. I have to worry about his health and his grades. Children's logic had its limitations. Some phenomena that seemed inconceivable to adults were often ignored or accepted by children. For example, since Xiao Luling had a seemingly rich mother, why did he live such a hard life in the countryside for so long? Little Jing Kong saw that Princess Xingyang was silent and thought that she didn't understand. He explained to her, Look, my bad brother-in-law's leg is injured. He got it when he was saving brother Feng Lin in the fire. Sigh. It can't be healed.
He's a little cripple now.
He goes to school with a limp. Many people look down on him. He is always bullied. Fortunately, he has a Jiao Jiao. Princess Xingyang became even more silent. Little Jing Kong said that he disliked his bad brother-in-law, but when he really talked about his bad brother-in-law, it was as if he was a loudspeaker. He couldn't stop talking. When we were in the countryside, we had to go to school in town. There were no carriages, only ox carts in the village. The roads were slippery in winter, so the ox carts couldn't move. Bad brother-in-law could only limp to school in town. Can't we take a carriage? Princess Xingyang asked. Little Jing Kong sighed like a little adult. Sigh, at that time, our family was poor. Being poor wasn't terrible. Do you know what was the most terrible thing? It was that my bad brother-in-law's grades were too bad. He was always the last. He almost didn't pass the exam. Princess Xingyang's mood was originally very complicated, but the last sentence caused her emotions to become incoherent. Being the last could pass the exam? Were all the students in the class great scholars like Zhuang Xianji? Little Jing Kong talked a lot about his life in the countryside, mainly about his bad brother-in-law. For the first time, Princess Xingyang learned about Xiao Liulong's life in the past few years from other people's mouths. She couldn't imagine that a dignified and proud son of God would fall to the point where he had to sit in an ox cart. He was exposed to the sun and rain, cold and hot. He seemed to have suddenly fallen from the clouds into a swamp. Jing Kong, come here. Little Jing Kong was called away by little Jiangli. There was no one else in the room. Yujin was also not there. Long Yi might be in the dark. He didn't show up often. Otherwise, even when Linling wouldn't have been unaware of his existence. Long Yi would appear more often in fixed places, but in the outside world, he would not be discovered by others. Princess Xingyang lifted the quilt, put on her embroidered shoes, and got out of bed. The evening wind blew gently, bringing with it a hint of the coolness of late autumn. The wind chimes under the window frame jingled. The world was noisy, but this small courtyard of the medical center had a special kind of secluded tranquility. She tightened her clothes around her chest, opened the half-closed door, and slowly walked out. Gu Jiao's courtyard was not big. It was a small courtyard. The second master had specially built it for her convenience. Even the second master himself didn't have such treatment. He only had a small room upstairs. Princess Xinyang came to the corridor and unexpectedly smelled the fragrance of sweet potatoes and corn. Only then did she realize that she hadn't eaten all day. Her stomach was rumbling with hunger. She subconsciously walked towards the small kitchen that was emitting the fragrance. She didn't need to go there herself, but for some reason, it seemed that something was attracting her. She came to the door, but before she could see the person, she heard a crisp sound of breaking branches. She was a princess of the imperial family. She had never touched the kitchen before. Naturally, she didn't know what this sound was. When she got closer, she could see the person's movements clearly. It was a youth wearing plain white clothes. He sat on a small bench behind a stove with his back to the door. His right leg was stretched out on the ground, and his left leg was bent. There was a large piece of linen cloth covering his head. Behind him was a tall pile of messy, mottled branches. He used his left hand to grab two of the branches and forcefully swung it down on his left leg, snapping the branches. He put the folded branches on his left hand. Judging from the height of the pile on the left, he had broken a lot. The stove in front of him was burning brightly with firewood. As he broke the branches, he didn't forget to throw two in from time to time. Because his right wrist was injured when he broke the branches, he used his left hand to hold them, but used his right forearm to press on the right. This movement was very strenuous, and it was easy to break. If it broke, he would press on it again. He repeated this process. His clothes were thin, but the back of his neck was soaked with sweat. One of the branches was too difficult to break. He tried several times but couldn't break it. He even accidentally touched the wound on his wrist. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Princess Xinyang unconsciously took a step forward.
But then she stopped.
Xiao Luling finally broke the branch. He didn't bother to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He bent down and used his left hand to pick up the tongs on the ground. He flipped the sweet potatoes on the stove. After doing this, the corn and steamed vegetables in the pot should be ready. He stood up, limped around the stove, and skillfully opened the lid of the pot. A vast expanse of white steam rushed over. He found a rag and took out the steamer basket. Then, he washed his hands with water, turned around, opened the cupboard, and took out two sets of bowls and chopsticks. One was little Jing Kong's exclusive bowl and chopsticks, and the other, when he was halfway through, he suddenly realized something, and his eyes flickered. His eyelashes trembled. He wanted to turn around, but didn't dare. With a clang, the bowl and chopsticks in his hand fell to the ground. It rolled a little far, and his legs were inconvenient. He dragged his weak right leg forward 2 steps. Just as he bent down to pick it up, a fair and slender hand reached over and picked up the bowl and chopsticks on the ground before he could. Chapter 435. Princess Xinyang didn't give him the bowl and chopsticks. Instead, she turned around and placed them on the stove. Xiao Luling didn't think that she would suddenly wake up and lower herself to the small kitchen. Princess Xinyang also didn't think that she would come in by herself. The two of them met without any warning. It wasn't the back of her head, nor her back, nor was it the blurry sleeping face swallowed by darkness in the middle of the night. It was a clear front face in broad daylight. The immaturity of a 14-year-old had faded, replaced by the restraint of time. In fact, he was only 18 years old. There were still 3 more months before he turned 19. He should have been a young and inexperienced youth, but he was a step ahead of her. He was taller, but his cheeks seemed to have become thinner. The 14-year-old Xiao Heng was a pampered young noble, the bright moon in the sky. Now he had fallen into the dust. A beautiful jade covered in dust, turning into a lonely little stone that seemed to have been abandoned by someone on the side of the road. For a moment, Princess Xinyang didn't know where to look. Was it his face without the mole, or his powerless feet? It was like he had been cut by a knife, and a layer of skin and flesh had been peeled off. He was bloody and exposed to the eyes of those who knew or didn't know. Every step he took left a bloody footprint. Xiao Yulong's eyes were blood red. Was this punishment enough? Was this pain satisfied? Have I redeemed myself for all my filthy sins? Princess Xinyang stared at him. Suddenly, her body staggered, and she supported herself with one hand on the scalding stove. Xiao Yulong's eyes moved. His hand subconsciously reached out, but it froze in midair under her resistant gaze. Princess Xinyang's body trembled slightly. She looked at him one last time, clutched her chest, and ran out without looking back. After Gu Jiao finished seeing the patients in the clinic, she came to the small courtyard to see how Princess Xinyang was doing. However, she was told that Princess Xinyang had already left. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows weirdly. I was planning to let her stay for a few more days. This pair of mother and son really behaved in the same way. She wanted to meet him, but she couldn't. Xiao Luling didn't need to come over, but when he heard that Princess Xinyang had fainted, he followed along. After Gu Jiao put Princess Xinyang on an 4-drip, she went to see the doctor. During this time, Xiao Luling was the only one keeping watch. Little Jing Kong was playing in the yard. It was Xiao Luling who asked Gu Jiao to remove the needles. After that, Xiao Luling went to cook and called little Jing Kong to stay in the house. But she hadn't eaten a single bite of the food he had made. Gu Jiao was almost done. She packed up her things and took little Jing Kong to wash his hands. Then, she went back to Clearwater Alley with Xiao Luling.
She had thought about it.
The safest place was beside Princess Xinyang, followed by Clearwater Alley. Wasn't there a saying that the most dangerous place was the safest place? Who would have thought that Xiao Luling would stay in her house? The family of 3 had just left the back door of the clinic when Eugene returned anxiously. Princess Xinyang fainted again. Gu Jiao had just given her an 4-drip. She shouldn't be exhausted so quickly. Gu Jiao looked at little Jing Kong and then looked at Xiao Luling. She could choose to take Eugene's carriage and let Xiao Luling and little Jing Kong take Xiao Sanzi's carriage home. However, she hesitated and got into Xiao Sanzi's carriage. Eugene's carriage led the way. They went to Vermilion Bird Avenue. See, Princess Xinyang really moved to the princess mansion to hide from Xiao Luling. As soon as Xiao Luling left, she moved back. What did this mean? It meant that seeing Xiao Luling made Princess Xinyang sadder than going to the princess mansion. Princess Xinyang really had a heart attack this time. She couldn't catch her breath and fainted. Gu Jiao gave her a tranquilizer. Her pulse stabilized for the time being. However, this situation couldn't happen too often. Otherwise, her life might be in danger. Did something happen to the princess? Her pulse was so messy when we were in the clinic. She packed up the medical supplies and asked Eugene. Eugene was surprised by Gu Jiao's strange medical methods. However, she just thought that she was ignorant and didn't suspect that they weren't from the 6 nations. She answered Gu Jiao's question. The princess felt uncomfortable in her heart. Little Jing Kong went to the courtyard to play. He looked at Xiao Luling and said, "There are some things that the princess didn't even tell me. But I think the reason why she fainted was because of little Lord Xiao." Endless bitterness welled up in Xiao Yulong's heart, and his chest faintly hurt. He looked at the unconscious Princess Xinyang on the bed. "Do you hate me that much? Okay, I know. I will never appear in front of you again." Xiao Luling turned around and walked out. The moonlight sprinkled down and fell on his lonely figure as if plated with a layer of frost. Gu Jiao stayed behind to observe the condition of Princess Xinyang. Little Jing Kong was looking at flowers in the courtyard. The flowers here were big and beautiful. He wanted to pick them. However, he couldn't pick the wild flowers outside. He could only look. With his little hands behind his back, he continuously drooled while looking at the flowers. Suddenly, Long Yi walked over. Long Yi didn't care about this little guy at first. In the eyes of Dragon Shadow Guard, children were no different from stone blocks. Who would have thought that at this time, little Jing Kong suddenly rubbed his little hands? He really couldn't hold back anymore. Long Yi caught his little hands that were making trouble. Little Jing Kong blankly raised his head and said with a guilty conscience, I didn't, it's not me. His eyeballs rolled around, and he looked very much like little Xiao Heng who had done bad things many years ago. His body was full of Xiao Yulong's aura, and even his small appearance was exactly the same. Long Yi looked at little Jing Kong and again looked at Xiao Luling in the room, and his brain suddenly crashed. Gu Jiao determined that Princess Xinjiang was really fine, and then she got up and left. Eugene wanted to pay the consultation fee, and Gu Jiao didn't refuse. Gu Jiao went out of the house, and little Sanzi's carriage was still there, so she sat in the carriage. She thought that Xiao Luling had already taken little Jing Kong back, but unexpectedly, both of them were sitting in the carriage at this time. Only Xiao Luling was awake, and little Jing Kong was lying in his bosom and sleeping. He ate something, Xiao Luling said. He wanted to wait for you. He seemed to be explaining why he didn't go back. Gu Jiao nodded, but she didn't say anything. Little Jing Kong really wanted to wait for her, but he could have waited in the house. He stayed. Half of it was to wait for her, and the other half was to wait for Princess Xinjiang to be safe. There was never much fairness in the relationship in this world. Many times, when parents hurt a child, the child would not stop loving his parents, but would only stop loving himself. Gu Jiao sat down next to Xiao Luling. Little Sanzi waved his whip, and the wheels of the carriage started to turn on the quiet street. Their voices were loud enough to drown out the conversation between the two. The princess is fine, Gu Jiao said to Xiao Luling. Xiao Luling lowered his eyes, and no one could see the emotions in his eyes. He nodded in a low voice and raised his hand to pull down the coat that had slipped down, covering little Jing Kong's entire body. Little Jing Kong was sleeping soundly, and no one knew what he was dreaming of, but his saliva was dripping. In fact, the reason why Princess Xinjiang fainted today was partly because of little Jing Kong's complaints. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. How could Princess Xinjiang know what kind of difficult life Xiao Luling had been living for the past few years? Gu Jiao pinched Xiao Yulong's face, and when she withdrew her hand, her gaze inadvertently swept across Xiao Yulong's face. Then she looked elsewhere. But she was still paying attention to him. Do you want to know about my background? Xiao Luling suddenly asked. Yes. Gu Jiao didn't deny it. She didn't know when she started to be curious about him. She wanted to know more about him, whether it was good, bad, proud, or embarrassing. She wanted to know everything about him. But if he didn't say anything, she rarely took the initiative to ask. But if he took the initiative to ask, she naturally wouldn't be polite with him. After all, there wouldn't be another opportunity like this if she missed this village. The atmosphere couldn't be so warm every time. Even if my background is very dirty, you still want to know? Xiao Luling sneered. You'll regret it. You'll regret marrying me, regret treating me so well, and even regret knowing me. Gu Jiao looked at him in confusion. Xiao Luling sneered. I'm not Princess Xinjiang's biological son. I've already told you this, but I didn't say who gave birth to me. Yes, Gu Jiao responded. Xiao Yulong's expression inexplicably relaxed. Actually, there's nothing that can't be said. My mother was a prisoner of war. No, she can't be considered a prisoner of war. She's just an accessory of a prisoner of war, a female slave from the Yan Kingdom. Princess Xinjiang and that female slave became pregnant in the same month and gave birth in the same month. Princess Xinjiang's son was born half a month earlier. The night I was born, the Marquis's estate was attacked by an assassin. Both me and that child were poisoned. There's only one antidote. Hearing this, Gu Jiao seemed to understand a little. She didn't interrupt Xiao Luling and quietly waited for him to continue. Xiao Luling smiled faintly, with a bit of helplessness and a bit of mockery. I'm only the son of a female slave. How could the antidote be given to me? In order for me to get the antidote, the female slave stole Princess Xinjiang's son and brutally killed him. Afterwards, she hanged herself. When Gu Jiao heard that there was only one antidote, she guessed what would happen next. In her heart, she wasn't too surprised. Or perhaps she was too cold-blooded. Her parents in her previous life were right. She was a monster. Xiao Luling still had a calm expression, as if he wasn't talking about his own experience, but an unimportant story. Princess Xinyang didn't know. She thought that they were taken away by an assassin and that the assassin killed them. She lost her son, and I lost my mother. She said that perhaps we were fated to be mother and son. She decided to raise me as her own son. Chapter 436. When Princess Xinyang decided to raise him, he was still a baby in swaddling clothes. Naturally, he couldn't have heard her say those words herself. It was Princess Xinyang who told him later. So that's how it is. Gu Jiao said, then, does Marquis Xianping know? Xiao Luling lowered his eyes. I know. After he took care of things, Princess Xinyang mistakenly thought that her son and the female slave were killed by assassins. It wasn't until 4 years ago that she found out the truth by chance. It turned out that she had raised the son of her enemy for 14 years. After that, Princess Xinyang collapsed. She had never forgotten that son and had never treated Xiao Luling as someone else's substitute. She had truly raised Xiao Luling as her other son. She had done everything she could to teach him and had given her all to raise him into the young Marquis of Zhaodu. It was because of this that she couldn't bear the blow of the truth. The female slave was already dead, so I could only kill your son. This was her inner demon, and also all of her evil. I was the last one to know, Xiao Luling said calmly. His face was calm, but who knew if his heart was as calm as this? Gu Jiao paused. So the fire 4 years ago, Xiao Luling nodded. She wanted to kill me, to take me down with her. Unfortunately, something went wrong, and the person who was burned to death wasn't me. Later, Long Yi came and saved her. He didn't say what went wrong, but Gu Jiao thought that it should have something to do with the real Xiao Luling. He had once said to her, if I'm not the person you think I am. She thought he was referring to Xiao Luling, but it turned out to be Xiao Heng. He suppressed the great pain in his heart and said, sometimes I wonder, why wasn't the person who died that year me? Why was I the one who survived? How many lives do I have to carry on my back? A person like me, a filthy person like me. Gu Jiao gently took his hand. Husband, you're not dirty. Also, it's not your fault. The night was cold as water. The houses on Vermilion Bird Avenue were quiet. Princess Xinyang woke up. Eugene carried a basin of hot water into the room and asked, how do you feel, Princess? Princess Xinyang sat at the head of the bed and asked calmly, did I faint again? Eugene said with lingering fear, that's right. Luckily, I fainted on the bed. Otherwise, it would be bad if I bumped into anything. Once, Princess Xinyang fainted at the lakeside. Coincidentally, Long Yi had gone out to handle some matters, so Eugene wasn't able to hold him back and both of them fell into the lake. Princess Xinyang looked at the needle mark in her elbow and guessed that Gu Jiao had come by. Did that girl give me something strange again? Eugene smiled. It's all thanks to Dr. Gu. Princess Xinyang muttered, I don't know where she learned her strange skills. Eugene helped Princess Xinyang wash her face, then took the pills Gu Jiao left behind and poured a cup of warm water for her. Dr. Gu said that from today onwards, you have to take one more type of medicine. Princess Xinyang didn't object. In any case, it wasn't bitter, so she just had to take it. After taking the medicine, Princess Xinyang felt a little hungry. Eugene carried a bowl of millet porridge over and moved a small tea table to the bed. Before Dr. Gu left, she instructed the kitchen to cook millet porridge. She said that when Princess wakes up, you should eat a little. These days, your diet should be lighter. Princess Xinyang scooped a spoonful of millet porridge. Dr. Gu, did you fall into her trap or fall into her trap? Eugene smiled and sat down on the bed. Princess Xinyang ate a few mouthfuls of porridge and didn't want to eat anymore. She still didn't have any appetite. Eugene advised, eat some more. Princess Xinyang turned her face away. I don't want to eat anymore. Eugene pushed the bowl in front of her. Eat 5 more mouthfuls. Aiyu. Princess Xingyang had no choice but to endure and eat some more. After eating, she saw that Eugene wasn't leaving. She asked, "What? Is there something else?" Eugene hesitated for a moment, then finally gathered her courage and said, "Princess, do you really hate the young duke that much?" Princess Xingyang's expression dimmed. "Why are you mentioning him?" Eugene said, "Ever since you left the clinic, your mood has been off. Now that he's living such a shameful life, it's worse than death. If Princess really hates him, seeing him in this state should be very gratifying. Princess, in your heart, you also love the young duke, don't you?" "You're talking nonsense again," Princess Xingyang said as she carelessly scooped another spoonful of millet porridge into her mouth. Eugene had served her for many years, so how could she not know her temperament? She still ate when she didn't want to eat. She had hit the nail on the head. Eugene said bitterly, "I'm not talking nonsense. That fire was not set by the princess at all. The princess was soft-hearted at the critical moment. In fact, the princess had never been able to let go of the mother-son relationship with the young marquis. Since that's the case, why don't Princess acknowledge the young duke? What happened that year wasn't his fault. He's just an innocent child. What happened that year wasn't Princess's negligence. Princess, don't torture the young duke anymore, and don't torture yourself anymore." Princess Xingyang's expression was complicated. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped. Then she gently put down the spoon in her hand and said thoughtfully, "Someone else set the fire that year, but I still can't find out who he is." And what?" Eugene looked at Princess Xingyang. Princess Xingyang sighed and said in a low voice, "Forget it, it's nothing." The group returned to Jade Water Alley. Xiao Sanzi drove the carriage back to the clinic. Gu Jiao carried the sleeping little Jing Kong over, not giving Xiao Luling a chance to refuse. Xiao Luling looked at his bandaged hand, then at his weak right leg. A trace of disgust flashed through his brows. He was disgusted with himself. Little Jing Kong played until his whole body was covered in mud. Gu Jiao put a cushion on the bed and put him on it. Then she went to the kitchen to get hot water. "I'll do it," Xiao Luling said. Since the little fellow went down the mountain, Gu Jiao had never done anything to bathe him. If it wasn't Xiao Luling, then it was Gu Xiaoshun or Gu Yan. "Okay." Gu Jiao used her leg to hook a stool, then put the basin and towel down. Xiao Luling turned little Jing Kong over and over again. He wiped his body and changed his clothes, but little Jing Kong didn't wake up at all. Gu Jiao crossed her arms and leaned against the wardrobe. She lazily raised her eyebrows. "What did he play today?"
So tired.
"He went to Princess Xingyang's flower with long E." Xiao Luling didn't say anything about this. After washing little Jing Kong, Xiao Luling went to pour water, but Gu Jiao took the basin. This was a trivial matter in life, but it wasn't a trivial matter anymore. He was indifferent at the beginning, but now, he gradually couldn't ignore it. In the past, he didn't care about his life, didn't care about his disability, because he deserved to live in purgatory with his sins. But what was wrong with her? Why did she have to meet such an unbearable person? He once deceived himself, thinking that as long as he worked hard, perhaps they could really live a peaceful life. But when the truth was finally revealed, all his secrets were exposed. It was as if all the window paper was torn apart. He discovered that all his efforts were so weak. He was the son of a lowly female slave. His body flowed with lowly and dirty blood. His birth was a sin, and his survival was also a sin. He stepped on the bones of his own brother. He was not worthy to touch those beautiful things. Marquis Gu was right, he didn't deserve her. This kind of person should stay far away from her. Xiao Luling sat in the room for a while, but before she returned to the east room to rest, he heard a sound coming from the courtyard. It was so late, and everyone was asleep. Why didn't she go to sleep? What was she doing in the courtyard? Xiao Luling wanted to go and see, but he also felt that he shouldn't go and see. Since he had decided to let go, then what she did had nothing to do with him. She was still young, And one day she would understand that there were many good men in the world, and he was the one she shouldn't meet the most. He closed his eyes and tried hard to harden his heart, but he couldn't ignore the movement in the courtyard.
Fine.
Sooner or later, he would have to say goodbye, so choosing a day was better than the present. Woo-ah, little Jing Kong on the bed mumbled in his sleep and kicked the quilt over. Xiao Luling walked over, pulled the quilt over him, and tucked him in. After that, he went out of the room and followed the sound to the backyard. The scene in front of him made him stunned. Under the cold moonlight, in the cold courtyard, she bent over and stepped on the stone bench to cut wood. She was taller than 2 years ago, but she was still a woman, so she still looked thin. Probably because she didn't want to wake up her family, her movements seemed very light, but in fact, she used a lot of strength. This was much more strenuous than cutting wood without using her hands. In just a few moments, fine beads of sweat had already seeped out of her forehead. Xiao Luling walked over and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Did I wake you up?" Gu Jiao asked him. Xiao Luling shook his head. "No, I haven't slept yet." After saying that, his gaze fell on her saw and the wood. Gu Jiao curved her lips. "You lost your cane. I'll make you a new one." Chapter 437. Xiao Luling felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly rubbed by someone. He looked at her in disbelief and confusion.
Why? Why was she so good to him?
He wasn't worth it. Gu Jiao continued to cut wood and said, "I've boiled the hot water. Go take a bath and sleep. I'll be done soon." She put down the saw and said, "I'll go get the water." Xiao Luling grabbed her arm and looked at her deeply. "Jiao Jiao. Don't be so good to me. I can't bear to let go. If you regret it one day, I might do anything to keep you by my side. I'm not a good person. I'm not as harmless as you think." Gu Jiao met his complicated gaze and said frankly, "You're very good to me too." Xiao Yulong's heart was suddenly in a mess. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his hand. His fingertips gently touched her cheek. "Silly girl, you'll regret it." Gu Jiao seriously thought about this possibility. Then, she shook her head firmly. "I won't. At most, I'll divorce you." Xiao Luling. He wasn't comforted at all. Xiao Luling stared at her and suddenly laughed. Gu Jiao had a strange look on her face. "What are you laughing at?" He answered truthfully, "Laughing at you." He originally wanted to be sad. He was clearly infected by the sadness in the bottom of his heart. In the end, this girl interrupted him and made him feel depressed. Xiao Luling couldn't help but pinch her little face. "Say, why are you so good at ruining the atmosphere?" Gu Jiao had no idea what she had done to ruin the atmosphere. She looked at him in confusion. Xiao Luling was amused by her small appearance. He put one hand on the back of her neck, tilted his head slightly, and covered her. Was he going to kiss her? Gu Jiao rolled his eyes and closed them in the next second. However, after waiting for a long time, she still didn't receive a kiss from him. Instead, she heard a muffled chuckle. Gu Jiao opened her eyes and turned her head to look. She saw someone pinching a piece of sawdust on his fingertips. He straightened up and looked at her with a smile. "There's this on your head." Gu Jiao's face darkened.
Oh.
Xiao Luling understood what she wanted. He also wanted to. When he thought about how his dreams were filled with her at night, he hated that he could not press her down and treat her the way he did in his dreams. But he couldn't do that. She had just learned of his background and hadn't really understood it yet. She didn't understand what it meant to be the son of a slave. He would give her time, whether she regretted it or not. But he wouldn't give her too long. For the next few days, Xiao Luling stayed in Clearwater Alley to recuperate. Gu Jiao began to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes. On the 4th day, Yuan Tang came to the clinic. Gu Jiao thought that he came to get medicine for Lu Yixing. The stitches on Lu Yixing's severed finger had been removed. The intervention effect was good, but he still needed to continue to take medicine. Depending on the situation, he would start rehabilitation. 10 taels, Gu Jiao said. Yuan Tang's body trembled. Your medicine is so expensive. Why does my cousin think so highly of it? Gu Jiao said indifferently, You're the one buying it, not your cousin. Yuan Tang asked, What do you mean? Gu Jiao said, Different people have different prices. Yuan Tang said, You're a profiteer. Yuan Tang resigned himself to his fate and took out 10 taels. Gu Jiao took the money. Seeing that he didn't leave, she looked at him strangely.
What?
Is there something else? If you want to sell me information, I advise you to give up. The corner of Yuan Tang's lips, which had just been raised, collapsed in a second. Are you a bug in this prince's stomach? How come you know everything I do? Feishing's leftover. Gu Jiao sat back on the chair and buried herself in today's medical records. Forget it. He was just teasing her. He wanted to get back the 10 taels of silver. It wasn't that he wouldn't talk about it if he didn't get the money. Yuan Tang opened his folding fan and said slowly, I heard that your husband went missing. Do you know who did it?
Who? Gu Jiao asked.
Yuan Tang curled his lips into a smile. Prince Ning. Gu Jiao wasn't surprised to hear this answer. She put the medical records back on the shelf and looked up at Yuan Tang. Are you sure? Yuan Tang clicked his tongue and raised 3 fingers. I swear to the heavens as the future crown prince of Chun that I didn't make a mistake. I definitely didn't fake it. However, he put down his hand and patted his palm with his folding fan. Isn't Prince Ning on Empress Dowager Zhuang's side? Why did he kidnap your husband? Is he taking revenge on you for killing so many of his experts? Although those experts came for me, you helped me, so he holds a grudge in his heart? Prince Ning didn't hold a grudge because of this incident, but because she went to find Princess Ning afterwards. Even so, he only burned down one of her workshops. After that, she emptied his treasury. To be honest, Gu Jiao didn't think that Prince Ning would touch Xiao Lulang for a treasury. Gu Jiao thought of the crown princess' guilty expression. She had something to do with it. Could it be she already guessed Xiao Lulang's true identity and told Prince Ning about it? Prince Ning wouldn't touch Xiao Lulang, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't touch Xiao Heng. The crown princess had once been Xiao Heng's fiancée, and the two had grown up as childhood sweethearts. If Ning Wang misunderstood that the crown princess still had Xiao Heng in her heart, he would most likely kill Xiao Heng given how perverted he was.
Wait.
Kill Xiao Heng? Something flashed through Gu Jiao's mind, but it was too fast for her to catch. Dr. Gu, what are you thinking about? Yuan Tang interrupted Gu Jiao's train of thought. I'm thinking... It's burning. It's burning. A young medicine boy's exclamation came from the lobby. Gu Jiao stood up. Yuan Tang was closer to the door, so she immediately opened the door and walked out. One of the medicine boys had accidentally dropped a match into the medicinal wine, and the entire wine jar had caught fire. Seeing this, Yuan Tang hurriedly walked over, picked up the burning wine jar, and carried it to the empty space in the rear courtyard. Seeing this scene, a thought flashed through Gu Jiao's mind. She had finally caught what she had failed to catch earlier.
Yes. Fire.
The fire from 4 years ago. Could it be that Princess Xinyang wasn't the one who set the fire? Prince Ning was the one who did it? But for some reason, Xiao Lulang misunderstood? If he really did it, then this feud was huge. He didn't capture Xiao Lulang just to show off his power. He truly wanted to take Xiao Lulang's life. She had originally planned to slowly harvest this golden leek, but he actually dared to touch her husband. Gu Jiao didn't have any evidence for the incident from 4 years ago, but it didn't matter. Even if she didn't count the old debt from 4 years ago, just this one incident alone was unforgivable. In the afternoon, Gu Jiao made a trip to the imperial palace. Prince Ning was a prince who was highly regarded by the emperor. He was currently working at the Ministry of Appointments and would occasionally be summoned by the emperor to the imperial study or Pure Flowers Palace. Recently, because he was searching for Xiao Lulang, the emperor summoned him and the crown prince almost every day to ask about the progress of the matter. Although Gu Jiao wasn't in the imperial palace, she had close relations with Rinshou Palace, so she had heard some things from eunuch Qin. Gu Jiao arrived at the imperial palace and asked the guard on duty, "Has His Highness Prince Ning entered the palace?" The guard recognized her and knew that she was a favorite of Empress Dowager Zhuang and His Majesty, so he was happy to do her a favor. Moreover, it wasn't a secret. He entered the palace. Gu Jiao asked again, did he go to the Imperial Study or Pure Flowers Palace? The guard said, he went in the direction of Pure Flowers Palace. Many thanks. Gu Jiao thanked him, then turned around and went to Pure Flowers Palace. Gu Jiao couldn't enter Pure Flowers Palace as easily as she could at Rinshou Palace. She still needed to announce her arrival. However, Eunuch Wei quickly walked over and invited Gu Jiao in. Eunuch Wei said, "Why has Miss Gu come? Are you here to ask about Lord Xiao?" Gu Jiao had only told her grandaunt that Xiao Luling had already been found. She hadn't told the emperor, so Eunuch Wei also didn't know. Gu Jiao made a sound of acknowledgement. "That's right, I'm here to ask about the news." Eunuch Wei said, "It just so happens that His Highness Prince Ning is also here. You can ask him if he found any clues." It was impossible for him to find any clues. He was already at home. Gu Jiao symbolically went to see the emperor and Prince Ning to ask about the progress of the case. As expected, there wasn't any progress. The emperor was very anxious. There hasn't been any news for so long. He couldn't have. Gu Jiao stared at Prince Ning's expression. His face was filled with worry, but there wasn't a hint of schadenfreude. That was true. If he hadn't hidden himself deeply, he wouldn't have been able to fool around with the crown prince consort for so long without anyone discovering him. The emperor painfully closed his eyes.
"Send more men."
"No matter what, I want to see him if he's alive, or his corpse if he's dead." Prince Ning cupped his hands in salute. "Yes." This subject obeys. The emperor sighed. "We will also send a few more men to you. You'll have to work a little harder these next few days. We hope to find Xiao Luling as soon as possible. This subject will go and find him right now." Prince Ning bowed and left the imperial study. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then said, "Your Highness Prince Ning, you don't mind if I leave the palace with you, right?" Prince Ning froze, then nodded.
"Of course I don't mind."
"Dr. Gu, please." "Your Majesty, I'm leaving." Gu Jiao bade farewell to the emperor. The emperor was currently worried about Xiao Yulong's safety, so he didn't keep Gu Jiao for a meal at Pure Flowers Palace. Gu Jiao and Prince Ning left the imperial palace. On the way, the two chatted for a while, and it didn't seem like they had any disagreements. Before boarding the carriage, Prince Ning smiled and said, "Dr. Gu, if you and I can always be harmonious like this prince can pretend that nothing happened in the past." Gu Jiao didn't respond to his words. Instead, she asked, "I didn't come in a carriage today. Can you give me a ride?" "Of course." Prince Ning generously gestured for Gu Jiao to board the carriage. Gu Jiao boarded the carriage, and Prince Ning also got in. He maintained a polite distance from Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said seriously, "I have some things I want to say to Prince Ning in private." Prince Ning gave her a deep look, then smiled knowingly. He ordered, "All of you stop first. You're not allowed to follow." The imperial guard stopped. The carriage continued on for a while. Prince Ning said, "Can you speak now?"
"Speak, your grandpa."
Gu Jiao stood up with a whoosh and put Prince Ning in a gunny sack. Chapter 438. Novels that can't be found online will all be available here. Was Ning Wang's martial arts high? Of course it was very high, but Ning Wang was caught off guard. He never thought that Gu Jiao would make this move. Ning Wang's assassination training was to defend against knives, swords, and hidden weapons. Who would defend against a gunny sack? Even a normal person wouldn't do something like putting a gunny sack on a prince. When they were eavesdropping on the fake mountain, Gu Jiao already knew that Ning Wang's martial arts were unfathomable. She had never fought with Ning Wang before, so it was hard to say whose martial arts were better. She was confident, but not conceited. Then again, this wasn't a competition of sportsmanship, so there was no need to talk about martial arts. Just do it. The moment Gu Jiao put the person in the gunny sack, She quickly took out the anesthetic needle hidden in her sleeve and stabbed it into his body through the gunny sac. This anesthetic was specially developed by the Research Institute for Emergency Operations. It worked very quickly and didn't need an intravenous drip, just an intramuscular injection. It could make a person instantly lose consciousness, but the weakness was that it didn't work very well. But it was enough for Gu Jiao to drag the person away. "Turn left." His Highness said to wait for someone in the alley over there. Gu Jiao ordered the driver. The driver didn't know that his master had been put in a gunny sack and thought that it was his master's idea. He obediently drove the carriage into the alley on the side. The moment the carriage stopped, Gu Jiao knocked out the driver with a chop. Then she pulled the gunny sack out of the carriage. The anesthetic gradually wore off and Ningguang began to regain his consciousness. However, if he wanted to make a move against Gu Jiao, it wouldn't be that easy. Gu Jiao didn't wait for him to react. She picked up the gunny sack and threw it on the ground, making a loud sound. Ningguang's vision turned black. He felt the earth shake, the sky collapse, and his butt hurt. Ningguang tried to make a move, but before he could circulate his qi to his dantian, the gunny sack was lifted up high and then thrown down again. Gu Jiao grabbed the gunny sack and smashed it on the ground with a duang 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 sound. Ningguang's brain was almost smashed to pieces. What was an unexpected calamity? This was it. The pain of being injured during a fight was not scary. What was scary was being used as a punching bag. This was a fucking blow to his pride. This was different from Crown Princess Feng's case. After all, the two incidents were different in nature. The former was a scare, while the latter was a murder. Gu Jiao beat him to death. Prince Ning was skilled in martial arts, so he could take a beating. Gu Jiao beat him even more happily. Just as Gu Jiao was in the midst of beating him up, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky. Gu Jiao focused her eyes and saw that it was actually the Emperor's Dragon Shadow Guard. The Dragon Shadow Guard looked at the sack on the ground, then looked at Gu Jiao in front of him. After pausing for a moment, he made a decision and attacked Gu Jiao. Hiss! Gu Jiao had a toothache. There was no need to ask to know that the Dragon Shadow Guard was assigned to Ningguang by the Emperor. Gu Jiao had fought with the Dragon Shadow Guard before, but after the Dragon Shadow Guard was summoned back by the Emperor, he no longer had any hostility towards Gu Jiao. He had hesitated for a moment just now. He was probably sorting out his tasks. Gu Jiao was not an enemy, but the Emperor had ordered the Dragon Shadow Guard to protect Ningguang. Naturally, the order still prevailed, and the Dragon Shadow Guard launched an attack on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao immediately admitted defeat. She threw the gunny sack to him and ran away. After that, Gu Jiao thought about it and felt that she had not performed well enough. She should have thrown a few punches before throwing it. She should have thrown it more aggressively and not be so cowardly. This time, Gu Jiao had put Ningguang in a gunny sack in front of him. It was not that she was impulsive, but since he had already set his sights on her husband, there was no need for the two of them to continue pretending to be peaceful. Another reason was that Ningguang was very popular in the capital. How many people wanted to secretly harm him and had the ability to do so? If she did not show her face, the first person to be suspected would be Yuan Tang. She was a good person. She would not implicate her new new friend for no reason. Gu Jiao was thinking about this when she suddenly realized that she had run to Vermilion Bird Avenue. And to be honest, she could not be blamed. Vermilion Bird Avenue was one of the streets closest to the Imperial Palace. She could reach Vermilion Bird Avenue after walking a few more steps from that small alley. However, she was very confused that she had come to Princess Xinyang's residence. Gu Jiao raised her head to look at the half-closed courtyard door. Between going back the way she had come and being caught and beaten by the Emperor's Dragon Shadow Guard, or going inside to lie low and have afternoon tea, she chose the latter. She stood on the doorstep and inadvertently tightened the heel of her right leg. As a result, her calf cramped. Princess Xinyang was about to go out. Eugene had just opened the courtyard door when she saw Gu Jiao bending over with a cramp on her small face. Eugene was stunned. "Dr. Gu?" Gu Jiao stood up as if nothing had happened. The next second, the cramp became even worse. She lost control of her expression. A cramp in her calf was definitely the kind that could not be tolerated. Princess Xingyang glanced at her indifferently. What's wrong? Did you fight with someone? Is your leg crippled? Gu Jiao.
No. Oh.
Princess Xingyang said carelessly. Then you were beaten up and your leg is crippled? Gu Jiao. These words were not very harmful, but they were extremely insulting. Princess Xingyang raised her eyebrows. You couldn't have run away without fighting, and even crippled your leg. Gu Jiao. She obviously fought.
Ha.
Princess Xingyang turned around and returned to her room. Eugene turned to look at Princess Xingyang in a daze. Did this mean she wasn't going out? Eugene smiled and said to Gu Jiao, Dr. Gu, please follow me into the room. Gu Jiao's right calf was cramping so badly that it was about to collapse. She could only limp step by step into the room. It could be said that she was very pitiful. Princess Xingyang liked to sit by the window. It had good lighting and ventilation, and she could smell the fragrance of the courtyard. Eugene led Gu Jiao to a chair opposite Princess Xingyang. She squatted down and pinched Gu Jiao's right calf. Does it hurt here? Let me take a look. No need, it's just a cramp, not an injury. I'll be fine in a while. Gu Jiao seriously suspected that she had grown too quickly and was lacking calcium. In her previous life, she had never cramped like this. After all, she had worked in the organization. Every agent had a professional nutritionist, so there was no shortage of trace elements. Let me give you a massage. It won't hurt as much, Eugene said gently. Thank you very much, Lady Eugene. She remembered that was how the crown princess addressed her. If you don't mind, you can call me Aunt Eugene, Eugene said with a smile. Eugene moved a small stool over and placed Gu Jiao's leg on her lap. She began to gently massage Gu Jiao. She was someone who had taken care of the seriously ill Princess Xingyang. Her technique was quite good. Gu Jiao almost fell asleep from her massage. Eugene said gently, Dr. Gu is only 15 this year, right? You're really young and promising. It would be difficult to find a doctor with better medical skills than you in the capital. Gu Jiao nodded seriously. I think so too. Princess Xingyang, who had decided to practice her calligraphy out of boredom. This girl, could she be a little more shameless? Princess Xingyang calmed herself down for a while before continuing to practice her calligraphy. Gu Jiao glanced at her. My husband always makes me practice calligraphy. It's obvious that he learned it from you. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikago mobile reading website. zhhbqg.com. Chapter 439. Princess Xingyang's brush suddenly stopped. As Yujin massaged Gu Jiao's calf, she glanced at Princess Xingyang without batting an eyelid. In fact, Eugene couldn't tell what Princess Xingyang's attitude towards the young duke was. If she said she cared, she would ruthlessly deny him. If she said she didn't care, she would be so sad that she fainted. Not to mention fainting from anger, Eugene didn't believe it and wouldn't accept it. She probably still couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart. She was afraid that if she treated the young duke too well, she would let down that dead child. Gu Jiao was being massaged too comfortably and became drowsy. Her little head began to peck at rice like a little chick. Eugene waved at a servant girl, indicating for her to bring a cushion over. The servant girl did as she was told. Eugene gave a look and the servant girl placed the cushion behind Gu Jiao's back, supporting Gu Jiao as she gently leaned against it. Princess Xingyang was immersed in practicing her calligraphy and didn't know that Gu Jiao was about to fall asleep. Her gaze paused and she suddenly asked, Then who did you learn to fight from? Gu Jiao woke up with a start, but didn't forget to deny it. I didn't fight. Princess Xingyang didn't even lift her eyelids. Who did you fight with? Gu Jiao, Prince Ning, Eugene. You even fought with a prince. You've got guts. Princess Xingyang wrote another big Chiol character. Why? Gu Jiao bluntly said, I don't like him. Princess Xingyang. It's rare to find someone who doesn't like Prince Ning. Princess Xinyang's expression was calm as she continued to practice her calligraphy. Gu Jiao turned her head to look at Princess Xinyang. Then what about Princess? Does Princess like Prince Ning? In Princess's eyes, what kind of person is Prince Ning? Princess Xinyang said lightly, I don't have much contact with King Ning. If Princess Ningen were here, she might be able to answer you. Yes, Princess Xinyang was married to Marquis Xianting, who was on the same side as Empress Xiao and the Crown Prince. He was in a different camp from Prince Ning and the Zhuang family. Noble consort Zhuang was very stingy, so she wouldn't allow Prince Ning to have too much contact with Princess Xinyang. However, when Prince Ning was mentioned, Princess Xinyang's expression didn't change at all. Did this mean that she never suspected that Xiao Heng's death had anything to do with Prince Ning? To be honest, there were only two people who had the motive to burn Xiao Heng to death 4 years ago. One was Prince Ning, and the other was Princess Xinyang. The less suspicious Prince Ning was, the more suspicious Princess Xinyang would be. Princess Xinyang did not suspect Prince Ning at all. Was it because she was the murderer, or because Prince Ning's disguise had successfully deceived everyone? Gu Jiao eventually fell asleep. At this moment, the sun was very bright and shone through the window lattice. The entire table was warm, and Gu Jiao even sweated a little. Eugene stood up gently and put Gu Jiao's feet on a stool. She also put a cushion under them so that they would be stable and wouldn't hurt. Princess, do you still want to go out? Eugene asked softly. Princess Xinyang practiced her calligraphy and said lightly, maybe another day.
I don't want to go out today.
Eugene made a sound of agreement and turned to walk around the greenhouse. She cut a few fresh flowers and put them in. The room was very quiet. The only sounds were the rustling of the brush on the table, the low sound of pruning, and someone's even breathing. It was very quiet all around, but it didn't feel as lonely as it usually did. Blanket, Princess Xinyang said. She didn't raise her eyes. She was steady and engrossed in her calligraphy practice. Okay. Eugene put down the scissors and flowers and wiped her hands with a handkerchief. She opened the wardrobe and took out a thin cashmere blanket. She walked over and was about to drape it over Princess Xinyang when she heard Princess Xinyang say expressionlessly, "Give it to her." Although she didn't specify which one, there were only 3 people in the room. Eugene should have said, "Give it to you." Eugene walked around the desk and came to Gu Jiao's side. She gently draped the thin blanket over her. Eugene squeezed Gu Jiao's palm. Sure enough, she had been sweating just now, but now she was cold. The sun was about to set and couldn't shine on her body. In addition, there was a thin autumn wind outside the window that happened to blow on her face. Eugene's position didn't allow the wind to blow. This was why Eugene didn't notice that Gu Jiao's body was cold. Eugene's smiling gaze fell on Princess Xinyang's beautiful face, which didn't seem to have been eroded by time. Princess, what is it? Princess Xinyang said calmly. Eugene pursed her lips and smiled. You also like Dr. Gu, don't you? She used the word also. She didn't know who else liked Gu Jiao. Was it Xiao Luling or herself? Princess Xinyang said, I said, her life is very valuable. If something happens to her, who will treat this princess's illness? When Gu Jiao woke up, the sky was already dark. There was only the statue-like Long Yi beside her. Gu Jiao acted as if she was facing a great enemy. She almost reflexively sat up and said seriously, I won't stop writing. Long Yi, who had been holding a box of charcoal for the whole afternoon, Eugene asked Gu Jiao to stay for dinner. Gu Jiao looked at Princess Xinyang, who was watering flowers in the courtyard. She raised her eyebrows and said, It wasn't the princess who asked me to eat. I won't eat. I'm leaving. Hiss. Princess Xinyang watered the flowers and almost drowned them. Eugene couldn't help but snicker. Gu Jiao was just joking. How could she not know that without Princess Xinyang's tacit consent, Eugene wouldn't have the guts to ask her to stay for dinner? She really had something to do and had to go back quickly. Eugene said with a smile, I'll prepare a carriage for Dr. Goob.
I.
Gu Jiao intended to refuse. She could go back by herself. Eugene said again, or let Long Yi send you. Gu Jiao's face became serious for a second. Carriage. Thank you. Eugene ordered the servants to prepare a carriage and said to Princess Xinyang, I'll send Miss Gu off. Princess Xinyang didn't say anything. She took the kettle and changed to a potted plant to water the flowers. Gu Jiao actually didn't need Eugene to send her off, but she felt that Eugene especially wanted to send her off today. The two left the courtyard. Eugene said to the coachman, This wooden stool is unstable. Go get a new one. She sent the coachman away. At the door, there were only two people and Long Yi sitting on the wall with a box of charcoal in his hands. Eugene pulled Gu Jiao's hand and said in a low voice, Miss Gu, you're one of us. I won't beat around the bush. I'll make a long story short. I hope you can understand. Sure enough, there was something. Gu Jiao nodded. Go ahead. Eugene said seriously, the matter of the young marquis. I don't know how much you've heard, but no matter what you've heard, please believe the princess. She really did hate the young marquis, but she hated herself even more. She hated those assassins who poisoned her son, as well as those who killed her son with their own hands. She probably realized that the identity of the person behind her was too sensitive, or she wasn't sure if Gu Jiao had already understood this step. Eugene paused and changed her words, murderer. The princess took the initiative to kill, but in the end, her heart softened. She couldn't do it. She didn't start the fire. Chapter 440. Gu Jiao nodded at Eugene. Thank you for telling me this. The information you told me is very important to me. The wooden stool is here. The driver jogged over with a wooden stool. Eugene patted the back of Gu Jiao's hand. The driver placed the wooden stool beside Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao stepped on the wooden stool and got into the carriage. On the way back, Gu Jiao carefully considered Eugene's words. If Eugene was telling the truth, then the only possibility left was Prince Ning, who set Xiaoheng on fire at the Imperial College. If Eugene was lying and the arsonist was Princess Xinyang, then Prince Ning would definitely hurt Xiao Luling this time. There was no way he could clear his name. No matter who the murderer was 4 years ago, the one who still wanted to kill Xiao Luling was Prince Ning. Gu Jiao took out a small notebook. Her lips twitched, and she wrote a name on it. Qin Shuhan. Prince Ning's mansion. The moon was dark, and the wind was strong. Prince Ning was lying on his bed. His entire body was wrapped in cotton, and he was half dead. He had been drugged by Gu Jiao and beaten to death. When the dragon shadow guards finally came, he thought he was finally saved. Who knew that the nightmare had just begun? The dragon shadow guards were temporarily sent by His Majesty to find Xiao Luling. The dragon shadow guards' first mission was to find him, and their second mission was to protect him. Gu Jiao beat him very hard, but he could also take the beating. Thus, although it hurt, he didn't suffer any internal injuries. The dragon shadow guards determined that he didn't suffer any fractures and could continue to find him. They grabbed him and got into the carriage. The driver was gone, so the dragon shadow guards personally became his driver. Other than not suffering from internal injuries, Ning Wang's entire body was in pain. The dragon shadow guard's driving skills were obviously not good. Ning Wang's intestines were about to break. His head hit the wall of the carriage 7 or 8 times, and his butt rubbed against the floor 17 or 18 times. Actually, he could turn over, but he didn't want to grind an iron rod into a needle. Therefore, he could only sacrifice his butt. Finally, his arm was dislocated, and the dragon shadow guard determined that his injury was in urgent need of treatment. Then, the dragon shadow guards carried him back to the palace. Only God knew how long his dislocated arm had been swinging in the air. It was so swinging that he didn't even feel that it was his arm anymore. This was simply a nightmare. Your Highness, it's time to drink your medicine. Qi Fei helped Ning Wang up. Prince Ning's entire body felt as if it had been crushed by a huge rock. Not a single part of his body belonged to him. Just the movement of sitting up and leaning against the bedhead made Prince Ning break out in a cold sweat. He took the bowl with his other hand, which was not dislocated. Even though it wasn't dislocated, it wasn't very stable after being trampled by Gu Jiao. In the end, Qi Fei couldn't stand it and personally helped his master drink the medicine. Prince Ning leaned against the cushion behind him and recalled what happened today. He still felt that it was inconceivable. How dare she? That's right. How could a commoner's daughter dare to go against a country's prince? Even if she hugged the two thick thighs of the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, in terms of closeness, he was their blood relative. Other than Princess Ning'an, he was the only person who could receive the favor of both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. So where did that girl borrow her courage from? She didn't think that just because she helped the Empress Dowager and the Emperor a little, she would be able to enjoy endless favor for the rest of her life, right? She was overestimating herself. Accompanying the Emperor was like accompanying a tiger. She still didn't understand this principle. Qi Fei asked in confusion, "Master, this subordinate can't figure out why Dr. Gu would do this. You burned down her workshop, but didn't she also empty your treasury? She was the one who took advantage of you. Why would she bother to not let you go?" Prince Ning snorted coldly. What other reason could there be for her to not care about her life? Qi Fei wasn't stupid and immediately understood. Could it be? She knows that you dealt with Xiao Luling? Prince Ning coldly said, although this prince doesn't have any evidence after thinking about it, this is the only reason left. I just don't know how much she knows about Xiao Luling's identity. Does she know that he used to be the young Marquis of Zhaodu? If she knows, has she guessed that the fire 4 years ago was caused by this prince through this incident? Qi Fei was stunned. As expected of His Highness, he had considered everything. He didn't think that much. Prince Ning thoughtfully said, but this prince still has a doubt. Did she find Xiao Luling's whereabouts? Gu Jiao's actions could be said to have completely disrupted Prince Ning's thoughts. He had never seen someone who didn't play by the rules like this. He was the smartest of all the princes. He was familiar with the art of war and had a deep understanding of people's hearts. Often, a person only needed to take one step, and he could calculate their next 10 steps. But Gu Jiao, this kind of troublemaker, it was too difficult for him to use his power. Qi Fei said, "Master, how about? You directly tell the Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager is your grandmother and also your great-aunt. She definitely won't be partial to that girl." Prince Ning lightly said, "If I tell the Empress Dowager, then I'll be playing right into her hands." Qi Fei didn't understand. How could that be? Prince Ning was a patient master. He didn't have the bad habit of being spoiled like the crown prince. He wouldn't think that the servants couldn't keep up with his thoughts and scold them for being stupid. It was right that they couldn't keep up. Otherwise, if they were as smart as him, how could he still be an outstanding prince? He said, "This prince said that she sneak-attacked this prince. Do you have evidence? This prince can't even beat a girl. Does anyone believe it?" Qi Fei's eyes widened. "She gave you a drug." Prince Ning lightly glanced at him. "You can find a drug that can knock this prince out in one go." The knockout drug still needed half a cup of tea's time to take effect. He didn't know what kind of hidden weapon was inserted into his body, but it actually knocked him out in an instant. People who didn't see it with their own eyes wouldn't believe it at all. Actually, there was a witness shadow guard long, but it was better not to have it. Prince Ning continued, "Also, this prince can say that she sneak-attacked, but she can't say that this prince captured Xiao Luling." Qi Fei stammered, "She doesn't have evidence. Moreover, Xiao Luling's whereabouts are unknown. She's not afraid that the Empress Dowager will send people to search for him." Prince Ning coldly snorted. "You also said that you don't have evidence. If the Empress Dowager doesn't believe her, will she believe me?" There was no evidence. Either they believed it, or they didn't believe it. What were the consequences of believing it? It was him, a prince of a country, who actually captured an imperial court official. And the other party's wife came to beat him up for revenge.
Who was at fault?
What were the consequences of not believing it? Both of them were talking nonsense. She was a girl, so it wasn't a big deal for her to lie. But he was the dignified eldest prince. Inverting right and wrong to slander a girl was too shameful. So no matter which one it was, he was bound to lose. Rather than worrying that he would complain about that girl, it was better to worry about whether or not that girl would complain about him. Will she complain about Master? After listening to his master's analysis, Chi Fei began to worry. Prince Ning seriously thought about it. She probably won't. Chi Fei, why not? Prince Ning, she doesn't like it. Would someone who could use their hands and not their mouth complain about it? Kombiku Pavilion's mobile reading website, MZHHBQG.
Com.
Chapter 441. While they were talking, there was a faint breathing sound outside the door. Who is it? Chi Fei's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly shot out a hidden weapon. Stop! Prince Ning shouted. That was almost his subconscious reaction. Chi Fei saw that his master asked him to stop, but the hidden weapon had already been shot out. He had to use more strength to shoot another dart to hit the first one away. The two darts broke out of the window, creating sparks in the air with a clang, and then fell beside a pair of elegant embroidered shoes. Chi Fei rushed out of the door. When he saw who it was, he was stunned. Princess? Princess Ning almost died under this dart, and her face turned pale. Chi Fei hurriedly bowed. Princess, please forgive me. I didn't expect that you would. What would happen? Would she come at this time? Or would she secretly stand outside and listen to Prince Ning's conversation? Princess Ning clenched the handkerchief in her hand, and her eyes flashed. Her lips trembled a few times, and she didn't know whether it was anger or fear, or both. The next moment, she turned around and walked out without looking back. Sushing. It was Prince Ning who chased after her, regardless of the tearing pain all over his body. Prince Ning grabbed Princess Ning's arm. Chi Fei saw this and tactfully retreated. But with his hearing, he could actually hear it. But the important thing was that he wouldn't make Princess Ning feel embarrassed if he wasn't there. King Ning had run for a short distance, but many wounds on his body were bleeding. His lips were getting paler and paler, and the cold sweat on his forehead was oozing out again. Sushin? He endured the pain and said in a hoarse voice, Don't go. Listen to my explanation. Princess Ning clenched the handkerchief and looked at him with a complicated expression, and tears flashed in her eyes. Listen to what your highness explains? Explain why you took Dr. Gu's husband, or explain why your highness burned Xiaoheng to death 4 years ago. Prince Ning said, Xiaoheng didn't die. Princess Ning said loudly, That's because he's lucky. It's not that your highness didn't harm him. Sushin, I have my reasons. Prince Ning grabbed her arm tightly, and his eyes were slightly red. My mother was the 6th princess consort at that time. She was the wife that imperial grandfather appointed for imperial father. After imperial father ascended the throne, he only gave my mother the title of imperial consort. I was also reduced from a legitimate son to a concubine son. Originally, the Eastern Palace was mine. The position of crown prince was mine. Everything was mine. I can't accept this. Sushin, I can't accept this. Princess Ning retorted, So you killed the innocent. Prince Ning explained, Xiaoheng is not innocent. He is not the son of Princess Xinyang at all. He is the flesh and blood of a female slave. It was because Princess Xinyang experienced the pain of losing her son that she placed her love on him. That child didn't need to die. The one who should die is him. He stole everything from that child. His death is not worth regretting. Princess Ning looked at him in disbelief, as if she was greatly frightened. Her body swayed, and she took a few steps back. Prince Ning's face turned pale when he realized what nonsense he had said in his anger. He wasn't like this usually. It was because he was confused by the little female doctor called Gu Jiao today. He walked forward guiltily. Don't come over. Don't touch me. Princess Ning retreated again and raised her hand to stop him from coming closer. Okay, I won't come over, Prince Ning hurriedly replied. He looked behind her. There are steps behind you. Don't fall. As he spoke, he took a few steps back and motioned for Princess Ning to come closer. But Princess Ning didn't take a single step forward. Prince Ning saw the fear in her eyes and the disappointment that was gradually becoming difficult to hide. He couldn't help but walk forward. "Don't come over," she said. Prince Ning hurriedly retreated and raised his hand to comfort her. "Okay, Sushin, I won't come over. I really won't come over. Listen to me. I'm not only doing this for myself, but also for you. When I inherit the throne, you will be the Empress of Zhao country." Princess Ning smiled coldly. "Empress? Your Highness, can I really be the Empress?" This sentence seemed to have opened a certain gate, and an even stronger emotion rushed out, overshadowing the panic and disappointment just now. She glanced at him coldly and didn't say another word. She turned and left the yard in a daze. Prince Ning didn't force her to stay. He just looked at her disappearing figure in the night and frowned little by little. "Master." Qi Fei came over. "Are you okay?" Prince Ning covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood.
How could he be okay?
He was just pretending to be strong in front of her. Qi Fei hurriedly helped Prince Ning into the room. The wound on Prince Ning's body had split open. Qi Fei went to call the doctor to treat Prince Ning. They worked until the second half of the night before they finally got Prince Ning's injury under control. Qi Fei sent the doctor away and said to Prince Ning sincerely, "Master, you can't do this anymore. It's too bad for your body." "Has Princess Ning rested?" Prince Ning asked. Qi Fei was stunned. Princess Ning had made Prince Ning like this. Why was Master still thinking about her? Qi Fei whispered, "She has rested." Prince Ning said, "It's good that she has rested." Qi Fei said, "Master, I'm afraid it's not safe for Princess Ning. She is close to Princess Rui Wang and Dr. Gu. If she leaks the news," Prince Ning paused and said, "She won't." Qi Fei thought for a while and asked, "Should I send someone to monitor Princess Ning?" Ning Wang shot him a cold glare. Qi Fei shrank his neck. Prince Ning pondered for a moment and didn't reject the proposal. "Let them stay away. Don't offend Princess Ning. Also, remember to avoid them when they shouldn't." Qi Fei understood that they couldn't monitor private things like bathing and changing clothes. Prince Ning sighed. "Forget it. I'll coax her when she calms down. The most important thing is to solve the problem of Xiao Luling and Gu Jiao. No, let's deal with Gu Jiao first." This woman was too good at playing tricks. No one knew what she would do in the next moment. Prince Ning had never been afraid of any opponent. Gu Jiao was the first person who made him feel uneasy. Qi Fei said, "Your Highness, it's better to send someone to kill her." Prince Ning said coldly, "Have you forgotten how the masters who went to assassinate Yuan Tang died?" Qi Fei argued. She was there. She might not have done it. At that time, all the masters died. They didn't come back to report. They judged that Gu Jiao was there from the footprints and fallen herbs. Prince Ning touched the jade thumb ring next to his pillow. "It's better to be safe than sorry. If we send too few people, we won't be able to kill her. If we send too many people, it will be too noisy." Qi Fei frowned. "Is there no way to deal with hers?" Prince Ning looked at the jade thumb ring. "Don't worry. She's more anxious to deal with me than me dealing with her. When the time comes, I'll beat her at her own game."
E.
Chapter 442. Gu Jiao returned to Clearwater Alley. Gu Yan's secret guard, A, told her that someone had been here today. It was an expert, probably a secret guard. He had been loitering in the alley for a while, keeping an eye on their house. "Is it Mr. Mingyu's men again?" Gu Jiao asked. Mr. Mingyu was the one who bought Little Jing Kong's golden abacus. It was obvious that he wanted to get close to Little Jing Kong. He had even sent men to keep an eye on Clearwater Alley. He hadn't shown up for a long time after being caught by Gu Jiao. "It's not the same person from last time," said the secret guard. A Gu Jiao made an O sound. Then there was no doubt that it was Prince Ning's men. He must have been sent by Prince Ning to find out about Xiao Yulong's whereabouts. Prince Ning also wanted to know if Xiao Luling had been found, or if he was already hiding at home. Then did he find Xiao Luling? Gu Jiao asked again. Secret Guard A said, "No. The young master has been in the study and hasn't come out. That person waited for a while but couldn't find him, so he left. Gu Jiao nodded with satisfaction. Be careful. Don't let anyone find Xiao Lulang for the next few days. Yes. Gu Jiao went to the study and opened the small medicine box. She took out gauze and medicine for Xiao Lulang to change his bandages. When she performed the surgery, she felt that it was very successful. However, this guy had learned a lesson from his predecessor. The surgery on his feet was also very successful, but he could not walk. Gu Jiao was worried that he would not be able to write because of some psychological factors. Gu Jiao wondered if she should tell him that Princess Xinyang wasn't the one who set the fire that year. She hesitated, but still felt that the time wasn't right and there wasn't enough evidence. Xiao Lulang was extremely uncertain about whether Princess Xinyang still had feelings for him. He might think that Yujin or she was comforting him. There were some things that Princess Xinyang had to tell him personally. He had to take things slowly when it came to matters of the heart. It was better to take care of the king of Ning first. His lethality wasn't any weaker than Grand Concubine Jing's. At the very least, his great-aunt wasn't on Concubine Jing's side. Thinking of her great-aunt, Gu Jiao sighed slightly. It had been raining for several days in a row in the capital. The weather seemed to have turned cold, all of a sudden. Gu Jiao put on her autumn clothes. Generally speaking, girls wouldn't grow much after their period, but she was still growing. Xiao Lulang was also growing. The sleeves are shorter again. While Yao Shi was eating, she noticed that the two sleeves could no longer cover their wrists. Later on, I will put down the sleeves that are tucked in. In fact, it was not just the two of them. Gu Yan had also grown up very quickly. His voice had started to change. His voice had changed later than Gu Xiaoshuan's, but she didn't know if it had changed later than Xiao Yulang's. After all, Xiao Lulang was already 16 or 17 years old when he was brought back to the village. His voice had already changed a while ago. She didn't know if it was because Gu Jiao had the filter of a husband, but she always felt that Xiao Yulang's voice wasn't that bad when he was changing. Now, it had become even more pleasant. It was low, smooth, and had a hint of youthful magnetism. It was especially seductive when he was alone. She never considered that Xiao Lulang was deliberately seducing her. Eat a bun. Yao Shi picked up a carrot and lamb bun for Gu Yan. I don't want to eat. Gu Yan was a picky eater. Little Jing Kong opened his eyes wide. His hand, which was holding his spoon, stopped in midair. Brother Yan, your voice has become so strange. Gu Xiaoshun and Xiao Lulang had also changed their voices before. Gu Xiaoshun still had his voice until now. However, they were already like this when little Jing Kong came to their house. It wasn't too sudden. Gu Yan's voice had changed from a young teenager's to this voice. The change was a little big. Xiao Yulang's voice had changed after his voice changed. However, the change wasn't as big as when he suddenly changed his voice. Therefore, little Jing Kong almost didn't notice the change in his bad brother-in-law. However, he immediately noticed Gu Yan's change. Gu Yan still hadn't adapted to his new voice. He was a little excited and a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat and stuffed a pork bun into little Jing Kong's mouth. Eat your food. Little Jing Kong wanted to argue with him. However, he suddenly bit into the candy inside. He suddenly felt that eating pork bun was more interesting than exploring Brother Yan's new voice. The sky was clear today. Qinghe Academy and the Imperial College had a rare holiday. Gu Jiao brought a few men from her family into the palace to visit her great-aunt. Little Jing Kong was a frequent visitor to Renshou Palace. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshun rarely came. After all, they were people who needed to attend special classes. They couldn't afford to be hurt. They entered the palace as usual. The token was already covered with dust. Empress Dowager Zhuang was busy reviewing the memorials. Coincidentally, a palace maid knocked her favorite glazed flower lantern into the inkstone. The entire lantern was dirty. The palace maid trembled and knelt down. Eunuch Qin couldn't bear to watch. If you're unlucky, I can't save you. However, the next second, Fei Chui reported, Miss Gu and the little boys are here. Eunuch Qin felt that Empress Dowager Zhuang's murderous aura was extinguished. He hurriedly winked at the little palace maid. Okay, you're lucky. Hurry up and leave. Gu Jiao brought a jar of handmade milk dates. She didn't put any sugar. It was the natural sweetness of the dates. It didn't matter if her great-aunt ate a few more. Empress Dowager Zhuang was satisfied with their trip. Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao sat in the corridor and ate milk dates. The three of them played in the yard. Gu Shaoshun didn't always cut wood. He also had mischievous moments, such as now. He even proposed to climb the tree to steal the bird's nest. This proposal was strongly supported by little Jing Kong. Guyan didn't want to do it. He couldn't climb up. Empress Dowager Zhuang calmly watched the three of them bicker. Guyan, with her eloquent tongue, outsmarted the little carpenter and the little monk. In the end, she successfully dragged the little carpenter into her camp and went fishing. Guyan smiled proudly. Little monk, are you going or not? Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and stamped his feet. I'm not going. What nonsense.
Cough.
Empress Dowager Zhuang was choked by this sudden nonsense. She almost tried to save herself again. Guyan narrowed his eyes slightly. Little guy, you learned to swear? Who did you learn from? With Su Kanji.
Ha ha ha.
Little Jing Kong stuck out his tongue and made a face. Then he ran away quickly. Gu Jiao looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang strangely. Great, did you teach him? Empress Dowager Zhuang righteously said, How could I teach him that kind of language? Can't there be any trust between people? She just accidentally said it once, and the youngest son of the Minister of War heard it. But she didn't teach him. It was the little guy who secretly learned it. The Rinshou Palace was full of the voices of the three little men. Empress Dowager Zhuang couldn't stand noise before. But after living in the countryside and Bishui Alley for a while, Empress Dowager Zhuang's ability to bear noise was trained. In addition, Empress Dowager Zhuang found that Gu Yan's voice had changed. Humph, the little brat was finally going to grow into a man. Little Jing Kong and Gu Shaoshun wanted to eat fresh flower pancakes. Gu Jiao took a basket and went to the imperial gardens to pick flowers. Coincidentally, the crown princess was also there. She also came to pick a few flowers.
But she didn't eat them.
She wanted to arrange them. Gu Jiao was alone. The crown princess was with Chunying. Gu Jiao didn't even look at the two of them. She went to the other side to pick the flowers she needed. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikugo mobile reading website. zhhbqg.
Com.
Chapter 443. Novels with content that cannot be found online will be available here. The Crown Prince consort had been ignored by Gu Jiao time and time again. Even if she was made of mud, she would still get angry, much less when she had made such a big fuss in Princess Xianyang's residence. Even more infuriating was that she had promised Princess Xianyang that she would not publicize this matter. Only later did she find out that Princess Xianyang was protecting her because Princess Xianyang might have already known and acknowledged her as her daughter-in-law. She even lied to her by saying that she was a doctor. The Crown Prince consort thought about it carefully. The reason she was so angry was not because Gu Jiao had done anything. Instead, it was because she had clearly not done anything, yet she was gradually replacing her position in Princess Xianyang's heart, stealing away what originally belonged to her. Princess Xianyang's protection and Ahing's affection. The Crown Prince consort put the scissors in her hand back into Chunying's basket. Walking over, she stood at Gu Jiao's side and faintly asked, Do you know where Xiao Luling is? Gu Jiao cut a flower and calmly said, What does my husband's whereabouts have to do with you? Have you become addicted to thinking about other people's husbands?
You.
The Crown Prince consort's expression changed. Gu Jiao, get out of the way. Do you know who exactly wants to deal with Xiao Luling? Only I can help him. From beginning to end, the Crown Prince consort had never wanted to take Xiao Luling's life. She also did not want to just watch him die. Gu Jiao turned around and gave her a mocking look. Do you know? Late affection is more worthless than grass. She felt sorry for Xiao Heng. What was he doing earlier? Who exactly caused Xiao Heng's tragedy? In this world, there were two kinds of people who were the most annoying. One was those who committed heinous crimes and had a clear purpose of harming people, such as Prince Ning. The other was those whose crimes were not worthy of death. Their original intention was not to kill people, but they had caused a lot of trouble. Except for themselves, others would be implicated to death by them. The former could still be dealt with according to the law and obtain the satisfaction of the people. The latter, however, could not be killed, and it was unbearable to endure, as if a fishbone was stuck in the throat. However, she had heard that the laws of the Zhao country were different from the laws of her previous life. She didn't know what crime it was for the crown princess to seduce Ning Wang. The crown prince consort was completely at a loss for words. She seemed to understand, but she did not seem to understand. She had no feelings for Xiao Luling, but she had feelings for Xiao Heng. So, what Gu Jiao meant was that she admitted that Xiao Luling was Xiao Heng, and she had exposed that she still had feelings for Xiao Heng? How dare she say such a thing? Wasn't she afraid that she would reveal Xiao Heng's identity? Or was it that she had already seen through that she knew that Xiao Luling was Xiao Heng? Of course, the most painful thing was that late love is more cheap than grass. Why did she humiliate her like this? Gu Jiao did not care what the crown prince consort thought. After picking the flowers, she left without looking back. The group ate lunch at Rinzhou Palace, and Gu Jiao's fresh flower pancakes were quickly snatched up. In the afternoon, the three went to dig out a bird's nest, the kind that was hung up by a hidden guard with a rope. Gu Jiao's next plan was to expose the relationship between Prince Ning and the crown prince consort. Princess Ning's attitude was somewhat thought-provoking. She seemed to know, but also seemed to not know. No matter what, Gu Jiao did not plan to start with Princess Ning. She should let the crown prince feel the blow to his soul first. Prince Ning was recuperating these days, but it did not matter. Some things could be fabricated out of thin air. After the first class in the afternoon, Gu Chengfeng went to the outhouse. Suddenly, a gerfalcon flapped its wings and landed on his shoulder. It covered its bird head with one wing and patted the back of his head with the other. Then, it arrogantly stretched out a bird's claw. Gu Chengfeng. To be honest, this girl might as well catch him herself. Why did she always have a bird run errands? As usual, there was a note tied to Little Nine's leg. On the note, there was a drawing of a bloody knife. East Palace, come quickly. Gu Chengfeng's mouth twitched. He swore that if they were going to rob the crown prince's treasury, he would get half of it. Unfortunately, Gu Chengfeng was disappointed. Gu Jiao was not going to rob the crown prince. Gu Jiao, have you seen the crown prince consort? Gu Chengfeng, why are you asking this? Gu Jiao, have you heard her speak? Gu Chengfeng, something is wrong with you. Gu Jiao, forget it. It doesn't matter if you have heard her speak or not. Let's hear it again. Then, Gu Chengfeng was dragged to the East Palace by a small hand. Gu Jiao went in openly, and Gu Chengfeng was thrown in openly by her. As for whether they would be discovered by the experts in the East Palace, it would depend on Gu Chengfeng's ability. Gu Chengfeng, who almost fell flat on his face, gritted his teeth. This damned girl. What are you doing here? The crown prince consort looked coldly at Gu Jiao, who was being led in. She was arranging flowers in the warm room, and the table was covered with scattered branches and petals. Gu Jiao sat cross-legged across from her. I came to talk to you. The crown prince consort cut a peony. What is there to talk about between you and me? Gu Jiao said, there is nothing to talk about. The crown prince consort. She had never seen such a... The crown prince consort racked her brains but couldn't think of a suitable word to describe Gu Jiao. She cut another flower and said to Gu Jiao, I don't care what you have heard outside, but I am not the one who harmed Xiao Luling. I didn't send people to capture him, and I also hope to find him as soon as possible. However, the storm is not over yet, so it is not a bad thing for him to avoid it for now. You can avoid it for a while, but you can't avoid it forever. You have to think of a way to deal with it. Very good, continue, Gu Jiao said. The crown prince consort stilled. She was a bit suspicious whether Gu Jiao understood the implied meaning in her words. She looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't seem to be listening seriously, but Gu Jiao clearly expressed that she wanted her to continue. The crown prince consort frowned slightly. If you don't want to listen, Gu Jiao said, I want to. Say more. So that Gu Qingfeng could hear more accurately. On the roof, Gu Qingfeng rolled his eyes. The crown prince consort continued. Gu Jiao rarely responded, or strictly speaking, her responses were very strange. Your tone is not right. Say it again, more sorrowful. I want to hear your sorrowful voice. Just now, you should have said it with a happy tone. Say it again. The crown prince consort. Why do I feel that something is wrong? The crown prince consort was a very intelligent person, but even the most intelligent person had their own thinking area. Once they exceeded this area, their subconscious would automatically ignore or accept incomprehensible oddities and even find reasonable explanations for them. The crown prince consort said coldly, Are you here to make me happy, or to stall for time to do something else? You don't want to see the crown prince, do you? Gu Jiao clapped her hands and stood up. All right. Since you are so worried, then I will leave. In any case, the crown prince consort's lesson was almost over. It was time for Gu Qingfeng to graduate. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.